All right, everybody. Today's date is January 8th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in New York City with video conferencing to our offices in Buffalo and Albany. This meeting is also being live streamed to the authority's YouTube channel. You can also find recordings of our past meetings on the YouTube channel. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates are January 30th, February 20th, and March 12th. While in the meeting room, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, I just have some minor things. Happy New Year, everybody here. Really excited to announce a piece of good news. A former counsel, former acting general counsel, associate counsel, Mark Faring has rejoined our agency as a part-time staff person. This is something that I have been working on for the entire time that I've been here. It's about 18 months to bring someone back in from retirement. We are very excited about having him. It does not mean that you should be reaching out to him directly about anything, but again, he's in our fold. He will be working on special projects for Shannon up in Albany. But again, he's back in the mix, so we're very excited to welcome him back and his knowledge and his experience. He claims to not remember much, but we know he knows his shit. I want to, add to what Donna was saying. January 30th is a Thursday. That week, on Wednesday is Lunar New Year. And also February 20th is also a Thursday because President's Day is that prior Monday. I don't know if there will be changes to deadlines and stuff. I assume not because we're moving to a Thursday. But if there are adjustments, Donald will let you know.
Yep. It'll be on the notices if there
Yeah,
is.
I think the first one may not. The second one, because it's a Thursday, it may shift one day. We'll see. Look out for the calendar in 25 because then we also have another Thursday meeting in October and a Tuesday meeting in August, so you don't want to miss those. And the last thing is that today is the first day of the legislative session. As many of you may know, the legislative season runs from January to June. While, the agency is not a policy-making agency, I invite all of you to participate in that conversation with your legislators, with stakeholders, with the associations that you're part of. If there are needs that you may have to make sure that the alcohol is flowing smoothly and properly through the state. And so our doors are always open. If you want to have policy conversations, we welcome those conversations. And if you're a licensee, this is about your livelihood and your happiness. And so I really encourage you to participate and think about issues that matter to you, because don't always assume that there's someone else who's doing that. And with that, we are going to go to Buffalo.
All right. So the first item in Buffalo is 008 CHEEKTOWAGA Wine and Spirits, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Jong, and I'm here with Sharon Gale, the principal. If you don't mind, I would like to have one housekeeping matter before. We do have quite a bit of opposition, so I'm assuming that the board would like to hear from them first. But when preparing for this application, it came to our attention that the diagrams are 100% accurate. However, the calculation of the space was inaccurate. The amount of total space in the building is 3956, and the amount of retail space is 3,096 feet. So it was over-calculated by about 800 square feet or so. And we just want to bring that to your attention before the matter goes. I'll have the person that submitted the application, if we're successful, I'll put in the appropriate amendment, but that came to our attention yesterday when we were preparing for this.
Okay,
Would you like to hear from the opposition first?
sure, please.
My name is Ralph Larigo. I forwarded by email to you on December 31st a letter in our opposition. So I represent three store owners: Town Park Liquors, which is less than a mile away from this applicant; East Side Liquors, which is roughly a mile and a half away; and LC&J Liquors, which is 1.4 miles away. I've also
Sorry, can I just clarify? Town Park, according to our records, it's 1.5 miles away. Are you saying that's not accurate?
Town Park is at 2551 Harlem Road. I have it at less than a mile from the applicant.
If I may, I'm here also in opposition. There may be a difference between the driving distance and the distance shown on LAMP. I believe the board uses driving distance, if I'm not mistaken.
So
Okay.
I've also enclosed 4 elected officials' letters. These are all elected officials that represent this particular area where the applicant has made the application. And you can see from the Town of Cheektowaga council member, Michael Jasinski, he states that the closest store is under a mile, according to the New York State LAMP tool. The LAMP tool further shows that there are 8 stores in nearly 2 miles. Many of the stores have been well established, having been around for 20 to 40 years. The addition of the new store will put a grave risk of potentially shutting down these stores at a rising cost of business. So he goes on to explain his reasons why he requests the denial. Then I have a letter from another councilwoman in Cheektowaga, Barbara Bukowski, says basically the same type of thing. She requests the denial. And then we have New York State Assembly person Pat Jasinski, who adds, while economic growth is important for communities, we must be mindful on the impact to the existing small businesses that are in such proximity. The proposed liquor store location will have negative effects on any lists, the stores. And then I also have a letter from Buffalo Common Council member, again addressing the issue and asking that you deny the application. I placed in my letter the gross sales for each of the stores that I represent. And as you can see, there's a decline in 2 of them, and the other one is basically stagnant. When you take into effect inflation and the cost of goods, each of these stores have seen a decline in their net profits. Also, the store that they want to open is what we would term a mega store, even though she made an adjustment on the square footage. The total square footage of this one store exceeds the square footage of all 3 of my stores put together. My client stores are bulletproof configuration. The applicant is not. I think my stores, my clients need the additional protection in this area. In 2022, another mega store, Union Wine and Liquor, opened 2 miles away. But recently, the SLA denied an application for Liquor Free, which was proposed a mile away. So not too long ago, you denied an application based on the same type of criteria. So obviously, the burden on the applicant is to show public convenience and advantage. In evaluating that, It's, you know, clearly the understanding that you will take into account the number of existing liquor stores in the area. As part of your review, you will look at the proximity of these stores, the gross sales, the population demographics, and whether the applicant is providing any new services. Well, in fact, the population has decreased. There certainly are sufficient stores in the area. When you take into account the mega store that's there, when you take into account that stores such as Wegmans, grocery stores, BJ's, Sam's Club now sell wine. When you take that all into account, the effect of a new store opening up in this area will certainly be detrimental to my clients. They're here, they want to address this board briefly, but they've asked me to put this all together and to forward it to the board. So we are asking that the application be denied.
Can we just go back and, we need to clarify two things on the record. Town Park, you're saying is lowering sales, but not, my numbers reflect a pretty significant increase between 22 and 23. So do you have better information about what happened at the end of 24?
So
Whether that's a decline versus an increase?
They are here, but the numbers I gave you were the numbers they submitted. And while the other two have a decrease, yeah, they have somewhat of an increase, but we still consider what the net will be to them based on the inflation is they are stagnant and in fact declining in terms of their net profit.
Okay, and in my records, it's a not bulletproof store, but you're telling me that's actually a bulletproof store?
Yes, that's my understanding. Again, they're here, so they can clarify if I've misstated that, but that's what I believe.
Is it a bulletproof store or not?
Is it a bulletproof store?
No, not the applicant, Town
Is it a
Park.
bulletproof store? Do you have all the liquor displayed or do you have it all concealed?
Display.
It's concealed, it's a bulletproof store.
No, bulletproof. It's not bulletproof. This one.
It's not? Oh, I apologize, it's not.
Wait, what's the answer, guys? I mean, who owns the store?
Them.
You're the owner of the store.
Yes.
Is the liquor concealed in the store or is it out in public display?
Can the public come in and touch the products, like the retail area? Can they come in, pick up the bottle, and then take it back?
Walk in the store?
Yes.
Okay, it's not a bulletproof store.
It's not a bulletproof store, but you told me in your testimony that it is a bulletproof. You told me that the numbers are going down, but my numbers is going up. Like, I mean, that's not helpful.
Well, I gave you the numbers on that store and I show that the numbers are increasing. So I gave you numbers in my letter. And my argument was that the net profit is decreasing.
Okay. All right, and then your other two east side, that's going down significantly.
Correct.
And LC and there's a mistake on here. It's the LC and J, that's the one that's the fifth closest, right? Yes. It's not accurate on our records. That's kind of flat.
Yeah, so it's flat.
Okay. And you're saying, so who's bulletproof out of these three stores?
Well,
None of them
now
are
I wanna-
bulletproof.
Now I want to.
According to my records, none of them are bulletproof, but you just told me that they all three are bulletproof.
She's a bulletproof.
My store is bulletproof. You can't come in and touch the
Yeah.
products. I'm LC&J Liquor, East of Harrison.
That's bulletproof.
Yes.
What about East Side?
What about East Side?
Hi, my name is Sukhwinder. My East Side Liquors.
That's bulletproof.
Yes.
Okay. And Town Park is not bulletproof.
That's correct. I apologize for that.
That's okay. All right. Thank you. Are there other stores there, please? Do you guys want to say something beyond what your attorney said?
Just briefly.
Yes, I'm LC&J Liquors. I came in the last time you rejected a store, and things have not changed. The store has been going down, and there are so many stores in the area already. You could just about go down the street, around the corner. There's liquor stores everywhere on the east side. I don't know anywhere else that there's so many liquor stores. Liquor is available on almost every corner, so I don't know why another liquor store would be needed. And I didn't know that this store was such a big size, and I feel like, yes, it will have a serious impact on our store. There's no increase on jobs, and the economy is going down, so I don't see a need for another store. If anybody would, want to purchase liquor, there's already stores that they can easily walk to. So I just wanted to say that.
Great. Thank you very much. All right.
Good morning, members of the
Good morning.
board. Sean McKenzie, McGavran, Grimm. I am also here in opposition to the license application of CHEEKTOWAGA Wine and Spirits, Inc. I represent LHK Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Bailey Discount Liquor and Wine. And I also represent Union Wine and Liquor, which is not one of the closest stores, but is 3 miles from the proposed location and opened in March of 2022. Mr. Larigo explained the letters of opposition well, and it was almost like deja vu for me, members, and I'll tell you why. Because on April 3rd of last year, I was standing before you representing Liquor Tree and asking you for a license for them, and I was confronted with the same declining aggregate sales figures and the same letters of opposition that the board has been presented with today. And the board decided, whether I was happy about it or not, the board, I think, rightly decided that this area, the addition of another liquor store in an area does not serve the public convenience and advantage.
Do you remember the proposed size of Liquor Tree at the time?
I want to say that it was proposed to be 3,500 feet, 2,500 of retail.
Okay.
When was that?
That was,
application
it was heard on April 3rd, 2024.
made? Thank you.
And the store was to be located at 740 Thruway Drive, which is less than a mile from the applicant's proposed location. But, so I think by precedent, given the little amount of time that has passed, that I respectfully submit that the board, by its own precedent, needs to decline this application. But I'll just go one step further here. Bailey, who is my primary client here, is 1.9 miles, according to the driving distance. Bailey sales have decreased substantially since from 2022 to 2023. It was down over about $500,000. From 23 to 24. From 22 to 23, it experienced a 17% decrease, an even greater drop. Now, we all know that sales were bolstered by COVID in 20 and 21, but even just going back to 22, sales are down about 20%, and that's anticipated to go forward through this year. Ms. Harrison, who spoke, I reviewed her gross sales figures. She was down from 22 to 23, and through August of 24, her sales calculate out to an even further reduction. Harlem Liquors, 2551 Harlem Liquors. Their sales are essentially flat when viewed from 22 to 24, and they only opened in September of 21. The owner of Liquor and Convenient Express is here, and he may want to speak to you, but his gross sales figures are also, at best, flat. So when taken in aggregate, when you look at the four closest stores, the overall sales are down, population's down, costs are up, and the board recently denied an almost identical application less than a mile away. Based
So,
upon the foregoing,
can you- Do you know how many of these stores that you're mentioning, 8 within 2 miles, how many of them are bulletproof?
As far as I'm aware, only Miss Hairston's store, LC or LC and J. Maybe
Well,
Liquor and Convenient
East Side
Express.
just said they're also bulletproof.
East Side and Liquor and Convenient Express is also bulletproof, but I don't represent either of those.
I understand. So 3 out of 8 are bulletproof.
It would seem so, yes.
Okay.
Counselor, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Is the proposed location within the village of Sloan?
Yes.
I don't know, but Ms. Young states yes, so
Okay. And I know that you said Bailey was your primary client in this case.
yes.
For me, and only me, I will stress that, I think the best barometer of where we are and where we're going are the proceeds from the previous year compared to how we're doing in the current year. Well, 2005 has just started, so we don't have that. But we do have 2023 and 2024 based on the numbers that were given to us, which in Bailey's case went up to June 30th, 2024. And out of all the stores, which all show, according to my math, a very slight increase, but Bailey shows the most, projected to be about 600,000. I know this is not an absolute science. I know that. And we deal with gross figures because that's what we have to deal with. We're not going to get into tax returns and what people claimed as all kinds of deductions. That's a rabbit hole we don't want to go under. So I do see Bailey doing well. I see the other stores all projected to have slight increases in their sales. I see an experienced applicant here, and I see support from the village of Sloan. And there was one other thing that I wanted to mention there. But the elected officials of Sloan support this application. That was one other thing I was going to mention, but it escapes me now. So, anything you want to say about that is fine, but I have to take exception to the fact that Bailey's figures are down when we're using figures from years ago. And again, for me, only me. I think the best barometer is how we did the year before, how we're doing now, projected to do going forward. It's not an absolute science. Go ahead, Counselor.
I understood, and I appreciate your thoughts. I certainly do, sir. And my only response to that would be, they may have finished that. We don't have the final sales figures, that being so earlier in the year, but using the formula that I believe is accurate and that we've discussed here before in prior hearings, the dividing the number of months and then multiplying by 14 to account for additional seasonal sales, I believe that to be accurate. They will have an increase this year, but if you look, if they're up, even if they end up 500,000 from 23 to 24, from 22 to 23 they were down 600. And they were down 500 the year before. So a rebound, great, but all they've done is pull themselves up to where they were a few years ago. And that would be my response to that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, not from me.
Thank you very much. I believe the owner of Liquor and Convenience would like to speak.
Morning. I'm here representing Liquor and Convenient. Just here to say that overall our sales have been literally stagnant, even after trying our best, because there have been a lot of stores that have opened up. And even with the convenience store next to us, it doesn't bolster our sales as much. So we would like for you to consider that and see if you could deny the application if possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm one of the other stores from opposition. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Gurpreet Kaur. I'm owner of Right Price Liquor and Wines, which is approximately 3 miles away from the applicant. Since 2021, there has been a steady decrease in sales. So just to provide some numbers, from 2021 to 2022, the sales went down approximately 20%. From 2022 to 2023, sales went down by around 10%. And from 2023 to 2024, sales went down approximately 5%. I've tried to make significant changes to my business by increasing my product variety, such as New York State products, bourbons, tequilas, local limited release items. I've started a website to increase online presence and advertising. I also started using third-party apps like DoorDash and Uber Eats for my customers. Despite all of these efforts, my sales are still going down. There's not much new this store can really do that the 8 stores already serving the market don't already do. Since 2020, the town of Cheektowaga has actually had a steady decrease in population. I've even extended my hours to prevent sales from dropping, and that didn't work either, as sales continue to decline. I do have a bulletproof store. I want to mention that earlier. It's extremely difficult to do business, especially with the rise of the cost of labor, insurance, and the many aspects of running a business. My store is 640 square foot of retail space, and adding, even if it wasn't 5,000 square foot, nearly 4,000 square foot, it's nearly 5 times the size of my store. It will force me to go out of business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And now the applicant's ready, or is there still someone?
Yeah. Hi, I own a Union Wine Liquor. My name's Kamal Mathan. I just wanted to add, I haven't been in business for 3 years yet. I opened up in 2022. In 2024, December alone, my sales were down 10% compared to 2023.
I'm sorry, what store are you?
Union Wine Liquor, Sean represents me, but I just wanted to add on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've been open for 3 years, from 2023 to 2024.
How big is your store?
I'm the biggest in the area. Mine's over 5,000 retail. Open store. I have over 4,000 SKUs. I have a website. I have DoorDash. I have everything.
And you are how far?
3 miles.
Okay.
So I have everything there is. I have all the variety. I have everything at the biggest store in the area compared to everybody here. And my sales went down in December alone, 10%. So it's pretty significant. I don't really think there's a need, but like everybody else, I requested to be denied.
When you say you were down 10%, is comparing what time to what time?
2023 December and 2024 December.
Just the month of December.
Yeah, in
comparing
general,
the 2
my
years.
sales are down like 5-6%. By holidays, everybody expects it to be the busiest of the year, and my sales were still down.
Right. If you compare December of 23 and December of 24, it was down 10%.
And it's the holidays.
And that's
so it's the busiest
right.
time of the year.
And that's not taking into account of cost or anything. It really is showing a decrease in demand in your mind.
Yeah. And I have everything. I have websites. I do third-party delivering. I do everything. It still went down.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Jong, and I do represent the applicant. The applicant principal, Sharon Gill, is here as well. So we've heard a lot of opposition. What I'd like to do is spend some time rebutting some of the points that were raised by others. The closest liquor store actually had increased sales in 2023 and looks like again in 2024. And we point out this is after that new mega store that they're talking about opened in 2022. So the demand of the closest liquor store had increased quite a bit. So another thing where there was some comment about grocery stores and big box stores selling wine and beer, and that was going to impact the liquor store. I don't believe that to be accurate. Liquor stores have never been able to sell beer, and grocery stores don't sell wine. So I'm not sure that that point was valid. The applicant's liquor store.
They sell
will-
wine products.
Wine, not wine, but they sell like wine coolers.
Yeah.
You know, things like that, fruit juice based things, but it's not the same, and they've always sold that. That's not something new. It's something that they've been selling all of these years, so it's not a change in anything recent or anything to do
So
with
can we just
culture.
talk about how your new store may add to public convenience and advantage?
Yes, we're not a bulletproof configuration. That's certainly something different than some of the stores in opposition. That's a very different shopping experience for the customers who can look and feel and touch the bottles, look at new products, versus going into a bulletproof store and literally just going up to a counter and asking for something. Doesn't allow for exploration of the same shopping experience. Additionally, the store having around 3,000 square feet is going to have about 50% of its store shelf space, offering things that these other very small liquor stores are not offering at 600 to 1,500 square feet. They're offering mostly like the top 100, the most popular things.
What are you offering that's different?
They're going to be offering allocated and collectible bourbons, scotches, and tequilas. There is a Polish demographic. They're going to offer some products that are for Polish. They're going to offer ice wines and wines from around the world, a very expansive shelf space for it, and offering products at different price points. So they'll have bottles, you know, from $10 to a couple $100, as opposed to just offering, you know, the top products that are $10 or $20 bottles of wine. So they're going to offer a tremendous difference in what the community can get. The opposition.
Okay. How many parking spots do you have?
At least 40.
And you're in a shopping center or you're in a standalone building? I can't
It's a
tell
standalone.
from this photo.
Yeah, it's a standalone. It's a standalone.
And one of the points is that this was a vacant building, and people in the town and the customers had suggested, had, you know, made a lot of comments and requests in this particular community about having a liquor store. I will let her speak, that she has another business right across the street and can talk a little bit about the history. But the size of the building is because this is a vacant building that was available, that they purchased 2 years ago to do renovation. So it's not a new build with this size. It was the available building within the village. And you'll see from the letters of support, I do, you know, acknowledge there are letters of support for the opposition. But our letters of support are specifically for this village, which you can see with not having a bulletproof, you know, configuration and other things. It's a very different demographic. This is a very specific small village. It's, you know, has a different political leaning, a different demographic of people living here. That's why they separately incorporated. And the officials of this village actually are in support of this application, and we've submitted applications or letters in support from them. So, you know.
Do the husband and wife both own the building, or is the husband who owns this building?
I own the building, yes.
So the applicant owns the building under a different LLC?
Yeah.
You own the building, so you have a spouse who owns another store?
Yeah, and that one's in, sorry, that's in Bath. Bath, New York.
Under our records, he owns the building that your store is going into. Is that not accurate?
It could be under both of our names, but I primarily own the gas
Who owns
station
the
across the
building?
street.
Let me ask you again, who owns the building?
It should be in both of our names,
Okay.
unless there's something false there.
According to our landlord questionnaire that was submitted, Barry-Ander Gill is the principal that is the landlord.
For Broadway Inc.?
We can't issue that.
WNY Broadway
He owns the
Inc.
building,
Yes,
doesn't he?
yes,
That's who's listed. That's the information that
Okay.
was given to us.
yes, that's correct, that's correct.
Okay, so what's the answer, just so I'm clear?
He owns the building. He owns another store as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, it might be a situation where they're a married couple. And one person says it's mine, but in reality, it's both of theirs. That doesn't mean in terms
No,
of
but
title.
it's his name on the building.
That's right. That doesn't go to title.
Just incorporation.
That is correct, but as a landlord, that's not a prohibited interest. All he is owns real estate and gets rent. He's not participating in operation of this business, not receiving any of the profits of this business, and there is no shared resources in terms of financing this business. She submitted, bank statements showing her own assets that are used to open this. So it is true that they, may be a married couple and he may have a separate business interest, but this isn't a prohibited interest at
Yeah,
all.
but it concerns me when I asked the question that she said she owns the building, which is not the case. So we're trying to deal with honesty here.
Okay, so it says that he has WNY Broadway Inc. and then I have the WNY Energy. So we work together, we have many companies. So when you say I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be in charge here for this building. So I kind of took it that way.
Oh, do you see any legal bar?
Husband is the owner.
Right. But is that any kind of a legal bar?
All right.
Can we talk for 30 seconds?
Yeah,
'Cause I have a-
we're going to
question.
have a consultation with council here.
Be off the record for a conference council. We'll be back on shortly.
Okay.
we have anything else?
Would it be possible for the applicant principal to make a short statement?
Well, are we back on the record?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, we're back on the record, so
Okay.
go ahead.
So, I do want to mention that, I've been in business for over 10 years across the street, which is a gas station and convenience store. And we have, over $4 million. We have over $4 million in sales as of 2024. So I don't know why sales are declining while our sales are, that's not the issue here. Also, another issue that I want to talk about is the overpass.
Are you talking about 4 million? Is this sales at your other store? Is that what you're talking about?
At a convenience store
gas
across the
station,
street.
across the street of where we want to open this, yeah, liquor store.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Also, another issue that's should be addressed is the address itself, that we have to deal with the overpass to go onto Harlem. So I know one of the stores were saying that, we're a competition, but you can't even see this other store. And to get to their store on Harlem, you have to take a off-ramp to get there. So Broadway is kind of like just, it goes from Buffalo all the way to Albany, right? It's a very, very long, main road. So we're really attracting customers like our Salone Village customers, and also the commuters that go from Buffalo all the way into Cheektowaga and further. So I don't really see myself as a competitor to them because I'll have a different clientele. I think that's it. I don't want to say right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Have any further questions?
No, I think we're ready to vote.
All right.
Oh, you guys have questions?
I have no questions.
So do you think the members are ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, well, I thank everybody for their presentations. I believe that counsel for the applicant has articulated public convenience and advantage. This is a proposed applicant with experience in convenience stores and gas stations. I note that we did receive a signed statement from the husband who is listed in our records as the owner of the building, that he will not have anything, not be involved in this business, despite the fact that you are a married couple, and that he is the owner of the building. In terms of all the sales figures, I've already cited my mathematical approach, and that they all show stability, slight increases in sales were projected for 2024. So I used figures from 2023 compared to 2024. And also, although we do have opposition from elected officials, assembly people, and I believe there were 4 elected officials, we also have letters of support from actual elected officials in the village. And that to me is important, including the mayor, the chief of police, and it sounds like a code official. I'm not exactly sure what that is. So for all those reasons, I'm going to vote to approve the application.
And Commissioner Maya?
I vote to approve with the following statement. First of all, I will adopt most, if not all, of what Commissioner De Leon has just stated. Also going to note that there are some bulletproof stores in the area, which is somewhat of a consideration. They have a larger square feet, as stated, that might allow them to have a different inventory. They're taking a vacant building whether it's depressed or not, they're taking a vacant building and improving it with this business. And I have no problems issuing an approval.
All right. And Chair?
I'm gonna vote to approve. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage because of the location of the store, the parking accessibility, and the fact that it's non-bulletproof and that it's an improved shopping experience for customers. The applicant is certainly an experienced person at this agency. I ask you to be extremely mindful about the need for this particular business to be separate from the rest of your affairs. While it's allowable that your husband is your landlord, I do need you to pay rent and just keep the finances separate, books and records, etc. And I do understand that in the area there is arguably decreased population and perhaps a decrease in the demand for alcohol. It's on our agency to improve that disclosure process so that we're not spending 45 minutes on perhaps a pointless endeavor to somehow argue lowering numbers that cannot be reflected in the way we've collected the information. And so for the lawyers that are heavily involved in this back and forth with us, I invite your input on how we can refine this process so that we're not doing this over and over again. You know, I do value your time and your participation, so I really appreciate for all the store owners who have shown up today. You know, I don't want you to feel like you're going unheard. We do hear you and understand the difficulty of doing business. We just need to find a different way of collecting the data.
All right, thank you. You've been approved. Thank you. So the next two items in Buffalo are the two package stores that are close to each other. We want to start with the one that was filed first. That's number 10, the Matte Inc. And they were filed like within days.
All right, are both of the stores 10 and 11 both in the room?
Yeah, Shane David Enders should also be there, correct? For number 11.
Okay. I'm just curious, do you guys know each other?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Is there like a relationship or just know of each other?
Right. Community members.
Got it. It's just curious when two applications in a town that have no stores come in within 1 week of each other. It makes me wonder what's the story and the context behind that. I'm always looking for movie ideas, as you know.
Coincidence.
All right. So item number 10 was filed 1 week before item number 11. So we're going to hear number 10 first. Do we have any protests in the room?
I don't believe so, Chair.
I think one person submitted a letter of opposition.
Okay.
I guess they're not there.
Okay. And you guys own a grocery store?
Yes.
And let me just ask, do you guys protest each other's application? Because you have a right to protest if you want to protest.
Yes.
We don't protest yours.
Jacob?
Yes, we would
Really?
protest.
Jesus Christ.
Do you represent both?
No, he doesn't.
that
He
would be a
represents 10.
Oh, okay.
The other one doesn't have representation.
Right. And Mr. Anders, you do not have representation today.
He's pro se, that's correct.
Okay. All right. All right, so they're not protesting your store. Honestly, to us, it almost doesn't matter that you were mailed a week prior. I mean, if it were like, you know, half a year difference, it would kind of matter. And it's not a rule or anything like that. It's just sometimes we have to find a way to differentiate. But in my mind, they were filed in the same week, which again is curious. And I'm sure there's a story behind it.
I mean, I could,
Mr. Pierkowski, can you actually put your names on the record? I know we didn't do that yet.
Sure. Jacob Pierkowski of the Tarantino Law Firm, joined by Robert Heil of SLA Solutions, the consultant, as well as the applicant principals, Jeffrey and Randa Harrington.
Okay. What, should we hear the protest of the other store? Do you want to hear the story?
I mean,
Yeah,
we
I'd
might as
like
well
to
just,
hear how
it should
he's-
be on the record, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to hear how council is supporting one store and opposing the other. What is your argument there?
Well, the protest is simply that there need not be two stores in the area and that my client is the better suited applicant.
Okay, and how so?
Because Mr. and Mrs. Harrington run a convenience store, a grocery store, gas station on the property. They've owned the store and operated the store for over 20 years. They're upstanding members of the community. They're heavily involved in the community. And the location in which this liquor store is slated to go is on the same property. It was formerly a laundromat. It's a property that they own, that they've developed. And Mr. Harrington's family developed this property, I think, in excess of 50 years ago. So they have very deep roots and deep ties to this specific location and to this community. They live very close to the store. They're going to be the full-time owners and operators. And at worst, they'd be next door at the convenience store. So they're perfectly suited for this. They know the market, they know the area, and they know the property because it's theirs. They'll take wonderful care of it. I think there's a couple things to point out. The area in which we're located specifically is really a thoroughfare for people to Buffalo and Rochester, as well as the surrounding lakes and recreational communities, as I pointed out in my letter. So we look at this as something that will service the town itself, but because we're on Route 19, we also look to service people who are going to be going to the adjacent lakes and the Genesee River for summer activities.
Can I ask you a quick question, counsel? My apologies. The distances here in the four stores that we had figures for go from 7.6 to like 14.1 miles. There's a significant distance between all these stores. And I certainly appreciate, you know, what you've said about your clients and their ability. But the numbers, and I've already talked about how I do my math, do indicate, you know, upwards in sales. So why can't two stores be supported? Why can't both these applications be supported with that in mind?
But yeah, well, they may be, and you know, we're not here to die on the hill that it can only be our store. If the agency were to permit to approve both, that would be fine. We just want to make sure that obviously our application is approved here.
Okay, so you're not saying that you are in such protest of the other store that you'd rather not have a store versus them having a store? Because if you both don't want to open the store because you don't believe there's enough demand to support two stores, you have to say that now.
No, that's correct. If the agency were to license both stores, we would not oppose. If there was only one store, of course, I'm going to advocate that my clients are the better applicant here.
Okay, all right.
All right. And what is the distance between the two applicants, counsel?
Just about a half mile.
0.4 miles. All right, let's just, I think, are you good?
Ready to vote?
Good.
Can we actually have,
Oh, yeah.
do you want to vote this one and then hear from Shane?
No, I think we can vote on both of them at the same time.
Can the people that showed up for Shane actually come up and put their names on the record
That's good.
as well before we do this?
Oh, sorry.
Hello, Shane Enders.
I'm Bronwyn Enders, I'm his wife.
Okay,
All right.
all right, so let's vote on 10.
All right, the members are ready to vote for the Matt Inc., Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, you know, again, I appreciate the presentations, and based on what I've said thus far, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm gonna find public convenient advantage. The next store is 7.6 miles away, and then the next one after that is 10 miles. The applicants are licensees of our agency and have control over the property, and so I'm going to find public convenience advantage.
All right, so that one's been approved. And then
Thank you,
for number 11, Shane David Enders, Commissioner De Leon
Again, for the reasons that I've stated, I vote to approve.
and Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. While we just licensed the store 0.4 miles away, the next store is 7.2 miles away. Since these applications came in during the same week at the same time, we are going to believe that there is that much development going on in Belfast that it justified two stores, and we're going to try to let you guys see how you can figure out splitting up the market here and compete with each other. I'm going to find public convenience advantage also because this is a non-bulletproof store and it's relatively small, about 700 square feet. And so good luck.
And no cooperative buying.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
members.
thank you. Next in Buffalo is number 63, Luxor Sips LLC. 63. This was not on the list I sent you. How you doing? Are you the licensee?
Yes, I am. Tara Thunderbird.
Yep.
You don't have representing counsel with you today?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you have not been operating?
No.
Okay.
I actually have a application in for a removal.
A removal? Where are you gonna move to?
I am moving to 25 North Johnson Park in Buffalo.
Where is that? Where are you with that?
It's in
Maureen.
downtown Buffalo.
No, I'm asking her where
Oh,
the
I'm
application is
sorry.
at in our process.
Okay.
Okay, while she's looking, so I'm concerned that you're submitting to lesser hours while you're also applying for a removal. I actually remember you. I don't want to give you lesser hours if you're going to a new location because your full board steps are already limited at 12 o'clock close, recorded background live jazz music only. Dancing and promoters were already prohibited. But somehow among these, this offer, you have agreed to lesser hours. So
Yes, if I may.
Have you filed the application?
Yes.
There's no removal of.
You have filed
Yes.
that.
When did
I-
you mail the application?
I have actually my consultant did that and he's not with me.
Know when?
So I'm not sure what date.
Who's your
he
consultant?
submitted. Justin Giuliani.
Oh.
Okay, we have not received the application. If you think that it was mailed, it hasn't been
Okay.
yet.
Okay, so if I may speak regarding the hours and the conditions that were set.
yeah.
Okay, so we did have all of those conditions, but the conditions that were set on our application when I was at 3199 Main Street were based on the building having stipulations on it because of the previous things that had taken place in that location. So the new location that I am moving to has a clear record. They don't have any disciplinary actions previous, and it's also in the entertainment district in Buffalo. It's literally 1 block away from Chippewa Street. So I'm moving into a better situation, hoping to have expand my clientele and just have a better demographic as far as employees and customer base.
I understand, but there are two issues with that. One is if the SIPs you think are applying to a prior business, I have in front of me a record that you created for your business that is unfortunately now going to follow you to the new location.
Yes, I fully understand that, but I also believe that the location that I was in somewhat determined the type of clientele that I had.
I know, I feel bad. I mean, I'm not your lawyer. I almost feel like you should surrender this license and apply again. I know it shouldn't say that.
Nobody.
I'm trying to help. So you're in safekeeping, you're trying to move. When are you ready to open at the new location?
I'm ready to open now.
You're ready to open, but we don't have your removal.
Yes, my plan is to open without liquor at the moment. I'm just gonna open and run a business. And when my application comes across your desk, I was under the understanding that my application was already submitted. So that's just a discrepancy that I'll have to follow up with Justin and to find out exactly why it hasn't been submitted yet, because I was under the interpretation that it had been. He's not here with me, so I can't ask him about that. Oh, my husband is here, and he said that Justin said that it is in, so I'm not sure exactly what the process is from when he sends it in to when it meets to you guys. I don't know what the process is with that.
Does he know when Justin mailed it? I don't know if he wants to come up and, oh, I think he's calling him. I don't know if we want to.
When did you mail it out?
Justin?
Should they adjourn it?
Saturday morning, he mailed it out.
Saturday morning, so it may not have come across your desk.
Okay, so. I don't know. I mean, we could look at this, but it's neither here nor there. I mean, usually we would decide on the disciplinary, and then we can ask for the removal to come here. But I'm nervous about, I don't want to put these hours on her if she's gonna move to a different location. I mean, the fine is a separate issue because significant things that happen here. I mean, you know, what has happened at this location, it's very serious. You know, I don't want to discount that.
Absolutely, and I don't take it lightly either, which is why I know I put in the conditional no contest and that my presence was not necessary to come here, but I did want to stand before you guys and let you know that I do understand the severity of the situation, and I'm not taking it lightly at all, which is why, as I said, I've chosen to remove myself from that location and try to put myself and my family in a better business situation and to be able to
you know what, ma'am?
Reach the community in a better
I think that
way.
you should go back and talk. I'm gonna adjourn this.
Okay.
I think you should go back and talk to your consultant. If I were you, I would submit cancel and bond here. I'm just being honest with you.
So over
Because
to
the fine is gonna be so significant.
Yeah, I was gonna easily double it.
Yeah.
Go to cancel and bond. Ma'am, the information that we have here, you know, we're talking about not holding you to the hours that the information I have is that you weren't keeping to begin with. You know, incidents that happened at 2:30 in the morning that started inside your club that resulted in somebody's death. This is serious stuff. Reports of shots fired. You know, I cannot take that lightly. The safety of the public is huge in my estimation. All right, so to say you're moving to a new location and, you know, I'm going to start fresh, and I don't know that I'd want to see your hours extended because you haven't abided to the hours that you had.
Well, the hours that we had were based upon the buildings.
Ma'am, the hours that you
I walked
had,
into a situation with those hours.
it doesn't matter. The hours that you have are the hours that you have until they are proved to be changed. The law is the law, and we follow it until it is changed. So
Understood.
I just can't buy that. I think the chair.
You were supposed to close at midnight, sir. Recorded background, live music, jazz music. You were having promoted DJ events, you know, people fighting on the street.
Well,
As the commissioner, mentioned that someone was killed outside your location.
I was speaking on what hours would you place on her now?
Well, based on the.
No, I'm about to cancel your license.
I think the chair gave, I think the chair
This
gave
was a
you.
no contest.
Sir,
It doesn't matter.
I think the chair has made a very, very good suggestion. Adjourn this, speak to somebody who really knows what they're doing in this area, and come back. Because I'm only one vote, but I have a huge problem here, all right? And maybe if you can have someone come back and address our concerns, my concerns can be assuaged, all right?
And what was the fine gonna be?
January 30th, so January 30th.
Yeah, January 30.
All right, Commissioner.
January
Neal
30th? Okay.
And Commissioner Maya.
January 30th.
January 30th.
And just mark the removal, make sure it comes here. And if we can hear it together, we can. I don't usually like to do that, but I'm willing to do it.
This will be back here January 30th. All right.
And what was the price of the fine?
So talk to your representative, because that's who put in the CNC, the offer. So talk to him and then further discuss what happened today, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the next item is in Buffalo and Albany. It's 77C, C as in cat, Eastwood Liquor Corp.
77B.
C. So this, again, we have opposition in Albany and we have the applicant in Buffalo.
Mr. Roper, did you say E or B? B as in boy?
C as in cat.
C.
Oh, C, jeez.
Yeah.
Need to go to a doctor. Okay.
So there were allegations last time that the husband's store was violating rules.
The finances were insufficient. Then she said she could also borrow from her husband who owns a liquor store.
But we did this and it said that we were fine. So we're supposed to review the bank statements.
So on April 30th, there was a balance of 13,000. Now you're saying there's a balance of $51,951. Did we get appearances on the record? Not yet.
No, not yet. If Mr. Piakowski wants to introduce himself.
Sure. Good morning, Jacob Pierkowski. I'm joined here by the applicant, Rhea Hans of Eastwood Liquor.
Yeah, so are you opposition, ma'am?
Yeah, she's opposition.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, members, and Happy New Year. Alexandra Becker of Whiteman, Osterman, and Hannah. With me, I have Viral Patel from Syracuse Liquor, and we are here in opposition. I think as Chair Fan was recounting, there's a lot on the record here. This is the third time this matter, fourth time actually, I think in total, has now been before the board. I'm not going to get into all of our arguments. I think we've heard all of that ad nauseum, but I think the remaining major concerns on our end, apart from the fact that there are already 6 stores within 2 miles, is the fact that this is not an experienced applicant. This applicant's husband owned a store. I believe other stores who are not here today made certain allegations about the actions of his store. We're not going to get into that, though I certainly hope that was looked into. Our biggest issue is the fact that we have concerns that this is not an experienced applicant. They have not shown nearly enough capital to get this business up and running. As we've said, this is a 5,400 square foot retail space alone, not even including the storage. Even if they're now claiming they have almost $52,000, they're probably at least $150,000 short of what it would actually take to stock at bare bones this store. And that's not even taking into account the fact that they've presumably been paying some form of rent for the last 2 years. They expect to have multiple employees. And then attendant to that, we also have the normal expenses of operating a business in addition to inventory, fit ups, insurance, and all these other things. And they, despite having had many, many opportunities to put before the board, how they're going to finance this matter, they have not done so. We have not seen the bank statements. We foiled them from the authority appreciating needs for privacy, we got 30 redacted pages, so we don't know, we're not seeing what you're seeing. But if the total is $52,000, we would submit that that is woefully short to support a business of this size. And on top of all that, we genuinely do not believe that the issuance of this license would serve the public convenience and advantage based on the proximity of so many existing stores.
All right.
Do I have it right? This is a proposed 5,400 square feet?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
I have a note that says that $40 a square foot. Is that correct?
I have the lease here. Let me check. Lease has rent of $3,500 monthly.
May I ask, where did the $40 per square foot come about?
Yeah, I don't know.
That doesn't
I have a note.
remotely come close.
Yeah, I have a note that says that. I don't know where.
Come close to what?
In other words, the square foot lease cost is less than $9.
It's not $40. I mean, Manhattan office space is $40.
I know, because I have office space, man. I know what it is. I'm just saying I have a note, and that's why I asked where it came from.
Okay.
I think that it's one of the letters said that the cost to set up is $40 per square foot.
All right, maybe
That's where the protest says.
Okay.
Yeah, there were some opposition articles submitted at our last appearance, or maybe 2 appearances ago, that were pulled from Toast or various other industry publications. I don't know I was unable to determine the source of sort of the economics of those articles, but maybe that's where they came from.
Support the start of this business. They're not disclosing it. They've had multiple opportunities to disclose it, so we have to vote on that. That's
Okay,
it.
that's fine.
All right, Donald.
All right, if the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon.
Voting on reconsideration.
Did we give council, is there
No,
anything
it's
further
not
you
a
wanted to say?
recon. This is
It is a recon.
Yeah, reconsideration was granted. If I could just refresh the members' recollection here.
Okay.
This was held over, my first reconsideration was granted, and then there was an adjournment so that we could provide updated financials. We did provide those financials before the last meeting. Unfortunately, they didn't make it to the members. So we were asked to adjourn again to come here today. I did resubmit them again just to make sure that they were received. But Commissioner De Leon, just to try to address your concern, which is a valid concern here, the initial amount that was disclosed was only from one of Ms. Hans's bank accounts. She has a personal account and a corporate account, which, per my submission, total $55,461. She receives payment from her work as a cashier at a grocery store called Syracuse Market. Those are the check copies that are submitted as part of that. She also has been working in a liquor store since 2021, which is disclosed on her application. So I think the opposition's vociferous argument that my client is not experienced is woefully inaccurate. I think my client's very experienced. She knows retail. She has sufficient funds to do this. Whether we think it should be $55,000 or $80,000, that's kind of up to her. If she wants to merchandise the store in a way that doesn't utilize shelf space and uses floor space, that's perfectly in her discretion. We have significant distance between the stores, and the reality is that only one store submitted gross sales numbers, and that's Syracuse Liquor, and those sales are robust.
So her husband owns a liquor store though, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It sounds and appears, and please address this, that it might be the husband actually running this store.
No, Ms. Hans can speak to that. This will be her store.
Yeah, this will be my store. My husband will not do anything in this. He will not be the part of this store. This will be my store.
Are you gonna quit? You gonna quit the other jobs that you say that council
Yes.
said you have?
Yes, I will.
I know, but if he's the one providing the finances behind the store, that's.
No, he is not providing any finances. He is not helping.
I know, but we just told you that based on the numbers you've submitted, it's not possible that you can open a 5,000 square foot store with $50,000.
In my knowledge, I can spend 10,000 for shelving, just for the walls, and 5,000 for the computer system, and other for the remaining amount I can invest for the inventory. So for starting, I will just put inventory on a floor, and let me start my business initially for the smaller, then I will grow.
I know, but where are the products coming? If you're getting the products on credit of your husband's store, that's exactly what would violate the rules here.
No, I'm not asking help for my husband for the credit. I will do it by my own.
I know, but where are you getting the products from? To 5,000 square foot, you need, I don't know, 10,000 SKUs, 5,000 SKUs. That's not $50,000. Otherwise, everybody on the street will be starting a liquor store.
I have 60,000 in my account right now. It's my earning. I'm investing so much. I'm working from 2021. I came to US in 2020 and I started working from 2021. And I'm investing to start my own business. Let me start from small. Just give me a chance.
She's not working, right? She's one.
You just said you were gonna start your business by putting the product on the floor?
Yeah, on a boxes, on yes, not on a floor, but display,
Stacking boxes.
Yes.
I mean, if it's a 500 square foot store, I can maybe see it. There's no way. I mean, that's not even in line with public convenience advantage to open a store that all the products on the floor. That makes no sense.
Are the members ready to vote?
All right.
So recon was granted on November 20th. So we are now voting on the application. Commissioner De Leon.
For the reasons stated on the record, respectfully, I must decline the application.
Mr. Maya.
I initially thought this would be an easy one after reading everything, and I agree with the attorney, the council. I believe that this is a discrete area of Syracuse. I'm familiar with it. I think that Eastwood area is completely different than the other areas. The objective comes from the opposite side of 690, which is a large Erie Boulevard rather, and 690. I don't find a problem with the location at all. I also am in favor of this application on this point for the social, economic, and other reasons, and where it's located on James Street. I'm going to say that, and you have the support of the mayor by the letter of, I think, November of 24 from council. What makes this a little more difficult for me is basically the boxes on the floor is making it difficult for me, because otherwise I would have zero questions insofar as my other analysis here. I'm going to vote to approve, but it became a much more difficult yes for me than it was prior to hearing about the inventory issue. So I say yes.
Chair.
I'm going to vote to deny. I just don't think that the finances provided meet the bar of the lab test of whether we think this operator is operating independently from another liquor store. And I do want to note on the record that regardless of the accusations, just to be fair to the other licensee in question here, we have found no wrongdoing. And so I just want neighboring stores to perhaps, be more mindful of accusations against their competitors, they do mean something, and it's not nice to create that kind of karma. So, however, I'm going to find no public convenience and advantage in this instance and vote to deny.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
All right, Nicole, there's nothing else in Buffalo. You can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next in Albany is number 54, JANVI Corp. Is also connected to 55, but 54 is,
But we're at 5-4.
yep, 5-4.
Actually, I'm representing them both, and they're both here. You want to do them together, or?
No, not really.
Okay.
54. Sometimes, guys, when you hire the same lawyer, it's hard for us to understand that there is actual separation between your businesses. I just want to note that for the record. But for 54,
Can you put your names on the record? I'm sorry, sir.
It's Glenn Kavista representing JANVI Corp, and I have my client, Chief Padihar.
So is it accurate, licensing, is it accurate that 54, despite the name 52 Second Wines and Liquors, it's only allowed to sell wine?
JANVI Corp?
Yes.
We have it licensed as liquor.
Okay. So where do I have this information?
The other one. Yeah, the other one. So they're brothers. Yeah.
Is the other one only allowed to sell wine? Well, sometimes there's a full board.
That is a liquor store as well.
Okay. All right, so that's wrong information.
What's the wrong
information?
That there's a wine only one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so do you guys want to explain what happened here?
Well, if I may, Chair,
The
please.
charges are slightly different here. I mean, do you want to go back and change the charge here? Because the charge on 54 is sell without appropriate license and permit, which is the wine-related allegation. The other one is purchase from unauthorized source, which is the commingling of the goods. So do we need to change the charge on 54? We may need to adjourn these. Yeah, you go ahead, sir.
If I may, for the record, to respond to your comment about the same representative for both. I represented the Chief Padihar for a long time, and when his brother wanted to open up his store, they naturally called me for assistance, and they've remained my clients for a long time.
You applied for both of these stores for them in 2005 and 2013?
Correct.
Okay, at the time, did you tell both of them that they cannot co-op buy?
That conversation was never had. They were told to apply to purchase strictly from the distributors.
Okay, well, moving forward, if you represent family members, you should definitely make it a mindful reminder to them that they should not be co-op buying, so we're not in this situation.
Understood.
But okay, go ahead.
In this case, if you note the dates, this was during the COVID period. Being family members, the one ran short of a product, and he allowed his brother to borrow it. There was no payment, no exchange of cash or anything. And when the brother got his stock back, he gave it back to him. So we don't, we're not buying and selling. We're just helping out a family member, which they both realized was wrong. And
I don't want to be argumentative, but what does be during COVID have anything to do with anything? It's because the package stores were the people that were thriving the most out of the entire country, out of small businesses. So
Short
telling
staffing.
me that this was during COVID, was it like a safety thing that they didn't want deliveries or?
Short staffing and just complete chaos.
The prosecutor's trying to go here.
Okay.
The sell without appropriate license permit, it doesn't have a wholesale license to do that. That's where it comes from.
Oh, okay.
So they were selling it like a wholesaler, and they don't
I
have
see
a
what you're saying,
license
right.
to be a wholesaler.
Not the
Right,
product,
but they're saying that there was no exchange of money. So why are you submitting to a CNC if you're saying that 50-second wines and liquors did not actually receive money for this wholesale transaction to the other store?
Because that was the offer made by counsel, and my clients wanted to resolve the issue with the least amount of problems going forward.
I know, but you can't, it's, sure.
All right, we're going off the record for a brief conference with counsel. We'll be back on shortly.
Wait, can we just let him finish?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you have more to say? Do you want to just finish your narrative
No,
of what happened
no,
here?
that's the long
You're
issue,
saying that
short
he
of it.
was lending cases of wine to his brother's store, and then what?
And when the brother got his stock replenished, he replaced it.
So they would both order the same thing from the wholesaler,
From Southern, yes.
and they were lending it to each other.
Just that one occasion.
Okay. How far are the stores from each other?
25 minutes.
About 25 minutes.
Okay. I mean, it's hard for me to believe it was just one occasion and then we happen to be there during that time. It's like you'd like won the lottery or something. But okay. That's it? You have anything else to say?
No, Chair.
Okay.
All right, so now we're
All right,
going
thank
off
you.
the record for a brief conference with counsel. We'll be back on shortly.
All right, so I mean,
Okay, or we could do it. I'll do it later. I just want you to read the narrative.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with the council. For 54, JANVI Corp, are the members ready to vote, or do you have any further questions?
I'm gonna do, one at a time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I think the chair made an excellent observation here, very astute. It would be a miracle. There'd be a greater chance of being hit by lightning. We just happened to find that this occurred. I don't believe that this is occurring on one occasion. I believe that this is going on an ongoing basis. How ongoing, I don't know, and I don't have proof of that, but that's my belief. And I'm also concerned that if it is going on an ongoing basis, submitting a request for $2,000 is merely a cost-benefit analysis of saying, okay, we'll pay the $2,000 because in the long run, we're not doing too bad. This is working for us. So I believe the 2,000 is too low. I'm going to double that to 4,000, and I'm going to ask and make note of the fact that the situation here should be monitored going forward in terms of enforcement. So that it is clear that this is not something that can go on that can continue on any kind of an ongoing basis. This is only one incident. That's what we have proof of, but it's highly unlikely that it's not a continuing situation. So that's my finding.
Commissioner Maya?
3,500.
Fair?
I'm gonna go with $4,000. I'm gonna note that the licensee have no adverse history. I do understand the 2,000 was a demand made by our council, but I think this board reads the situation differently from council's office and our enforcement information. I think the licensees with their long history know better than to exchange products. I don't really buy the COVID chaos I think it was a time of immense amount of demand from the community of alcohol products. And so I would think that working closer with the wholesaler would be the answer to that and not exchange products back and forth between two stores that are half an hour away. So I am going to be at $4,000, and I think I agree with the commissioner that I also find it hard to believe that this was in one instance. And I encourage stores to not do this because this is against the law, and you have to buy from the appropriate sources. That's the definition of the three-tier system.
So, all right, so that is a counter offer of $4,000. You'll get a letter via email. You can either accept it or not, and you can choose go to hearing. All right.
Well, that's acceptable. Thank you.
All right. So next is 55. SAAHIL Roscoe.
It's 54.
No, it's 55, right? SAAHIL Roscoe Corp.
Oh, okay.
We just did JANVI.
Right. Sorry, 55. Yep. Right, that's right. Okay. All right.
So if you can put your name and his name on the record.
Glenn Kubista for SAAHIL Roscoe.
So I will start by saying that, a few years ago when I was on this board as a per diem member, the penalty for such behavior is cancellation of one of the two stores. While this fact pattern, it's not so voluminous that we will necessarily make that determination, but I just want you to understand that this behavior is really not condoned here, and I really encourage all store owners to not do this. With that, the commissioner will vote.
Well, I guess the members are ready. Commissioner De Leon?
I concur with the chair, and for the reasons stated in the prior case, 54, I recommend a $4,000 fine.
Commissioner Maya?
3,500.
I'm at 4,000.
All right, so same with this one as last. It's a counter offer. You'll get a letter via email.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And they accept them, thank you.
Thank you.
So on the record, they accept both of them already?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next in Albany is number 38, HATTA Caribbean Restaurant and Lounge LLC.
Good morning, board. This is Lorenzo Angelino appearing for the applicant.
So you were supposed to submit a new letter.
That was, yes, it was submitted on January 2nd when the city got it to me. I also submitted some extra material because took a while to get a FOIL request through the City of Newburgh Police Department. I submitted everything on January 2nd. So just to recap, the city had originally objected to this license or this application without letting us know due to the location, whoever was at the location in 2017 had some negative history. There's no relation to this applicant at all. So when we came to appear, we requested that we didn't know that there was an objection. So then the city of Newburgh, we told the city of Newburgh, they withdrew the objection. I guess it was too simple. So I had, and there was also apparently some neighborhood or anonymous complaints against the space. I was able to get all those records as well. I got a new letter, which is dated December 30th. And like I said, I submitted on January 2nd. They added the language that there hasn't been any notable incidents since the applicant began. That's the city of Newburgh, so there's still no objection from the city. I also got the police blotter report for 2 years, and I went through it, highlighted it, and I'm just going through the blotter from 2022 to present. There's a couple of noise complaints, music from bar, disposition by the police officer that went, says unfounded. To me, it sounds like a neighbor that's not pleased with the location or whatever, but the police reports say unfounded. Multiple bar check, spoke with security, no issues. Bar check, no issues. And I'm just going through the bar check, no issues, no issues, no issues. Bar check, no issues. Over and over again. I think, there's even one moderate sized crowd, no issues. There's one loud music back in 2023. They were advised, I believe they complied. Loud music, unfounded. And then that was it. So there's numerous parking, but of course this is a city. There's a lot of other businesses in the area, so you can't see that the parking complaints contributed to this applicant, but over and over again, the police did go, and there's a whole number of unfounded. I also foiled the records, the complaints from the liquor authority. Again, anonymous complaints from some neighbor saying things, but unfounded by police. There's one.
Sir, you seem to dismiss those, but those are what we're concerned about. You seem to think that a neighbor saying something that they're allowed is not relevant because the police then found nothing. Our job here is to make sure that the neighbors are happy with this business. If they are serving outside of their allowable class, for example, or if they are having promoted events, having DJs, and bringing a group of patrons that are disturbing the neighbors, that's what we're here for.
Understood. I also did speak to my client. This neighbor did approach my client and said things such as, you guys shouldn't be here. And also her landlord advised that this particular neighbor had tried to buy the building in the past. Take that what it may be. I understand that these are complaints that they filed. However, the police reports show that these complaints, which it may be the same neighbor, may not be, no unfounded. So
I mean,
I'm
what
just
we
presenting
found
what
is
we
that-
have from
Is
police.
this supposed to be a restaurant?
This was a restaurant, but we did note that there was DJ entertainment in the original application back in 2022.
Are there no tables downstairs?
Tables? There's
Are there tables
tables.
downstairs?
Yes.
Do you clear the tables for dance floor, ma'am?
Do you do what?
Do you move the tables around?
To the side, no, don't really take them out. It's
Do you
like,
serve liquor at your location?
it's like baby showers or birthday or something like that.
Not
I
like she's
understand.
asking
So-
about liquor.
Oh, sorry?
You know that your applied for class of service is only restaurant wine because there is, I believe, a 200-foot rule issue. You're across the street from a church. So do you understand that you're not allowed to serve liquor?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's any liquor that's being served at your location, you have to remove it. You understand that, right?
If anyone?
Liquor,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So she has some hearing issues.
Counselor, you mentioned the landlord. The landlord was the previous licensee at this location, is that correct?
Yes, that's what he said.
Right. And I know that you, well, you know, we have information that there's no connection. I believe you said there's no connection as you started.
She's a completely distinct and
Right.
separate business from any of the prior
Right, so
licenses
this
that
is-
were at this location.
This is a restaurant with a maximum capacity of 100 people, 6 employees, a rent of $2,500 to $3,630, and an investment of less than $25,000 in a building that is, the previous licensee is the landlord of. And I'm a little concerned that the landlord might still be somehow connected to this. Can you assuage that?
He's not connected to this business at all. And as far as I understand, he wasn't the licensee with the issues.
Oh, that's important. Renee, is it Renee Garcia?
Renee Garcia. And what's the dad name? I don't. It's the dad and the son. Of Renee Garcia.
Was he the previous licensee?
I
And we
think
had all
it's
the
the
problems?
dad. I think no, it's not him.
I don't, as far as I don't know, you know, because they weren't involved in this license other than being the landlord.
He only said license issued there before, but it wasn't him. It wasn't Renee.
Well, you're selling only wine, right? I mean, I just don't know how you can
Wine
run a
and beer.
business with so little investment.
They actually began with just food in 2022, before the original temporary was issued. So they were operating with just food, and now it's just beer and wine.
Okay, and that was since 2022, right?
2022 it started with just food, and then I think the first temp was December, I think, of 2022.
Okay, that's good, because the letter that you got from the city says there have been no problems since 2022.
Right.
And, you know, and I commend you for your efforts also in the follow-up as counsel, getting, you know, all those FOIL requests in and getting that information about what the police have found. So I commend you, your efforts in that regard. Okay.
All right. If the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon.
I am. This is an only wine application. The applicant says they have no connection with the previous licensee. Right, I'm a little concerned that the previous licensee is the landlord of the building and we have such a small investment, but you've been operating since 2022 and the city confirms that there have been no problems. So I am going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
We had wanted a better letter from the city and council, as Commissioner De Leon pointed out, was able to get it. And please just make sure you're following your allowance as far as the class is concerned, as far as what you're serving because of the 200-foot rule. But beyond that, I'm gonna vote to approve.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next in Albany is number 65, Liquor Universe Corp. And you're the applicant?
Yes.
Can you put your name on the record?
Good morning, board. My name is H.O.W.L Tandi. I'm from Liquor Universe Corp. I'm the 100% shareholder. There is a request to remove the store from 1145 Central Avenue, Albany, to 1400 Central Avenue.
So you're gonna move next to a beverage center that your wife owns?
That's right.
Is it inside of the beverage center, or it's next door, or what is it?
It's a separate altogether entrance. There will be two, it's like a mini strip kind of division.
And it's just the two of you, or there are other businesses as well?
Just the two.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, well, I do have some concerns. We requested information from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got 4 license expired, 1 no response, 2 no responses. The 1 response we did get only gave us figures for 2024. I guess they're new. There's another new location there also. You're going from 1,740 square feet to 3,050 square feet. And then we have sales to minors, 2014, 2016, 2019, and 2021. A little dated, but that's concerning. Anything you want to say about this, sir?
Well, this my biggest store to me close to is the new location will be the Empire Wine, Bize, and Smith Liquor, and the one on Wolf Road. They're already very big stores. So I don't know how good business they do, but I can only tell why I want to move there.
Do I have this right? It looks like we've put all these new stores there.
Aren't they transferred?
Are they transfers or
I think they're
whatever?
transferred because the two closed and then they purchased it, right?
Is that it? And they're all like, within a mile or something like that.
I would
Yeah. BJ's or something?
Not BJ's, Empire.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
I have no response from you. Okay.
they're very big store, board members. I think they're doing enormous amount of volume. I don't think they have any reason to protest.
They were
for
just
this.
expanded not too long ago.
They
Yeah,
just
they
expanded.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are the members ready to vote?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya,
Approve.
and Chair.
I vote to approve as well. Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
gonna find public convenience and advantage, putting the store next to a beverage center that is owned by a spouse, and relatively significant history here, but I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Yep. And thank you, Ellery. You can sign off.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right, so on to New York City. We have an interpreter that's been waiting the interpreter can come up.
Let's go interpreter and then community board, and then the rest.
I'm the interpreter.
Yep.
Great, hi.
My name is Gonzalo Lopez.
All right, so first is 73 Casa del MOLCAJETE Inc. I'm sure I butchered that. 73.
Good morning and Happy New Year to all. Bob Romano. I'm here with Aurelis Alvarado. And this is a conditional no contest plea in the amount of $1,000. This is for a nighttime violation where the premises had been open till 2:05 a.m. and the licensee was under the mistaken impression that they were able to open until 2 a.m., insisting that they had closed by 2. And obviously they had put in, there is a application for the later hours. It's pending. They learned the hard way that this is not conditional just on the community board approval. It needs obviously the approval of the authority.
Were you her lawyer when we
No,
put the SIPs on?
no, I was not.
And the longer hours application is the class change application that you're referring to?
Yes. I believe there is also an application in there to extend the hours.
Okay, can those come to full board, please? I'm gonna counter at 5,000.
Commissioner De Leon
5,000.
and Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, well, I thought 1,000 was a bit low, but I was around 2,000, so I'll just say 2,000.
This is not a big place,
They
anything.
have 2 items in the past 3 years, 2 years on the record.
Okay.
And they're already applying for a class change and then telling us that they didn't know they had a time. It's not believable.
So the counteroffer is 5,000.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Let her know she'll get a letter. So you can let her know there'll be a letter in the email. It's a counteroffer of $5,000. She can accept it or reject it and go to hearing.
All right. What's the next one?
All right. So next that needs a Spanish interpreter is 37 ISLA BONITA NYC Corp. Okay. 37.
Good morning, members of the authority. Happy New Year. Thank you for considering this application. I want to commend the members of the authority for taking the time and bringing this up to the table. This is a hot spot in Washington Heights. Isla Bonita is located at 3950 10th Avenue, Store B, in between Store A and Store C. Store A is 1111. Store C is Morelia, made in Mexico, and, little controversial up there. But I'm so privileged to be representing Roberto Soriano in this location. He's nestled, it's 120 square feet of restaurant, nestled in between these two controversial establishments. He distinguishes himself. He's 38 years old, born and raised in Italy, came here and started maintenance in both locations, cleaning, and then the landlord offered him the spot in the middle, and he created a beautiful environment. He brought in some pictures of what it looks like now. He built it himself. He even brought the menus. It opens at 12 during the day. He's there at 7 a.m. opening the doors so the chef can prepare the food for the location. The community board gave him till 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. He closes at 12. He, you know, on the weekends, he closes much earlier than Morelia and 11:11. We're looking at, he's requesting 2 a.m.
Community board steps.
You know what? I asked them to email them to you as before this hearing. They did not, but I have the steps from the hearing from, I don't have them physically with me. It's 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. We don't want 4 a.m. We only want 4 a.m. Friday, Saturday, even maybe 3 a.m. with 2 a.m. closing all the other days of the week. The menu is an extensive restaurant menu. He even has brunch on Sundays. This young man created everything from scratch. It's 120 square feet, 26 seats, 5 seats at the bar, 6 tables, a location of negligible size, and he even closes at midnight the days of the week. There's no more I can say. He wanted to address the members of the authority because.
Could I interrupt
Sure.
you for a second? You've said twice it's only 120 square feet, but it looks bigger. Are you sure that's?
No, it's 120
That's like
restaurant
10 by
space.
12?
Restaurant space.
I just want to clarify, are you sure you're serving this menu at this restaurant?
Yes. It's tiny. I wanted you to hear from the applicant.
That we were, both of us, the chair and I, focused on. It's a great looking spot. All right, but it kind of, the ad looks like you're serving in a styrofoam.
It's open at 12 during lunch and they have takeout.
Is this something he just does for food to go?
This
is not how people are getting food at the table, right?
No.
Yes.
Explícale tu method of operation.
Okay, yo.
By the
Good
way,
morning.
I'm Team Isla Bonita.
Yeah.
I know, sometimes when you do a show and tell, like, it has to be logical too.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, sir.
El concepto mío básicamente
His concept basically
es de lunch en el día.
is serving lunch in the daytime.
Después de las 6 tengo
After
lo que
6,
el dinner
he has dinner
con el menú, con el segundo menú que
with the
tiene.
second menu
Y el
that
especial que tengo ahí de $10
and the special of the
es
$10
para el MCM que tengo en el frente.
for the
Porque
MTA.
son muchos
That
empleados.
is across the street because there is a lot of employees.
He has the MTA station.
Exacto. Por eso.
So it's recorded live DJ karaoke music with that menu.
También tenés el karaoke y DJ con ese menú.
Después de las 6 no, cambia.
After 6, no, it changes.
After 6 is not that menu.
No, it's different menu.
It's a different.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
And there's a bathroom waiver request.
Hay un baño.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, so we didn't get anything from community board. So you're gonna have to take a seat. Because I want to give you the hours that you think you have. But we just have to verify it.
Okay, I'm gonna call them as well.
And he may or may not need to stay. I am not. I feel badly, but I can't make him stay.
But
All right, let's recall this one.
Thank you, Melo.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next application that needs an interpreter. So we have a couple more. Next is 42 Kiss Me Bar Court.
Oh, you don't need an interpreter.
What?
No, they do. Stay.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a few more.
Okay, please call the number again.
It's 42.
Thank you.
Good morning, member. My name is Sam Paul. I'm the representative here for Kiss Me Bar. And then right next to is applicant, Ms. Jada. We are operating September 2023 by temporary license until now. And then during the operating, and then we have 3 case of the police report. And this is Ms. Jada gonna explain to it.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
There's
There's a what?
3 case of the police report.
Okay.
And I can explain to you a little bit. There's a 12/16/2023 and also January 1st, 2024. There are 2 cases that belong to, it's not our restaurant case. There's actually the next to the same, using the same address, 4218A Junction Boulevard. That's a restaurant bar. And only we are casing the March 30, 2024, there's a little fighting inside in the restaurant, and then Mr. Jada gonna explain to you what exactly happened.
Okay.
You can explain to fighting.
Okay, esta fue la pelea. La pelea que fue.
So sorry, the grand larceny in December 16th is a different location, but the same address? A
Yes,
different
so it was
license?
next to the bar.
Next door, okay.
Yeah, next door.
But you were talking about 3:30 where there's a fight inside.
There's a
and
fighting
that did
inside in
happen
that's the actually our restaurant, and then Mr. Jada gonna explain to what exactly happened.
Okay, what about the June event?
June 1st?
Yes.
That's the actually next one.
That's next
restaurant.
door.
Yes.
Okay.
The name of the popular bar restaurant.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
She's gonna explain.
She's gonna explain
fight.
to fighting.
Okay.
Buen día, feliz
Hello.
año nuevo. Mi nombre es Aida
Happy New
Perea.
Year.
La pelea pasó realmente,
The fight
empezó
happens when-
afuera.
outside the bar.
Llegaron 4 personas, 2 parejas.
4 people came in, like 2 couples,
Estaban tomando,
And they were
estaban
drinking.
comiéndose unos chicken wings,
And
así
eating
pasando
chicken
la
wings.
tarde agradable.
and they were having fun.
De un momento a otro, ellos se fueron a fumar afuera.
In one moment, they went to outside to smoke.
Cuando ellos estaban alegando afuera, pero
And-
nosotros no lo vimos como muy grave,
And-
alegaban
and they
como algo duro.
They started getting, into, like a shouting match or something, but it wasn't that big of a deal. It looked like it wasn't a big deal.
Cuando la señora empezó, no sé, una de las esposas de los señores
One of the
entró,
wives
empezó
came
como a
in,
alegar muy brusco
and she started getting, more obfuscated, like more,
y estrujó al esposo,
and she pushed the husband.
pero lo estrujó hacia adentro. Ellos estaban afuera y ella lo estrujó como adentro cuando alguien abrió la puerta.
She pulled him in, when somebody opened the door.
Entonces se entraron y al entrarse en los 4
So they
empezó una
came in,
discusión
and
ahí.
when the 2 couples entered the establishment, they started arguing, again, and fighting.
Normalmente la mesera le pregunta que si todo está bien.
Normally, the waiter, will ask, if everything is okay,
Entonces la señora le contestó agresiva a la bartender.
and then she was, the lady was aggressive towards the bartender.
Y de ahí ella le empezó a decir cosas feas y groseras al esposo.
From there,
la
the
señora.
things escalated, and it was like, like cursing back and forth.
Y el esposo como que le iba a tirar a ella.
So the husband, was kind of like, pushing her off too.
Entonces ahí se iba a meter el amigo
Then the friend stepped in
para separarlos.
to separate them.
Cuando él les quería separar, el esposo muy agresivo lo estrujó y se fue contra la barra.
And the husband pushed the friend, towards the bar.
Y entonces en la barra había unas personas sentadas
So,
y el estrujón fue tan fuerte
It was people around the bar sitting at the bar, and
cuando lo estrujó tan fuerte, el de la barra se tambaleó y se cayó.
she pushed the friend so hard, that the other person, the other patron, it was on the bar sitting on the stool. He fall down.
Ajá, y ahí empezó el revuelo,
So then is when the fight started.
porque se cayó el de la barra, entonces ya se metió al de al lado, que por qué me tumba, que
Because
por
he
qué.
was like, hey, why you push me, like, fall,
Entonces ya se metió todo el
The
mundo
fight
ahí.
escalated,
Ujú.
and they started fighting.
Can I,
But it's not 500 foot.
can I ask a few questions, all right? I want her to understand the history that I have in front of me. She's had a temporary license since December of 2022 through May of 2023, is that correct? Want me to get this?
No, we're good. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. In January of 2023, we found that the location was operating as a bar with no food, hookah, DJ dancing, a sign that said Cane Liquor for Sale, and the method of operation did not allow for a DJ or dancing. That was in January. 7.
Yes,
On
2023.
2023. In January 11th, 2023, there was alcohol sold to an 18-year-old. There was no questioning that.
Se estaba vendiendo a un muchacho de 18 años.
On December 16th, 2023.
En diciembre del 23.
The NYPD has a report of a grand larceny that occurred at the location.
La policía tiene un reporte.
Let me correct it.
Hold on. Let me finish and then you can correct. Then on March 30th, 2024, the NYPD has a report of a fight inside, which is what was, I think, discussed. Now, I know that the applicant says she has a lease agreement with the previous licensee and a purchase agreement for the bar for $20,000, and that there appears to be no connection. However, the purchase agreement that we got is unsigned, and there's also an unsigned assignment of lease. Can you address all those concerns?
That's for January 7, 2023. That's when she's operating since temporary license, September 22nd, 2020.
Say again, I'm sorry. She had a temporary license during this time in January.
No.
Not in 23. She got hers in September.
23. She's getting the September 22.
I don't know why your numbers are different, but the temp was issued in September of 23 till now.
It's a temporary license.
He's following this.
There is a different temp that was rescinded under someone else. That's not the same temp.
Okay. So
that history is not hers.
This history is not hers?
No.
The one that was rescinded was not hers. That's why she applied, is because there was someone else that was operating poorly there under a different
applicant.
So she took over the property when?
After that,
September
22nd, so she's getting the temporary license for 90 days.
Okay, so the incidents in January, you're saying are not hers?
No, it's not for her.
All right,
It's
so we have
different.
the incident in December, we have the incident in March, and then we have the unsigned.
So I was explaining.
We have the unsigned purchase agreement and the unsigned assignment of lease. Can you address those?
So you were talking about the $20,000 for that? The assignment?
I have that we have.
That was
unsigned.
before, that's not belong to her. This is a new one. I think you're.
What is going on?
So the applicant has a lease assignment with the previous applicant who was disapproved at this location.
Right, and it's unsigned. That's what I have.
Yes, which we can make a condition of approval.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's one thing.
Yeah.
And then there's a purchase agreement, that's also unsigned. That's what I read.
Yes.
Solo desde ahí es para mí, es for me.
Okay, you can answer the question. Why are all the documents unsigned?
Porque los documentos no están los documentos.
She's purchased at the restaurant for all the equipment.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, that's all right, that's all right.
But since it's anything happened, criminal activity is not belong to her.
I know, but
Yes.
you're not answering the questions. He's telling you that the purchase agreement and the lease assignment are both unsigned by the applicant, and you submitted these documents on her behalf. So do you look at these documents before you send them to us? Because they should at least be signed and executed to prove that she actually has rights to these, because if it's not signed, then there could be an inference that she's not actually responsible or on the hook and that someone else is actually still involved here. The people with the bad history, namely. You understand?
But as you said, this is the previous, the applicant.
They lost the town.
I get that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, I see that it's a condition of the approval, so it's a little confusing for me.
All right, you go ahead.
Ready to vote or?
Okay, I am going to approve with the conditions that you provide signed documents.
Okay. Lo van a aprobar con las condiciones.
I approve on the same condition.
Okay.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, board. Thank you.
Tenga buen día. Dios los bendiga. Gracias, mi amado.
So, Aurelia? Yeah. Mr. Veras did forward me a resolution, a community board resolution.
Oh, amazing.
And,
Can you,
so that-
did you forward it to me?
I'll forward it to you right now. So again, that's for 37 Isla, Bonita, and West Seaport.
Are we still on the record?
Yeah, we are right now.
This has nothing to do with what's probably going to transpire. I'm looking at your application, I'm looking at the floor plan, and I'm looking at even the pictures, which could be distorted. Are you saying that's a 120 square foot space? That's like this big right here.
Restaurant space, the dining area.
Because it shows bigger on the, okay, I was only confused on that, but I don't know how relevant that will be as we proceed, okay.
It's the dining area.
Yeah, 120 square feet is 10 by 12.
This is only the dining area.
The frontage, the front.
So I just forwarded it to everyone along with the email from the district manager.
Let me just save really fast.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Watch. Hopefully it's.
Also, I just wanted to.
All right, just give us a moment. Oh, no, I don't have it.
No?
Can you just guys sit down? Let us.
All right, we got
go through
another
this.
one. I'm sorry. We do have it. I sent it.
Okay,
They just don't have it.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I got it, now I got it on my computer.
Oh, now I got it.
Yes.
Do you want me to call the next one, or do you just want to take a
I'm
little
not-
bit?
Just give us one moment.
Yeah.
Call the next one.
Okay. Next one, who also needs a Spanish interpreter, is 12 El Buen, Sabor, Hondureño, Deli, Restaurant Corp.
You know, Maureen. Yes. This letter is from December of 23. Yeah, we don't have it.
Okay, where'd you call?
I know, but
So it's 12.
We gotta have a better system, because we asked for these and then we were like, we don't have it.
and you know.
Hi.
Hi.
Javier Oral? No, no problem.
What
Javier Oral,
number?
12.
representing William Vanegas, El Buen Sabor Hondureño Restaurant.
I'm sorry, you have to speak up just a little bit.
Javier Oral. My client is William Vanegas of El Buen Sabor Hondureño Restaurant Corp.
Okay. Do you know the prior licensee here?
For wine and beer?
No, no,
Oh.
she has.
Do you know the person who used to run this business?
Oh, ¿sabes la persona que estaba moviendo los negocios aquí?
Antes,
Antes.
no, es como otra, o sea, yo estoy viendo como una Honduras y allá había como de
He says, yeah, pero ¿quién era el dueño del establecimiento? ¿Lo conoces?
No,
No.
yo solo renté ahí.
He just rented, but he don't know that person.
Okay, is the prior licensee the landlord? I don't think so.
Submitted a statement that he has no connection with that person.
So
Doesn't know
no
who it is.
no tenés conexión con la persona. No.
Era, o sea, que era como Guyanés, algo así, este restaurante, el nombre, pero ahora es comida hondureña.
It was a Guyanese restaurant before, and now it's a Honduran eatery, a restaurant. But he don't have any.
Yeah, we found out later that they used to use that kind of like as a nightclub and actually had issues. We found out afterwards, but it's completely has no connection whatsoever with the prior licensee.
Okay, what are your hours?
¿Cuáles son las horas que funcionan?
El restaurante,
Sí.
porque de 6 de la mañana a 9 de la noche.
6 in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, 9 p.m.
Okay, so I know that you've been operating under a temp with no problems.
¿Tú estuviste operando sin problemas?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you willing, if we give you until midnight, to commit to not operating to a full liquor license?
Tú puedes saber que hasta las 12 no puedes operar con
Ajá, sí.
At least for maybe 1 or 2 years, just to stabilize?
Por lo menos por 1 o 2 años para ver cómo va.
Okay.
Okay. Are you okay?
Are you still working at Lowe's?
Todavía. I'm sorry, repeat.
Is he still working at Lowe's? He's a manager at Lowe's.
¿Tú estás en el manager?
Sí.
Yes.
Still working there.
¿En Lowe's?
No, si estás trabajando para Lowe's.
Oh, no, por ahora no.
Okay. The answer is no? The answer is no?
Okay.
members ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon,
Okay, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Meyer,
I vote to approve.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote to approve because of the history here, and I have to get the commissioners to agree with me. This location was previously very problematic. It was a revoked license. While the standard here is good cause, I'm going to vote to approve. However, with limiting the hours to midnight across the board, recorded music only, and just so we all know that you committed to not upgrading to a full liquor license at least for 1 year.
Y que si usted no quiere tratar.
All right, Commissioner.
Yeah, I approve with those conditions.
I approve with those conditions.
Si yo quiero en un año.
Tienes que esperar.
Esperar
Sí.
como un provecho.
So yeah, that wasn't his idea anyway, but yeah.
Okay.
So midnight recorded music only, no third-party promoters, no dancing, nothing nightclub-like. Is that okay?
Correct.
No DJ, solo musiquita y hasta las 2 antes.
Correct.
Okay, we understand each other, right?
¿Entendiste bien?
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. I'm just gonna go with the next one as well. 77B El Hanger Restaurant LLC. They need an
Wait,
interpreter
we
as
want to go
well.
back to 37.
Do you want to now?
Yeah, just because he's still here.
Okay. So hold on 1 second for 77B. We'll go back to
Yeah, you
37.
guys good with that? You
Isla
guys look at
Bonita
that
NYC
document?
Corp.
Oh, no, I did not see it.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Was it just emailed? Or was it?
Yeah, it's in your email. I'm sorry, dude. So the letter says Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m., Thursday to Saturday, 4 a.m., DJ karaoke live recorded.
And we just want to correct the measurement. He measured it in Italian meters. It's 1,200 square feet. So he's like, oh my God, I go, 6 feet is that little corner.
Gotta go with the metric system.
Sorry, guys, sorry, we
I
just.
thought it was a phone booth.
Oh,
You still on Celsius too?
Yes. And just so you know, Isla Bonita is beautiful island. It's nestled between two problematic locations, but his hours, he's closing reasonable hours. You know, he has a beautiful plan and he just, I'm really proud to represent this license before you.
I am good with the conditions mentioned by the chair.
Dice que él no tiene problemas, pero bajo las condiciones.
All right, so I'm gonna vote
Commissioner
to,
Maya.
I'm good
Yeah,
with
sorry.
with the conditions as stated by
Yeah.
Chair.
I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. Saturday to Wednesday, 2 a.m., Thursday to Saturday, 4 a.m. There needs to be a good neighbor sign. There needs to be a phone number of a manager on the window. There needs to be a no double parking sign. And I am going to approve with recorded live DJ karaoke music, a bathroom waiver. It's fine. No third-party promoters, security guard as needed.
All right, everyone's okay with that?
And are you planning to do private events?
Yes.
Yes.
So can we agree on 1 a month, 12?
Puede ser que sea uno al mes.
Más o menos tengo la escuela que tengo graduaciones que me están.
He has school graduations coming up, or in the future.
Que ya me han contactado para eso.
That he got contact, by the school for that.
Can we agree on 2 a month?
En 2 meses.
Sí, no, como 3 meses. 3 months.
He's like 3 months. for now.
3 a month?
Oh, tres al
Or
mes.
do you want to do a year thing?
No,
Are you
no.
going to actually
In
do?
3 months.
One a week.
What?
Yeah.
I don't think he
Can we do
understands.
2 a month?
Do al mes?
Yes, maybe.
Then I give it to you 24 in the whole year and you can do 24. But
hacer
when you
24
get
en el
into
Okay, perfect.
private events, it doesn't mean you're reserving a section. It means you're closing the business and
Okay.
you're renting the whole thing out to one operation.
Oh, okay, maybe, okay, so
So
maybe,
2 a month should be sufficient if you're trying to be a restaurant.
okay, maybe 2 a month, 1 month.
Okay, so we'll do 24 private events a year, please.
Y tú tienes que cerrar el,
All right, thank you.
el restaurante
All right.
para ese evento.
Commissioners, okay with that?
Yeah, I'm
Antes y
fine.
después.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you for
Thank
providing
you.
the community board letter.
All right. One more, sir.
No problem.
77B El Hanger Restaurant LLC.
El restaurante.
Good afternoon, Rosa Ruiz, representative.
Hey.
Hi. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
77B.
B.
So this is a temp for the main
Yes.
bar only. They have multiple bars in the business, but this is a temp application for just the main bar.
Yes, and then the permanent application is still pending.
Varias locaciones.
Do you have any
Sí,
issues?
varios.
Yeah, I mean, do I have this right, that Mr. Reynoso has been denied twice on character and fitness grounds?
Yep, so he was denied twice on the character and fitness, but the last application, it really was denied because the community board notice was sent to the wrong board.
Okay.
And then the other one was because there was a question, because I was watching the video and stuff, it was a question that wasn't answered correctly, which now everything has been corrected and
What's the
his,
question?
it was, it didn't put that one of his licenses was canceled. So it was listed on his personal questionnaire, but it wasn't listed on the completed 500-foot questionnaire.
How long ago was that license?
That was 4 years ago.
Okay,
And now it's no longer a 500-foot case.
okay. All right, and the community board does not object?
No, the community board does not object.
The members have any questions?
No, I don't.
All right, if they're ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya,
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve. This is a really huge location, guys,
Yes.
so, the risk of running your business on a temp is that we really expect full compliance, and we do find out if you're not operating out, and it will affect your other applications. So with 400 bodies, I really would try to staff it up with the appropriate security
Yes.
and all of those things, like really go all out. Like, I hate to have you spend money, but
Yes.
I also don't want you to get into a situation and then we have other reports that will impact future.
And Chair, I've gone over all of that with him.
So with that, I'm gonna vote to approve.
And
Thank
for
you.
the main license?
We will need to come back here.
You want to come back for the main?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right.
That was, that's the last one for the interpreter. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. And I know we have CB here who are waiting, but I do want to pull one. They have to leave by 1, and it's a disciplinary case with 1 charge. So hopefully, it's number 60, BHAKTI 150 Inc.
Who needs to leave one?
They do.
The licensee?
The attorney has court, and the licensee wants his
Oh.
attorney here.
Okay, got it.
For BHAKTI 150 Inc., I'm Kenneth Frank, the attorney for BHAKTI. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking me.
I think this is too high, guys.
Non-bona fide? No, what?
Or we-
No,
This
sale
is
to
a
minor,
sale to
sale to minor.
minor.
Yeah, we made the offer that matched the original offer provided by the Liquor Authority. We thought when we started that there's no prior history, so it actually should be less.
Yeah, I know.
But for some reason,
I would
when
go
we
with
spoke to the attorney,
I would go with 3,500.
3,500?
Commissioner Maya, or are you still?
Just 1 second for me. What's the lowest this could be?
What's the lowest?
So, here. Under 18 is 35, but but he's been on operation since before 60.
Okay.
So then it's 3,000 if
Okay.
he has no history.
Okay,
So then it should be 3,500 because he has some history. That's unrelated.
okay. All right. I'll say 3,500.
And Chair.
3,500.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have this community boards that are present. First is 77D as in dog, 77D as in dog. That is 609 PADEL LLC and MOGADOR Greenwich LLC. Yeah, it's the only one right now.
That was pretty good.
Well, good afternoon. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicants. With me is Tony Burkow, Nino Mohatasov, did I say that correctly? And Raphael Ohayan, who are each principals of the two applicants. I believe we are here today only on the application for the temporary permit, not for the full license itself. We did go.
And this is an OP, right?
This is an OP. The premises are a health and wellness club, including a gym, a spa, treatment room, sauna. It includes a full-service restaurant. We have Raphael is here, who is our food and beverage and restaurant operator, who is licensed elsewhere, and he will be running the food and beverage program. There is a rooftop component, which includes paddle courts. Those paddle courts are not part of the licensed space. They are being erected, but they are part of the wellness club, but are not being licensed. It's not part of what we're seeking a license for at all. There was a 500-foot law hearing in this matter. The ALJ Perlman considered the opposition filed by Manhattan Community Board 2 and the residents. He wrote an extensive 9-page report, and he actually went through all of their objections and concerns. He found that they were misplaced. He found that there was a misunderstanding. Just by way of example, a lot of the opposition complains that there's going to be a DJ on the roof. There's no DJ on the roof. There is no music on the outdoor roof ever at any time, recorded DJ or otherwise. That's not the case. And after analyzing the arguments in support and in opposition, the administrative law judge found that the public interest test was satisfied.
Right now.
Now, under,
So,
I want to finish my presentation. There are
usually
a
we
few
hear
things.
from the opposition and community board first.
I do have a question.
Well, let me just make one point before you do that. Under ABCL 97A3, it's sufficient that the ALJ make a recommendation that there be a finding of public interest in order for a temp permit to issue. Again, we're not talking about the final license application, just issuance of the temp. We've satisfied the statutory requirement by having the ALJ issue a favorable report. You have also issued an advisory, number 2022-34, that says, and it pertains to temporary permits, if the ALJ finds public interest, the ST, the temporary permit, can be issued even if there is opposition to the license application. So I think that the opposition issue is not really ripe for this part of the application process. I assume
Yeah,
that.
but it's neither here nor there. I actually think that it's hurtful to you for us to issue the temp and then not grant the actual license. I think that's worse.
Well,
So I
I
wouldn't.
if
push
you
that
want to hear
right now.
everything on the merits, we can do that, because I don't think anything is going to change.
All right,
I do want to note an operational change, because we heard some of the concerns about the rooftop, and I want to explain the rooftop. The space there is very small. It has about 40 seats on the roof, that's all. We had originally said that we were going to keep that rooftop open until midnight. We actually don't need midnight, and I think we can reduce the outdoor hours to what is typically given for outdoor space by community boards and the authority, which would be closing by 10 p.m. during the week and 11 p.m. on weekends. The paddle courts may be occupied beyond that, but again, they are not part of the licensed space.
Right, and the paddle courts are also outside.
The paddle courts are outside, but they are enclosed. In fact, I'd like to give you, and I did not have this in time for my letter, but I can give you,
It was not included.
is this the right one? Yeah.
Is it one of those like weather things that you can open in the summer and close in the winter kind of situation?
Partially. And I have this.
Yeah.
I actually have multiple copies.
What's the use of this building?
It's a commercial building.
This is a commercial building, the whole thing?
Yes.
Is there no residents in the building?
No, it's a commercial building, entirely commercial. The space had commercial use prior to this.
And the Soul Cycle is on the first floor?
Yes, which we have our own entrance on the ground floor. You go in, you check in. We have a dedicated elevator that takes you up to the 9th floor. The 9th floor has the spa, the gym, all the wellness facilities, full-service restaurant. What was in the space before on the 9th floor?
It was just office space.
Office space.
Bernstein,
And you guys have renovated the whole space since you
It's in the
wanted it.
process of being renovated now. It's a
How
substantial
far along are
build-out.
you?
I think they're still a few months out, number of months out.
Yeah, but you're like, you've invested a lot of money.
A
into this.
lot of money, millions of dollars.
You
The
guys
building
didn't
the
think we
course.
should have done this before that? I'm just saying.
Well,
Or you're gonna do it
they're gonna
regardless of
have,
the alcohol?
they're gonna have the wellness facility regardless.
Right, it's regardless of the alcohol, I understand.
Yeah, the paddle courts, the facility will be there regardless. Yes, you had a question?
Yes, I do. I note here that, I have a note that the building owner urges denial of any zoning approval, renovation, any permits used, because the rooftop is not allowed. Are you telling us that the rooftop is not a consideration for us because it is not going to be licensed by us?
The rooftop, the portion of the rooftop where they will be eating and drinking, which is a very small portion, will be licensed.
Well, okay,
The
so-
majority, if you look at the floor plan, may I show you? May I step up?
Okay, but listen, before we get to that, okay, so the rooftop is going to be licensed.
A part of it.
A part of it.
Yeah, just this sliver.
You have an owner of the building who doesn't want that. How does that?
How
work?
could that be? They gave us a lease, so I don't know what you're looking at.
I don't know, but I have the note here, the building owner urges denial of zoning approval and revocation of any permits issued, rooftop not allowed.
I have
You have
not
no
seen that. I don't know what that is. We were given,
Building owner next door.
Oh, it's the building owner next
door.
I'm not sure which.
Oh, okay.
I think it's outlined in the.
Okay,
And not the
that's
building owner.
important. And then the other question I have for you is this $50 fee for people to use the restaurant. Does that really make the restaurant open to the public?
so, yeah, that's an important point. So this is an issue that has come before the authority a number of times over the past 6 or 7 years, including most recently, less than a year ago, last February, with the Net Hotel. And there is also case law from the New York State courts that addresses this issue, most notably the Playboy case that dealt with an OP license where they had members and others paid a fee. And in our letter to you, we recited a number of applications, some of which my office had filed, where the facility was a members club, but in addition to dues-paying members, it let anyone from the public, anyone who was not a member with either a $40 or $50 charge to come in, and that is deemed open to the public. And I've given you a number of examples. A number of these came to the full board. They were discussed at the full board, including before at least 2/3 of this board last February. There was a case that was brought where someone wanted to open a club and charge hundreds of dollars. And the determination was made, well, wait, if you're going to charge hundreds of dollars, the intention is to keep the public out. That is not open to the public. After that ruling, and I referred to it in my papers, we came before you on another application where we said it's only going to be $40. And that was approved by the board. And the board said, okay, if a cover charge of $40 is being paid, that's not intended to, that's not so much that it's intending to keep the public out. That is open to the public. So there is a history here. When we dealt with the Net Hotel last February, the same thing. There were numerous F&B outlets within the hotel, and a $50 fee was required. This board asked us to do a number of things, to include that on our website, which the Net agreed. These people will agree to do that. So anybody going on the website will see, well, I can pay whatever it costs to join a year, but if I don't want to pay that, I pay $50, I can come in.
So the $50 doesn't cover the food, right? It's not a $50 and then open
Correct.
buffet.
And none of them-
$50 is the fee to come into the
a
door,
cover
and
charge.
then they pay
Yes.
for the food and drinks.
Which
or
is the same as
whatever.
all of the others that have been approved by the board. And I just want to just cite, the Playboy case cited another case by the Court of Appeals, matter of CASA, and said there is nothing in the ABC law or any other statute of the state which expressly or impliedly forbids the issuance of a restaurant liquor license to one whose restaurant, though open to the general public, proposes to charge an admission fee or cover charge regardless of amount. Not so sure if regardless of amount
All right,
sticks.
so I understand. Are you good?
I have one more question for Mr. Burns. Taking you back to the zoning issue. Now that the community board has said it wasn't your landlord who said, I don't want to, it's the adjoining building. But can you tell me whether or not it is zoned for rooftop use?
My client has filed an Alt 1 with the Department of Buildings, so they will have a TCO or C of O. The only zoning issue that was raised at the community board, and I don't know if he's here, but one of the residents had hired a lawyer, was there was originally a plan to have a stand-up bar in the outdoor portion of the roof. That lawyer argued that that was not permitted by the zoning laws. Rather than get into a battle as to whether or not it was, we have just taken that out. So we amended this application and we took the stand-up bar that was originally planned for the roof out. So there is no bar on the rooftop at all, and that was the only issue. Under the zoning law, as I understand it, the outdoor rooftop can be used for eating and drinking, provided food is brought from space indoors, and it is. The kitchen's on the 9th floor, the bar's on the 9th floor. If you're sitting on the rooftop, and when you order food, there is a staff elevator and staff service elevator and stairs that will take it from the kitchen on the 9th floor up. So as far as we are aware, it complies with zoning. And I do want to add that this board historically does not get involved in zoning issues. You have expertise in liquor matters, not zoning. That's one of the reasons, I think, why you no longer ask for certificates of occupancy.
You know, I mean, it is a new board and it's being guided by Chair Fan, and, you know, she's doing an excellent job. I think we can all agree on that. But I've a little concern about that, to tell me that we shouldn't get concerned if, if a building is not complying with fire codes or other things that concern public safety. Because I've said it here on more than one occasion. I have seen with my own eyes what happens when a building does not comply with fire codes and safety things and the devastation that it has wrought. So this is something that I'm very personally sensitive to. But I get your point. Okay.
And I understand that concern, and I'm not suggesting you should not be concerned with that, but we have filed the Alt 1. We expect DOB will issue the TCO and would be in compliance.
Okay. How many floors is it again?
There are 2 floors. Again, the seating is small. The restaurant on the ground floor has 18 tables with 72 seats entirely indoors. The small restaurant on the rooftop has 41 seats and 17 tables. In our application, I'm told that we've reduced the number of seats. Yeah. I'm told that, and I haven't seen this, but I'm told that the number of seats are going to be reduced.
So
You
there
do
are
have
2 locations of food service.
2 locations,
And
9th
there's
floor and
one
rooftop.
kitchen.
There's 1 kitchen on the 9th floor.
On the 9th floor. So
Yes.
how is the food going from the downstairs?
There is, so right next to, no,
or-
there's a service elevator. So the kitchen is right here. Right next to it is a service elevator. Right
Okay.
next to the kitchen. That
So
goes right
going
up
into the
and
elevator, you go
stairs.
upstairs.
Yeah, and then the service elevator is here, and this is where the seating is. So it's right there. It's really right there.
All right. So noting again on the record that the 500-foot hearing came out in the positive and that our ALJ found in the public interest, I want to hear from the
Yeah.
community board. And I also want to note on the record that we have objection from Senator Kavanaugh and Assemblymember Toy.
Yeah.
Is that right, Maureen?
That's correct. And numerous businesses and residents.
And we have a lot of letters from the community, from surrounding neighbors
Yes,
not wanting.
and I
this business.
did, if I forgot to mention it, there is no music on the roof, because some of the opposition were talking about DJs on the roof. There is no DJs, no live music, no pipe music, no background music, nothing on the roof at any time.
I thought the picture I saw indicated that it was unenclosed. You're telling me it's enclosed?
The eating and drinking area, this area of the rooftop where the tables are, is unenclosed. This whole area that you see here, that's where the paddle courts are. The paddle courts are enclosed by glass. The pictures show, my client can describe better, and I think it's, even though this is not part of the licensed space, perhaps you want to hear about how the paddle courts are enclosed.
Yeah, I saw your pictures.
Okay.
How much is the membership fee?
There's a single and there's a, what's the single?
There's a single for 7,000.
7,000 a year for a single.
And a couple is 10,000.
Couple is 10,000. And again, unlike a lot of other private members club that just have food service, that includes spa, gym, paddle. There are a lot of amenities in this space.
Gym and there's no pool.
No pool. No pool.
There's a
It's a choose.
jacuzzi, hammam, steam room, and a sauna.
And the jacuzzi is where?
All on the first floor.
Everything-
I'm sorry, the ninth floor.
Everything is on the ninth floor.
And that's
Next
entirely
to the
enclosed.
floor.
The only athletic portion is the paddle, on the roof is the paddles, which are enclosed.
Okay. And you have building department approval to create sort of wet over dry kind of situation?
Yes.
Okay. What else is in the building? It's all offices?
Yes.
Yeah, and Soul Cycle's on the bottom floor.
Yes, I understand.
It's all commercial.
All right.
And just to be sure, the hours of the indoor portion of the restaurant close at midnight. This is not a late night venue. This is a health and wellness center. And the rooftop hours, as I mentioned, we would do an earlier closing of 10
10
during
and
the week.
11.
Yes,
And downstairs is closing at
midnight,
midnight?
yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Carter Booth from Community Board 2, along with Donna Raftery. I just want to point out in one of the applicant's submissions to you, Exhibit D, from Mr. Bernstein, the email there specifically says, the Deputy Commissioner, however, has requested a signed affidavit from an applicant principal that the fee for daily membership open to the public will not exceed $40 and that the entire premises and all amenities located in the proposed premises are open to daily members at all times, excluding private events. So there's some discrepancies, and I think a lot of these matters that were cited or not, one of them didn't come before the members. It was decided by licensing. And additionally, I looked on the chief's website. There's no reference at all to any daily membership fees. I was here with Mr. Bernstein when the wing was decided. That was a co-working space, and obviously the authority's gone through issues with whether co-working spaces are eligible for private membership clubs. So these are not as straightforward as they would seem. And I think that each of these cases has to be addressed on an individual basis, not necessarily as a whole, because each of the private membership aspects is a little bit different for each one of these. And we don't have any issue with the operators in this particular case. A lot of this is just the impact of this location. The presumption here is that the license should not be issued. That's all 500-foot cases of that presumption. That comes from the authority's own materials. And in this particular case, which is unusual with the, I'm going to go back to the temp license aspect here, which is the temp license, I think, anticipated that these hearings would be conducted in the manner that they were prior to COVID, not by submission only, so that during the 500-foot hearings, these issues could be fully investigated in a back and forth fashion. Because as we pointed out in our submissions, these are heard by submission only. It doesn't give for that opportunity, and the informal nature of the judge asking questions, and the different judges have done different things. They ask for more information, and this saves time, right? So just issues don't come before you guys, and the facts are all fully fleshed out. That didn't happen here, and I think that there's a disconnect in the temp license now without that issue happening. That's for you guys to decide separately, but I think it is something that should be considered, and I understand also from other some of the lawyers have mentioned to me that's something that they have been asking for, and even the judge addresses that he would have considered our request to have an in-person 500-foot hearing had he a method to do that. So that's one aspect. And with that said, if you go down and look at the judge's recommendation, I'm not so sure that he fully applied what the intent of the law is in this matter, and that becomes an issue, and that's why you see so much opposition. The opposition, when there is this much opposition, it is referred to the members of the authority. So there's a disconnect here in what happened, and even if you look at footnote 12 from the ALJ, he says that the area is not saturated with liquor licenses, but the law clearly says, and the materials from the liquor authority, that the number of licenses is not the licenses within 500 feet. It's the licenses in the area. The law is only triggered by 3 or more licenses within 500 feet. And in this particular case, I think you see us enough to know that there's a significant number of licenses within CB2, and we're a densely licensed area. So I think that's an issue there. As far as the governmental permits and licenses, there's a presumption. You have a very reputable law firm. You have an entire memo, which you Commissioner DeLeon, you had referred to. That's not out of thin air. Those are some real issues, and I'm not sure if the Department of Buildings, who's the one who educates those permits, nothing has been issued yet, and that's also a factor for consideration of whether or not a license is in the public interest. And it doesn't mean that often in cases we know what the outcome will be. This is an anomaly. This is an outlier situation. It's not a ground floor storefront business where I think we can all agree we know in many cases that they will issue a license or a C of O or permits to be there. This is a very unique case. And
all right.
I think that there are also some issues with the impact of the existing noise level. I mean, it was difficult for me to understand and read the ALJ's report here that people's windows who look directly on this premises and hear the noise, forget the paddle courts of people just sitting outside. Imagine, the distance here is not any different than putting them in a rear courtyard of a building, the distance. And it also, I don't think that this has been determined or not, but the measurement of distance, the precedent is the 200-foot rule. The 500-foot rule was decided in 1993. And I don't think there have been determinations on the measurement of the impact of what the 500-foot rule is supposed to address versus what the 200-foot rule was addressing. And that just goes back to the impacts where you have residents whose line of sight from their windows looks right onto the rooftop. And so that's what the 500-foot rule was about. And that's why is there an impact on the existing noise level. The outdoor area was the mechanicals. There was nobody there. So the issuance of this license and noise is a big issue. And it is difficult for me to understand how, when the community board made no reference to DJs on the rooftop, our concerns and elected officials' concerns are completely dismissed. The cases that going back, which, letters from elected officials, the cases like the Zito versus SLA or the PGB Entertainment versus the SLA, the community opposition, these are significant issues. And those cases were all before the 500-foot rule came into existence. So it's difficult to understand how this was arrived at.
I just want to respond to some of the things that you're saying. Sure. So I understand that the presumption of the law is to not issue unless there is finding of public interest. But in this scenario, there is finding of public interest regardless of whether you agree with the ALJ or not, that's the finding. And that's what this board has to live by.
That's not true.
Talking about the height.
We're not arguing the main license.
Yeah. Right. And so also regarding looking onto the space, I'm looking at all the buildings on that street. They're on the 9th and 10th floor. Everybody else is 8th and 9th floors. Can I just finish? I'm happy to hear what you're saying, but you have to let me make my point first. Is that I'm just not sure how many people are looking down onto this space. And I'm happy to hear what you're saying differently, because right across the street is low buildings.
We have a map with all the residential buildings.
Yeah.
Last night, so what I've marked on here, everything that's, 2/3 of the buildings around are residential. All these Rs are residential, and then below it is how high the floors are. So this is 10 stories, 9 stories residential buildings. These ones right up on the street, you're correct, are shorter, they're 4 stories. But all of these are taller, these are taller. These, I think, I don't know. what
Okay, no,
these
this is
ones are,
super
but
helpful, but. Yep, yep,
Oh,
and where do you live?
1 second.
You want to?
Which
One
is
second,
what
sorry.
number?
I'm offline. Chair,
Yes.
wait, we're not on the record. We're not online.
Why?
I lost
We're not
internet.
in possible connection.
Okay, we'll just pause for 1 moment.
So pause. We lost.
Should we break for lunch?
Wait, it's back. But hold on.
Good try.
Let me check my phone to make sure we're actually. Good. All right.
So this thing is in this building.
So we are good.
Yeah, this is the actual building, and this is right next to it. You don't see it. She says she lives across the street. I'm curious to see what address that. You live in the red building, or where do you? live?
No,
What's your address?
601 Washington, it's right diagonal, if you want.
601 Washington?
Yep. Yep.
Wait, where's that? Where's
Should it,
that
do you want
on?
to come to it? We are looking directly at it, at honestly, and all these other
Okay.
buildings here are just about as high. So all of these apartments, our building, which is.
What floor do you live on?
So we're on like 7 and 8.
I know, but from what I see, I'm not seeing that you're looking
Ma'am,
onto
hold
the
on 1
court.
second, hold on.
Here's the porch.
Hold on 1 second, hold on 1 second, ma'am. First of all, it would be, you can go back and just set, and then do me a favor, mark on one of these, which one is your building. Okay, just mark it on here, and then we're gonna let Mr. Bernstein see what you're doing.
All of these.
Okay.
All of these apartments, all of these apartments.
No, I just wanted to know where your building was initially. Thank you very much. Now, if you can go back, and Mr. Bernstein, you wanna take a look at that? Okay, you can go back and use the mic.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify that as we spoke to the licensee, the applicants, is that the courts are going to be there regardless of whether they get a liquor license or not.
Which I find amazing, because there is no plan for noise control. There's, and they've stated that in the community board, there's no noise control. No, I don't understand how this works.
In the event that, I mean, this is where the leverage comes, is if they're going to be there anyway, and we say no here, what could happen is they're going to go to court and they will get it with zero limitation. What we can do here while they're here is, because they want to serve alcohol, is try to come to a compromise where we can give some limitation, even in areas. No, Mr. Bernstein is going to be like, I don't agree with that, but there could be some conversation about how to limit the noise and the impact on the neighborhood because they want the liquor license. And that, unfortunately, in this whole system is.
I think
the
it's
only
just been
leverage.
proven over and over again. I'd just like to say thank you so much, because it's going to lessen my property value. I moved in my children's windows, and all of my windows look directly at this club, and it is, as you can see, and it's very dense windows. And so, and the restaurant is right there, and then anything on the rooftop, which is, the paddle courts have been known to drive people mad, actually. So it's incessant noise from 7 a.m. until 11, 12, 10, 11, or 12, which is late, especially when you're, I mean, not everyone's socializing from 7 a.m. to midnight. And this is, I mean, there's no street control of anything. There's been no plan for that.
I get it, but
Nothing.
this building is a commercial building. They're zoned, they're, within the allowable use of this building, and
It would just be really great if people stopped screwing each other over in this life and in this city. We would really appreciate it as neighbors. This doesn't make any sense. The fact that you already spent millions of dollars means nothing to us. You went out of order. You're doing these temporary licenses to confuse matters and to, come in and out with all the different, it's just, of course, no one understands how this works, and we shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to worry that our property values go down, our children won't be able to sleep. All of those windows, which will be DJs inside, okay, even if it's inside, there's no way they're not gonna have music on the roof. There's dining on the roof, there's alcohol on the roof. There'll be drunk people on the streets. There's no plan for the street control, for the traffic control. They have zero plan for this, and they have said that, none. So I don't know if they've come up with it since the community board meeting, but there's so many inconsistencies in their application.
Zero plans for what?
Noise control, street traffic, foot traffic. We went over all of this at the community board meeting, and they admittedly had no plan. And, it's small village streets, so it's not like there's a ton of, room for cars, and there's not a subway stop right near there. It's gonna be a lot of cars, and it would be nice if they actually cared about our community and actually put thought into this. There's no noise control for the paddle courts.
You lived there for years?
Years.
So is it annoying to you that there's a Soul Cycle there? Because
No.
that's a high traffic business.
No, it is not. I go to Soul Cycle. It's not high traffic. It's only open for a few hours in the morning, and sometimes there's an afternoon. It's from 7 a.m. to 11, and then there's every so often, not even every day, they'll have a 5 o'clock class. There's very, very little. You hardly ever see people walking in and out of that building.
Okay.
Sounds
like you're already okay with wellness type businesses.
This is very different. This is an entire floor with paddle courts. Paddle courts, again, have been proven. It's lowering people's property value. This is a proven fact. And it's also, and there's,
I don't know about that. I don't have any submission about that.
Okay, I don't have that submission, so I guess that doesn't count, but it's driving people crazy. There's a million articles about this. Paddle courts and pickle courts are absolutely massively loud, and I can look some stuff up and give it to you right now, but this has been proven over and over again. All of these people will be looking directly into our apartments. It is level with many, many apartments. And this whole we kind of have a sort of a plan to maybe kind of enclose the courts and sort of. It's always a sort of kind of, I don't know answer. Their application for the community originally said we're going to have DJs, and then it said.
I don't care about property value, but I am concerned if there is something about the noise that's out there.
Yeah. And it does, I think, fall within our ballywhack in the fact that a portion of it, they're going to be serving alcohol, right?
Yeah.
We could do that. I don't know that it, I see the map. I don't know that it substantively changes.
Oh, he already gave it. Which map do you want?
I think what you said is I think what the chair has offered is, it just makes sense.
What makes sense?
What makes sense is to come to some agreement.
Can I speak to that?
As to.
Agreement with who though? I'm unclear on what you mean. Because there's the paddle courts are a big issue, the alcohol is too.
Everything is recorded, and if we talk over one another and you go back to.
I apologize.
It doesn't make sense. So I think what the chair has offered is a reasonable solution, because I don't see, it seems like your real concern is the paddleball court.
No. It's equally, if not more, the alcohol. It's both. It's absolutely both. They have no plan for any of it.
Hold on. You talked a lot about the paddle courts, okay? You did mention the liquor, but you talked a lot about the paddle.
Well, I have a whole speech I was going to give you. It's a 2-minute speech. It's not primarily the paddle courts.
We got it.
That's just what we're talking about.
I think the paddle courts are going to be there in the end.
Okay.
I just think they're going to be there in the end.
So should we talk about the alcohol
What the
then?
chair has suggested is an opportunity here in this venue where we do have some authority to place restrictions on its use. Restrictions that are not going to satisfy everyone. They're surely not going to satisfy the applicant completely, and they're surely not going to satisfy you completely. But that's how agreements are made, and agreements, everybody wins. If we don't have agreements, there's a winner and there's a loser. And we'd much rather have parties that can cooperate with each other and consider each other in the long term going forward. I think the chair's suggestion was very good one. And I'm willing, if my colleagues are, to adjourn and give you time to discuss this. I don't know, what Mr. Bernstein is going to say about that. I'm also curious in the information that you have about noise and paddleball courts. We could review that later on. But I think the advice that you've gotten from the chair, which I endorse, is well-founded.
So I'm unclear because I haven't even gotten to really speak on the alcohol then.
Pam, I think we're ready to make a decision. It sounds like it sounds like it's gonna come back where you guys can come and have an argument.
I don't think the 500 hearing, that was an accurate assessment of actually what happened either.
So do you guys want it to return or do you want?
I think we want to hear from
redo the
from this gentleman. Yes, sir.
Can they ask for a reconsideration of the 500 foot?
My name's David Levy. I can mark our apartment also on that map, which I'd like to do. We're at 622 Greenwich. It's adjacent to the building she's in. We have 14 apartments in our building where the bedrooms face out on Greenwich Street. With respect to the point that was made earlier, it is true. They are all below the level of the 9th floor. Our building only goes up 5 floors. But there's nothing that stops noise from traveling down. And in terms of the paddleball courts, which is a concern of ours, the additional concern I would have with regard to alcohol is that it's just going to sort of increase rowdyism on top of there. And if people are rooting for certain players in the paddleball courts, that's going to be echoing onto us as well. The final point I'd make is that I had a colleague, a friend who had lived at Sheridan Square 10, 20 years ago, and he was upset by noise that came off the rooftop of Sushi Samba. And the problem they had, and you may know more about this than I do, the problem they had was that once the liquor license was in place, it was really hard to get modifications made in it. So they struggled for years. I mean, the time for us to have any impact, and this is what you're suggesting, is now. Yes, we'd love to try to kill it, but if we can't kill it, we need to get real limitations.
Sir, how far, may I just ask a question?
Before he leaves, I just want him to initial his, circle and initial his building, so we can make that part of the record.
There's my question, but I have another follow-up.
Well, this is the, right. Thank you, sir. Okay, now Commissioner Meyer has a question for you.
Okay, I wanted to know where your building was, sir.
It's a half a block north of that
And you're on the
intersection.
5th floor, you said?
I'm on the 4th floor. There are 5 floors on that
Do
building.
your windows open?
I keep mine closed most of the time, but I can hear through it
All right.
well. And if there are any other questions, I'm finished for now.
Thank you, sir. For now, I don't have any more. I think
All right.
Donna had something to say. Ms. Rafferty, I should say.
Yeah, I just want to address something very specifically. The deference here should be made in favor of the residents. New York City and New York State are in a housing crisis. The mayor, the governor have both said that. In order to have more housing, we need to find a better balance. We asked this applicant to follow the community board process, which is to reach out to the residents and engage with them, to have exactly the discussion that you guys are suggesting should occur. They chose not to do that. Instead, they proceeded. That is disingenuous, and the fact that instead of taking that into account and weighing in on the license to make that happen, it undermines the whole point of finding a balance. And the fact that we're here is astonishing to me, that these issues aren't more fleshed out, that we're sitting here, everybody's waiting, because this is why we've spoken, and made a number of references. This should all be happening at the 500-foot hearing with a better explanation of the issues. You had 12 submissions, I think, that were, that the ALJ was reviewing. And it's very difficult to have any back and forth. It's not uncommon that the ALJs would ask for further submissions, clarification, all these facts. And at the end of the day, it is the members of the authority who make decisions on whether a license should be issued or not an ALJ. They are not the authority. So relying on a faulty, or rephrase that, a hearing that isn't full and accurate and complete in a case such as this is a disservice to everybody, to the applicants, to you guys, to everybody who's waiting, to the process, the amount of time that's spent.
All
So
right, are there 87, I think we've heard it before, are there 87 licensed premises within community board?
87, no, there's probably about 2,000,
Okay.
1,500.
Way off, that must have just been on a clock.
Yeah, you may
There
have a
are
better.
49 licensed premises within 1,000 feet of this establishment, with 16 pending.
Okay.
So-
2,000 in your
So-
ward.
We don't, there, I don't know, there could be more than that. And we would
There's
love
a
to have the
significant
lamp,
number.
we would love to have a community board selection on the lamp thing, so you could click your community board and get that.
All right, so.
Can I just, I had a few,
Look, there's a
But I
lot of
didn't-
people in the room.
I know that, I'll be very quick.
We're not gonna resolve
No,
this,
you-
so
Can I just want to say,
You're gonna get to resolve it because the members are gonna hold it over. You guys get to come back. You guys get to speak
was
on it,
what-
and I guarantee you'll probably get to speak on it again after the temporary permit.
What do you want to say? You can.
I just wanted to say one thing, which is in my submission, and I think that the references that Mr. Bernstein made about other places paying to come in, some of those situations like the Playboy Club, everybody, even though they were Playboy Club members, everybody paid to come in. In this instance, they are charging for a public restaurant. They are choosing not to put the restaurant as not part of the club's membership, as in other situations that he is also referencing. This is a public restaurant, and only certain members of the public are being charged to enter, to have access to that restaurant. The members have free access to the public restaurant. The public, it's not a members club restaurant. This restaurant is not part of the members club. It is a regular restaurant license. It's a regular on-premise restaurant license. And so therefore, I have to pay $50 to come in. I get no access to the facilities. I get no access to anything. I get access to the restaurant only. The members have free access to the restaurant. That's $18,000. Raftery.
But that's something that we can change, right? We can require.
Right, I
it
just
be at
wanted
all
to make sure
times.
because he made a lot of references to that and the noise that everybody.
I don't understand. The $50 fee wouldn't get you access to the club, because that's the whole point of the $50
It
fee.
gets you access to the food, to the restaurants.
No, but you need to open it to the public. That's the point of the $50 fee.
There's no liquor served in the spa section in the paddle courts. It's just the only part that's gonna have liquor is the restaurant on the 9th floor and the food and beverage service on the
That's
rooftop.
not, that's not right. That's.
That's all that we're gonna have licensed.
No, that's not the point here, because it's all related. You can't come in and argue wellness because you're essentially running a restaurant in the 9th floor of a building that's right next to these residents. And I will tell you, just from my experience, that is not going to work as a business. No one is going to go there as a public restaurant. I can tell you this now. We've had other kids. I've been here for long enough to know that it's not a business worth starting. I'll start there. But you're only doing this because of the wellness portion of this, which hopefully will bring the traffic to make it, rewarding for you to run a business, which is supposed to be a nonprofit anyway. But we'll leave that alone for now. However, I think that, if the members agree with me, I do believe that there is something about the noise of the paddle boarding and the whatever ball activity that's happening there and the cheering, and I appreciate that. I think that you guys need to spend the money on the noise study, get access to these apartments, and see if you are playing ball, cheering, can they hear it? Let's get that on the record. I know it's hard to get like bouncing noise, just the same way it's hard
By
to
the way,
test
I
for
think
bass.
the comments that were made, I think pertain to pickleball, which is a wiffle ball. Paddle is a very different ball.
I don't know what ball is what. I don't know what sound they make. I'm not knowledgeable in this, but I assume there are experts out there that know about this. So do a noise study, number one. Number two is I would encourage you to go meet with the community and have this conversation, because I will tell you that it's in your favor. The 500-foot hearing came out for your applicants. Even the elected letters said that if you can deal with the rooftop access, that they probably will be somewhat in support of this, because it says there is a caveat at the end of their letter. And so I just want to, but I think you guys need to be in agreement before it becomes this super hateful relationship. I don't think that's good for anybody involved. But I will tell you what are the things that I am thinking about as far as limiting your business. You said 10 and 11. You said no standing bar. I'm going to ask you to consider no standing room outside at all. No private parties.
No DJ on the rooftop. I think.
Well, that, they already said no DJ on the rooftop. There needs to be a fee at all times. The fee needs to gain access to the whole club and not just the food and beverage. And also, you need to limit the hours of the playing. Because if there are children that are sitting close by,
I'm sorry, limit hours to
9
what?
o'clock.
I didn't hear that.
Playing.
The playing.
9,
Yeah, we can discuss all that. The only thing I want to say about no standing, when people play paddle and they come off the courts, I can't say they can't stand around and talk to each other
yes,
before they
but there's a
leave.
difference between the part that's licensed where people are all standing around. It doesn't matter you have 40 seats or less. If you have 100 people standing around, that's
not-
a lot of noise.
That we will not have.
That's fine. But then frame that out, present that to them, and let's revisit
March 12th.
March 12th.
Very good.
And I hate to say it, like, you know, again, residents, I want you guys to understand that unfortunately, this is the only leverage we have as a community, right? And so, like, let's try to see if we can work together with the community board's help to try to see if you can get to something. Because in the end, if this goes to court, which it will, because of the amount that's invested in here, we will then have no leverage and they will get whatever they want and do whatever they want. It will be a 4 AM license.
And I think that most neighbors and community board members and everyone would be happy to have that conversation. Unfortunately, everything you've done so far has been very inconsistent, totally incomplete, very misleading, and just not.
All right, so we are asking, the board is voting to have you guys have a community meeting on this item, Mr. Bernstein.
We'll
So
come back in March.
you've got to do it.
Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah,
okay,
I can do
and Commissioner Mike.
We'll do that.
March
Let's be back in
12th.
March.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not the one.
I'm sorry, everybody. All right, here we go.
And I think I know.
Next with community board is number 36, White Horse
I like that.
Hospitality LLC.
Yeah. We need a break.
Oh, actually, we are going off the record for a recess. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Again, the next item that has community board appearances is 36 White Horse Hospitality LLC.
All right, this is
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. It's a beer and wine license application for Made in New York Pizza. It's been operating on a temp for a number of months at this point. There's community board opposition, which is why we're here.
Okay, just for the record, they've been operating on a temp since January of 24. We found no compliance issues at all. We have taken the time going through our Office of Counsel to explore the potential need of separating the lease or whatever, because there are two different licensed premises covered under one lease. And we have, as an agency, come to the determination that a lease separation is not necessary. However, that we want to ask you about potentially that staff is being shared, how the relationship with the wholesalers are being managed as far as bringing alcoholic beverages in, and how books and records are being kept for these two businesses, and that in the event that you provide a satisfactory answer, we are going to also ask you to put in writing how sort of the percentages of money flow is being separated, meaning percentages going to what side, you know.
Sure, yeah. So just to be super clear, these are being operated as two separate businesses.
Okay.
And this is a pizza restaurant right next door to a.
Separate meaning different staff, different managers?
Yes, there's some people that are shared or not at all. I know they're being operated separately, separate payrolls and whatnot.
There's a bookkeeper that does both.
Okay, so the bookkeeper is the only person that is covering both?
I mean, my executive team weighs in on decisions, but yeah, there's no salaries from the pizzeria that goes towards that.
Okay.
And no shared purchasing and
Right, and the
that stuff.
staff is not like one day you're selling pizza
No.
and the next day you're working in the tavern,
No.
like it's separate.
Separate
right?
businesses.
Different hiring processes and different.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
same ownership structure for both.
Yes.
Okay. And the flow of the alcoholic beverages, which is why we are here.
Stay separate.
That's separate.
And what's the percentage of alcohol sales at New York Pizza?
Maybe 5%, maybe.
Right, and this is obviously tavern wine, but
Correct.
it's separate. It's not one delivery coming for
Correct.
both, right? It's separate,
Correct.
separate. Okay. Orders are being done. Okay, great. So we would just need at some point in writing some affidavit about how the electricity and whatever expenses that go out are being divided, like insurance.
So maybe I can put a draft together to send to council and get some notes and then have it signed.
And if, obviously, in the future, if there's change, that you would continue to update that.
Copy.
All right, the hours are what?
So originally, when we appeared in front of the community board, it was not with me, it was with former council, but the suggestion was a midnight close Sunday through Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That was in the hopes that we would reach a deal with the community board, which obviously did not happen. So our initial plan was to not seek such restrictive hours at this point. However, as an offer of good faith, hopefully, to the board, to the community board, and our interest of trying to repair this relationship, we will stay at that midnight request for Sunday through Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Right, and that, I have a note here that says the alcohol would end at midnight, Thursday to Saturday. Is that not accurate? That's not accurate, right?
No.
It's 2 a.m., right? Okay, cool. There's outdoor or no outdoor?
Is there outdoor there?
There are high top tables, that's all there are.
But there's, the DOT application has not been approved as of yet.
And the outdoor will close at a certain hour?
Yes, early.
What time is that?
10?
Sure.
10.
Outdoor closes at 10. There's music or no music?
Background.
Background music only?
It's a small place. It's a pizzeria,
No, I
slice
know.
shop.
I understand. And there's like,
I think there was an issue with patrons hanging out on the sidewalk or waiting to get in, something like that.
Not to
sort
the
of.
pizza place. Maybe
Not-
waiting in line to get pizza, but it's a pretty quick turnaround. There's not people congregating out there unless you know something different than I do.
It's a slice shop. I've never had neighbor issues regarding that, ever.
yeah, I think that's the concern is that people are coming out of the tavern and then they're going next door to get a slice of pizza. And then they're hanging out on the street eating it, waiting to go back into the tavern. I mean, that's kind of.
Well, the tavern does have security, so we'd certainly be happy to say that we'll instruct our security out there to ensure that people kind of move along and don't do that to the extent that can help.
I know, but I think there is a reason why you're running to these businesses next to each other. I would be surprised if you're not trying to share the business, patrons.
People may need to go get pizza, but that doesn't mean that they can be sort of congregating. We can certainly keep it a
Yeah,
bit
but
more
where else
orderly
are
if
you
that's
gonna
the
get
issue.
pizza If you have tables, if you have high tops outside, it's kind of a natural assumption that that's what you're trying to create. And I mean, I like the business model.
Sure.
I'm just saying that
Yeah.
from a community narrow sidewalk standpoint that have had a lot of disciplinary history here, it's of concern. But anyway, with that, can you guys should speak, but just, kind of briefly, because I think we've settled a lot of the concerns.
And it's worth noting that with respect to the outdoor stuff, we're going to have to go to the community board again and speak about that because that license has not yet been approved. So there's been no alteration filing for that. So that'll be coming down the pike as well. And we'll have a platform to do that.
Okay, but we don't like to leave it for the future. All right, go ahead, sir, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Catherine Quinn. I'm a member of the West Village Residents Association. I just have a small historical point. First, I want to say that I agree with everything that has been written in the various resolutions from CB2, but I won't repeat that. I would just like to point out, if I may, I have a photo from the Village Alliance, and it's a very important, I believe, historical point. The storefront that is being discussed as becoming a tavern is 1, 2, 3 small federal buildings down from the building in which Jane Jacobs lived while she wrote her famous book, The Death and Life of Great American Cities. She saved this block and my block and other blocks like this around this neighborhood from Robert Moses. I do not believe that Jane Jacobs saved this building and these 3 buildings and my buildings a block south in order to have the type of establishment that Mr. Sugarman runs to take over more than half this block. And if I may, I apologize, I'd just like to leave you with this.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Augustine Hope. I'm president of the West Village Residents Association. I'm here to represent hundreds of our members who live in the immediate area and are directly impacted by this kind of application. To be quite honest, I don't understand why you're even thinking about it. The CB2 has done a very good job.
We might be down again.
No, the camera just goes in and out.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. We're still online. And it's
Okay,
streaming.
Okay, CB2 has done a very good job explaining the kind of problems that we've had. It doesn't explain the kind of problems that we're still having with White Horse. I do not understand why this is considered a separate business. It is the same ownership. And we have problems with the drunkenness on the streets, obstruction of the streets. He's had an illegal shed built obstructing the street for 4 years now. He's only just taken it down a couple of weeks ago. It is ongoing, the noise, and there is no enforcement. We've already discussed this with Chair Fan. If I leave my car for even 5 minutes late on the street, I get a $150 fine. there's absolutely nothing comparable for these nightlife businesses. Our complaints of excessive noise, drunkenness, obstruction of the sidewalk, erection of illegal structures, poor sanitation, and failure to close on time get the standard 311 reply, no issue observed. And this often comes back within seconds of us filing these complaints. So most of our members now don't even bother to file any complaints. And 8 Sugarman is one of the greatest problems that we have in our neighborhood. Then there's the issue of what we've lost. We've lost a treasured stationery and card store that was been there for decades and forced out to make way for 8 Sugarman's empire. And this problem of conversion of unlicensed storefronts has become endemic. It's accelerating. I'd like to point out that back in the year 2000, roughly 10 to 12% of all the storefronts, the 1,356 storefronts in the West Village, were licensed. I'm wondering if you're even aware of what the percentage is now, because it's over 30%. So this is accelerating. And what is happening is that all our dry goods and services, small businesses, the laundromats, the delis, the watch repair shops, the bookstores, the galleries, the fitness studios, florists, butchers, bakers, pharmacists, toy stores, et cetera, all the ones that genuinely serve our community are being forced out. And the reason that why it's getting even worse and has done over the last few years is because the city has decided that it's going to give all these restaurants and these bars the right to use public space. So suddenly they have all this free to subsidized public space. So the landlord raises the rent, and the normal small businesses, dry goods companies cannot afford to apply. Just within these 2 blocks that I live on and the White Horse is on, both of which are like 250 feet long, we have 5 applications to convert unlicensed business to license. There's a former hairdressers, 2 coffee shops, a fitness studio, and now a pizzeria. This is becoming ridiculous. This is an industry that is focused on nightlife. This is the opposite of what Kate Quinn mentioned. The Jane Jacobs eyes on the street businesses that maintain our neighborhood. These do the opposite of maintaining our neighborhood. They destroy our neighborhood in effect. So the real economic impact here is rising rents, reduced quality of life. So every single retail space that's not previously licensed that you are now allowing to be licensed is degrading our community. Maybe coffee shops should stay coffee shops. Maybe pizzerias should stay pizzerias. Maybe bookstores should stay bookstores. This would be in the public interest. I know the public interest doesn't apply in this case because it's tavern wine, not an OP, but there is an overarching public interest of what needs to be served here, which is not to flood our community with licenses. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's keep it short.
I will keep it short. Donna Raftery, Chair of CB2's SLA Licensing Committee. You have my submission, you have our suggested stipulations. I just would like to say that the background music from the establishment with the door propped open is not background music. It's quite loud. I walk by often. So, no problem with background music, but I'd like it to be background music. And there are lines of people outside. It's all high tops tables. People congregate there. I don't know if they're coming from Whitehorse or just the manner of which it's a pizza place with good pizza by the slight. This is what happens. So I don't know what's going to happen. Now, just what I'm going to say is, Mr. Sugarman, we had our outdoor dining working group meeting for a roadbed cafe, which he has applied for. And I know he's saying he wants to work with the community, but he did not even show up. And I realize it's not easy. The community is not very favorable, but it's not going to get any better if he doesn't show up. So he didn't show up to that meeting. That roadbed is across from his restaurant, across from a bike lane. I want to strongly encourage you to, to not allow this roadbed. If you're even listening to this now, there, alcohol, there's no wait staff. This is not a restaurant. It's a by the slice pizza place. The roadbed should not be, there should be no alcohol out there.
That's an
And-
application that's pending.
The way this is working, they have to go through DOT before they come to you. So since we're hearing this now, I just want to put that out there now, so maybe we can avoid having
When
to
you
go
say
through
road,
this.
that's the floating traffic lane.
It's the
that's
floating traffic lane, outside
of the pizza.
outside of the pizza, across from a bike lane.
Yes, okay.
Okay, just wanted.
What about the part that's in front of the tavern? Is there also
That's
floating
in front of
traffic?
Whitehorse, yes, that has the same thing, but I'm not even discussing that because we're not here on the tavern, so I wasn't going
Yeah,
to.
but I just want to understand it, if we didn't limit it, what would happen? Is
You'd have the two
essentially
right next to each other with the mandatory gap that they would have in there.
in theory,
You
right?
know, I mean, what, it's,
I understand.
right, so you'd have a row, yes. And I think there is no wait staff. We've asked, for the alcohol service to end at midnight. And ideally, no service of alcohol outside, because it's really just patrons bringing it outside. It's not, who knows where they're going once they're outside, because the staff is inside. And to the security of Whitehorse, I know many of you are familiar with the location, but the security, the entry to Whitehorse is on the corner of 11th Street.
Right.
This is mid-block all the way down. They're not going to see all the way down. They're past their enclosed
Right.
sidewalk cafe
Right.
that's not enclosed.
I'm familiar.
Okay, so I think that
And is that enclosed area still there
this,
for the tavern?
that sidewalk enclosure, well, there's posts. He's taken off the vinyl that's all around it.
Okay.
So it's more open than it was, but it is not, you do not see the structure like you used to, which everybody wants to see. You still have the white posts all out there. So yes, eventually that will have to conform.
Is that coming down or not coming down?
You'd have to ask Mr. Sugarman that and DOT that.
Okay, got it. But under the rules, that should have come down already.
Well, it's not, the enclosure part, yes, the post shouldn't be there. It should just have a low, yes, exactly. It should have a perimeter and be low.
Understood. All right, are we good? Okay, guys, do you guys have anything else to respond to?
As far as Mr. Sugarman just indicated, all of the construction with respect to the roadbed is actually now gone. The posts are now gone as well.
The thing that's on the sidewalk? Or the one that's
Sidewalk
in the
or
road
roadbed?
bag?
Everything's gone.
Everything is gone.
Oh,
It's
everything
it's
is
the
gone?
naked building at this point.
Apparently.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. We still have those ugly vines on 11th Street where there was a.
That's not
fire.
what we're referring
I haven't
to.
walked on them, they come down.
No, we only care about the structure. The plants I can't control.
Jane Jacobs.
They're fake.
It's a
Fine.
flower floral arrangements on the outside, yeah.
What did you say about the 10 o'clock high top tables? What was that about?
Oh, they asked if we'd close the outdoor space early, and we said, yes, we'd close the
Close
outdoor
at
at 10.
o'clock. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
So there are tables that are on the sidewalk. And then there's another road bed that you're applying for both, the sidewalk cafe
Correct.
and the floating traffic lane, right?
Correct.
And both of those presumably will have high tops, right? Right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I'm just
Neither has
trying to
been
understand the
approved yet.
service area here.
Yeah.
How big is the pizza restaurant itself?
650 square feet.
And are there tables inside?
High top.
There are high tops inside, okay, all right. All right, so,
That was from last night.
Okay, this is a photograph of a high top table inside the location.
Granted, not a great picture, but just.
right, I understand. But what do you think this is showing me? I just want to understand. Just the conditions are.
High top tables.
Yeah, there's one, there are two, there are two inside, okay, got it, okay.
Okay. I see. What do I send this back?
Yeah, okay, so. All right, so with the condition that I said before about explaining how these two businesses are being divided, it is unusual as the applicants, as the protesters are suggesting that because it's under one lease, in theory, these should be one business. However, I think that it's actually in your favor that they're applying for a different license that can have different conditions, because otherwise this is a 4 a.m. business counter that they will run out of their tavern, and there's nothing stopping them from doing that because they have different entrances. So I actually think that this works in your favor and your interests. With that, I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. That this business will have no music, midnight close across the board, and that the licensee will do everything he can to avoid people from standing on the streets and congregating between the two businesses. And if 1 year from now we are all happy with it, you can ask for later hours with the community board support. Regarding the road bed, I think that because of the new program coming in, we're really not in a position to deny an alteration of application that's coming down the pipes. It probably would not be appropriate to preempt that. So I'm going to say that I'm going to not say no to a road bed application that may be coming forth, because you still at that point have time to opine and can negotiate at that point by limiting number of tables and access and whatnot. But where we are right now is no music at all, midnight across the board.
So point of clarification, if I may?
Yes.
It's midnight close for the restaurant or midnight close in terms of alcohol service?
Midnight
They can't serve
close.
pizza post midnight?
Yes, it's midnight close across the board.
Well, we can
The
talk
first
about
thing I
whether we
want to do is acknowledge the argument made by the gentleman, which was, I found very moving, coherent, well-founded in many, many respects. And perhaps outside of the jurisdiction that we have in this agency, but it is well said what you said, and it is a problem that has been recognized by many, many others, not just you. So I do take your statements to heart, and I appreciate them, as well as the work of the community board. That said, I'm going to agree with the chair, and I'm going to approve with the conditions that were stated by the chair.
I'll elaborate very briefly. First of all, I would approve as subject to the lease, the conditions having to do with the lease and the verifications that they're separate businesses. Those I agree with. The as I'll call them, the separation of powers, I'll agree with. Other than that, I would have approved 12 o'clock Sunday to Wednesday. I would have approved 2 o'clock to Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I would approve 10 o'clock on the high top tables outside. I'll just give it with very great respect to Chair Fan in particular on what I'm about to say. If you were a pizza shop without alcohol, you'd be playing some music. So I had no trouble with the music either. I don't think you're ever going to come back in a year. I think you're going to be opposed at this location. So I would not have that condition either. So that would be my position on it. And that's how I vote.
I appreciate that, and I guess I'll let the members and council's office know if I choose to withdraw this application altogether. I'm assuming you wouldn't need an affidavit from me if this is not going to be a licensed establishment at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can make it part of your existing tavern. You have to stop service at midnight, but you can serve pizza in the tavern, inside. So people are not coming outside onto the street to eat pizza.
Yeah, or theoretically, we could have no liquor license at all in the pizza shop and be open as late as we want with no alcohol service.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
But then you have to really police your people where they take their drinks. But I would agree with the commissioner that 10 p.m. close outside. Let that be an added.
Did you want to agree with anything else the commissioner mentioned?
No.
That was worth a shot.
Just by the way, Mr. We did start with that application that you recommended, and this is where we ended up.
Well, I'm glad we're in the same place. There's a meeting of minds here.
Mr. De Leon, you okay with 10 p.m.
Yes,
outside?
yes, I am.
Okay. All right, thank y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is number 7, Harriman Liquors and Wines Corp.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board, commissioners, chair. I'm assuming you want to hear from the position
Are
first.
you the applicant?
I am the applicant.
Okay.
Yes.
You put your name, I'm sorry, did I miss
Yes.
it?
My name is Priscilla Reynoso.
All right.
Right, number 7.
Good evening, Robert Romano. I am here with, where are you guys? Okay. I'm here with the owners of the 3 closest stores to Harriman Liquors and Wine Corp's proposed premise. This is Woodbury Lynn Liquor Incorporated, Central Valley Liquor and Wine Corp, and Saras Star Liquor Corp. With regard to market saturation, right now, we feel that this market is adequately meeting local demand for product and services, that there has been no significant growth in population shifts that would warrant additional stores in this area. I believe the population increase has been like 2% over the last 10 years. And oversaturation would obviously risk the existing businesses and disrupt market equilibrium. With regard to consumer demand, the proposed store does not offer any unique products or services that are currently available, as I said. The stores are showing flat or declining sales, which indicate no unmet demand. And I'd like to point out that the Surgeon General came out with their report a few days ago. This has already had a chilling effect on the stock market, on individuals, and it's no longer speculation. I'm not going to say, oh, in 10 years, this or that, it's going to happen. It's already happening. And the market demand for alcohol products is already done a precipitous drop from that original notice, but it's going to continue, especially if the warning labels get put on all products. One concern that I do have, an additional concern, is with the applicant principal. If you look at the application, she had indicated that she would maintain her current job, which is operating a insurance and tax agency, and I commend you for that business. But she also mentioned in the same application, the next question, that she would be operating 60 hours a week, 7 days a week, running this store. Quote, I will be working and managing the business all the time. I will work 60 hours a week, 7 days a week, manager. This raises concerns either about the potential mismanagement or non-compliance. And I would ask that you take that into consideration. This area is a residential area, and the new store would harm the
I
existing.
mean, it's a residential, besides the fact that Woodbury Commons is 1 mile from where she's trying to open a store, it's not.
But there are already, the area is already adequately served by stores in close proximity.
But there are tens of thousands of people that go there shopping every day.
Then why aren't sales going up in the stores? That's
They're not convenient and located to the people that are coming in shopping at the outlets, right? I don't know. I
mean, that's, I would urge you, based on these facts as well as others, to deny this application. And the owners would like to each say a brief word.
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, how are you? I'm an owner of the Woodbury Liquors. And then compared to the previous owner, my sales is go down. And then the location of the new store is like 3 minutes away from my store. If they are open, it's really, it could be a really huge impact to my store. So I don't know if I could survive from this.
Okay, but your store is in Monroe, which
Yes.
is.
It's Woodbury Liquors.
Yeah, but you're essentially the next town over.
But no, it's really close. It's just like 3 minutes away.
Right, but you're on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I have 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but now if you drive it to my store to less, no, I mean, new store, it's only take like 3 minutes. It's just like one row, you know. So you don't need to take any turn, you just go straight. Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Rishi Parikh from Central Valley Liquors, and I'm close to Woodbury Commons.
Yeah.
And my numbers are also flat, and I think we well serve the market, between all the liquor stores what we have.
Okay. Yeah, numbers are not good.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Avinash, and I'm representing Star Liquor Corp. So just to touch base on this too, my numbers have been down significantly from 2021 to 2023.
Which store are you, sir?
Star Liquor Corp. Yeah, so around from 2021 to 2022, we've seen 2 million drop in sales. And then from 2022 to 2023, there has been almost $600,000 in sales drop. I have left my career in finance, MBA in finance as well, to pursue to be able to grow it now. I just bought the store recently. It's been a year now. So for my opposition, if she's doing this as full-time and then also not doing this as a full-time, I can genuinely tell you that it takes a lot more effort. My store is the biggest in the community in terms of square footage. And I do employ a lot of, I have a huge team that I try to employ and serve the community at the same time. And I think to answer your question too before, where you said the sales have been down in the area, it's a lot has to do with the population. It has dropped because a lot of people are moving out to different areas significantly because New York is, the tax and everything has impacted the area significantly. Now we're seeing a lot of city people coming over, which will hopefully help over a period of time. But, just wanted to give you a reality check of the area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, so my name is Priscilla Reynoso, owner and principal of Harriman Liquors and Wines Corp. I'm here to request the board to grant a license for a new package store and to address some of the concerns from the opposition. Based on the census data, the population of the village of Harriman has been steadily increasing for the past 2 decades. Since 2020, from 2000 to 2010, the population in Harriman increased 7.6%. From 2010 to 2020, increased 12%. And since the pandemic in 2020, Harriman and nearby towns have been impacted in population growth from city and on an average of 2% per year for the village of Harriman, 7.5% for the town of Woodbury, and 8.2% population growth for the town of Monroe. Therefore, based on these numbers, there is a growing appetite for this type of business in the area. This proposed premises is situated in a very centralized and convenient location. We have plenty of parking spaces. We have in front a public parking lot and a bus stop where commuters park their vehicles to take the bus. Consequently, those commuters may take advantage of having a package store right in front. We are also right by the entrance exit of Interstate 87, US Route 6, and on the state routes NY17, NY17M, and NY32. We have right behind a shopping center with several national retail chain stores, such as Walmart, Home Depot, TJ Maxx, IHOP, and others, that brings a large number of consumers to our area, plus the Woodbury community, Woodbury outlets, as you mentioned before. I'm planning to offer a variety of products to better serve the diverse population growth that we have now in the community. I want to offer more kosher and New York-based products than what is currently being offered. Despite the 3 closest stores, I will offer curbside pickup, internet sales via our website, local deliveries, tastings, education, and gift certificate options, which our closest store is not currently offering any of those. These additional services will enhance public convenience and advantage. Furthermore, based on the gross sales numbers the 4 closest stores provided, and using the Commissioner's De Leon formula, although respect, they're all projecting sales increase, and one of them is projected to have a significantly sales increase this year. It is also fair to point out that there are no liquor store in the village of Harriman right now. All others are in different towns. On one side of the proposed premises, we have the closest store, which is 1.5 miles away in the town of Monroe. The second closest is 1.8 miles away and is located in the town of Woodbury, also serving a different area. On the other side, we have the town of Tuxedo, and the closest store is 7.15 miles away. For that reason, there is a public convenience and advantage opening a new package store at this location. This proposed store is also in line with the closest stores in terms of the square footage, enough to carry and support the community. I'm not opening a huge store that could overlap them in regards to inventory. Lastly, in response to the opposition's concern of my other business, I have prepared myself enough and my staff for the past 15 months since I submitted this application to run my agency remotely. I have managers and enough staff, and since it's already a well-established business for over a decade. This transition allows me to dedicate full-time attention once you grant my license to manage and oversee the daily operations to my new business, which is this proposed liquor store. I respectfully request to grant approval on my application to be able to fulfill consumer needs and support the public convenience and advantage. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Reynoso, right?
Yes.
When you say that you're going to operate the insurance business remotely, you understand that when you're in the liquor store, you're doing liquor store business. That's it.
No, definitely.
So you're not on the computer in the liquor store doing insurance business remotely. That's clear, right?
I'm clear with that. Correct.
If you guys have questions, if not, I'm ready when you guys are.
Ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon?
Okay. Okay, as usual, I do appreciate the presentations and the comments made by council regarding the recent finding. That's something that's going to affect this industry down the road for sure. And I also appreciate the presentation of the applicant. My figures here indicate that while Woodbury is going to, from 23 to 24, that's what I look at, and just me again. I see a decrease of about 130,000, and for Central, I also see, I actually see an increase of about 130,000. And for Star, I see an increase of about, again, 100,000. And for Kosher, an increase of about 300,000. So the sales, from 23 to 2024 do show an increase. I accept all the representations made by both parties, but I am going to vote to approve this license.
And Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. The next store is over 1 mile away, and I do think that there is significant commercial traffic in the area that can justify an additional small store. So I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is number 20, DECATUR Wine LLC.
Which number?
20.
Yep. Yes.
So who's the applicant? You're the applicant?
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. My name is Sadruddin Mustafa Shahab, Sadra Shahab, from Decatur Wine LLC.
And with you?
I thought you want to hear the opposition first. With me,
Introduce yourself.
I have. Please.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Faride Sakhaifer, Faride Sadat Sakhaifer in the file.
Thank you.
And this on behalf of the opposition, which is Z&E Liquors Incorporated and Hello Liquor Store Incorporated, which are the second and seventh closest stores. This is Robert Romano. I'm filling in for Mr. Lynn, who is ill today. I'd like to point out that if this store was granted a license, it would be the 9th store in a half-mile range. The closest store is just over 1,000 feet away currently. And what needs to be considered in this case is the neighborhood. There's no denying that the neighborhood has got issues with crime. On the crime grade report, it scored an F, a score of 94 out of 100. Only 6% of other areas have higher crime rates. A crime is committed every 38 minutes in Bedford-Stuy. And sales from the surrounding stores do not indicate a reasonable basis to approve this application. There is no product or service that would be offered by this store that is not currently available. Did you want to speak? Okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Sai from the GNE liquor. I think we don't need more liquor store in the neighborhood because we already had a 2 open store, 2 bulletproof store. We all store is bigger more than the new provider. We had more item, we had more station. It's no reason to get one small store in the neighborhood.
Which store are you, sir? He's number 2. He's Z&E.
GNE liquor. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, member of the board. My name's I'm a owner of the Ralph Avenue Liquor Store Inc. It's just one like a corner away from the new opening store.
Which store again? I'm sorry.
Ralph Avenue Liquor Store.
Ralph.
Yeah.
Ralph, okay.
Yeah, it's just a corner away from the
He's
new
the
opening
closest store.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So I really do see declining numbers for at least the 3 closest stores here. And I'm not sure about the 4th one.
Got responses from 5. I got 1 down, 1.
Z&E, what happened to Mr. Lin?
Charles called me last night.
Who's supposed to be?
He's unwell.
Oh, okay.
I think the greater concern is just that so many stores in such a tight. The concern, that I have is so many stores in such a tight, small area. From 0.2 walking to 0.4 walking distance.
They're all very close by.
All very, very close. Sir.
Thank you so much for having us today. Despite the long wait, we are here today. I wanted to introduce both of us, Sadruddin Mustafavi Shahab, again with my wife, Farida Sakhaifa. We opened up the LLC 50% ownership of that, and we have a proposal to open a fine wine and artisanal liquor store in our own neighborhood. We live in this neighborhood, and that is 7 minutes away from the store. I would first get to the opposition of the other stores. Mr. Romano argued that the neighborhood is crime ridden. Is that what you said? I think I saw it in Mr. Lin's opposition. This is based on a website that is called crimegrade.org, which sells home security systems. The website marks entire Manhattan as grade F, and it marks the entire Brooklyn except the Starrett City as pretty unsafe. So I do question the validity of their data and the map and the methodology. We have provided a 50-page, in all honesty, transparency of our proposal, which has multiple analysis. One of the analysis shows why we chose our own neighborhood to open this store, and that is about the density of the stores. I think Mr. Lin easily put some sort of a map that shows a bunch of blocks, which and with a number of stores, not specifying what are the sizes of these stores, what do they sell, etc. Also, what they're not providing is the context. What I added to the analysis is a density analysis of liquor stores per zip codes. And that shows zip code 11233, which we live in, and we're proposing to open a store, significantly has less number of wine and liquor stores. From the opposition today, only from the 5 stores, we have 3 oppositions. The nearest one did not oppose. The other stores are bulletproof stores, which I provided photo evidence of, like what the stores are. 2 of them are selling lottery, and the environment is in a way that I cannot say I never bought anything from the respected stores, but when Farida and I will be walking on our street to buy something, I go in and she wouldn't come in. There is some sort of an indicator of, like how the environments feel. These are bulletproof, selling low quality.
How many of the closest stores are bulletproof?
3.
Which
I mean,
one?
all of them except Manny's wine shop. All of them except Manny's.
So Rolfe Avenue is bulletproof.
Yes.
Z&E.
Z&E is bulletproof.
Yes.
Manila,
We Liquors,
Yes.
that is also bulletproof.
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Fanu? Fanu?
Fanu Inc. is a wine-only store. Mr. Khalifi has provided the written opposition that I have so much to say about that.
So
did you say your store was going to be wine only?
Wine and liquor, artisanal liquor and wine, but I'm going to get to that.
are you able to define what you plan to carry as different? Would you commit to carrying different items than what they sell?
Absolutely, and it's written in the proposal as well. First of all, I should tell you a little bit about my background. I'm a nonprofit city planner who has worked in the city for the past 15 years as a person who only cared for public benefit. I did advocacy in a lot of low-income communities. My wife, Farida, is a teacher and artist who only served in low-income Black and Hispanic neighborhoods where we live ourselves as well. So there is
2 professors want an open liquor store. It almost breaks my heart. I almost want to say no so that you stay in
Ms.
public
Fan,
service
thank
here.
you so much for recognizing a little bit of that service. I may break into tears, and there's a lot of reasons for it that I'm not a city planner anymore. But this one is going to be a happy story, though. This is our American dream. This is our small business that we're going to open, and this is hopefully in continuation of how we served our communities in this country and in the past 15 years. Farida is still going to teach at the university. She teaches at public schools. She's going to be teaching 2 nights a week. For the rest of it, hopefully she would be able to help me as well. I put there that I'm going to work there 5 days a week as a manager and as the owner, and Farida hopefully will be helping me for 2 days a week. There was a question about something that I forgot to answer before I get into this, I think.
What would you sell?
The products we have posted we have meticulously put it in our proposal as well. In our neighborhood, there is nobody who is slightly is interested in anything that is made in Brooklyn or is made in our state. If you want to buy any wine or any whiskey or any vodka that is made in our own city and state, you have to travel for at least an hour. That is absurd. That is not exactly how California, as the first producer of wine in the United States does. New York State is the second producer of wine, and we are not consuming it or selling it in this city, and that's bad. Our idea is that we did have a lot of good relationship. Me as a nonprofit, I worked on programs, for example, like Made in NYC, who was always working local manufacturers to get hooked up to resources, etc. As part of that, I toured a lot of distilleries and a lot of winemakers in the city and some other regions as well. And I would say they always had a hardship to find friends and stores in the place that they are producing. I remember the first comprehensive plan for Brooklyn Navy Yard. I remember when the King's Distillery opened up, etc. And still nobody in our neighborhood that is only 25 minutes driving distance from the distillery is not selling King's Distillery whiskeys. You can ask the gentleman here standing how many SKUs of wine that is made or
So what
cider.
percentage of your SKUs would be New York focus items?
What I did, I did a research, I did interviews, a bunch of different stores. I wanted to figure out why nobody is interested. First of all, I crunched the numbers to understand that Fanu, as the only wine store in our neighborhood, that is not really in our neighborhood, it's within the vicinity. He has only 5% SKU that is American made. None of it is New York State made. I'm saying 25% of liquor and wine should come from the state that we live in.
Okay, so 25% New York State items.
Yes.
And then what's making up the remainder of the 75%?
The 75%, I put it in the proposal as well. I would like to keep it something affordable, nice, and diversity, especially from Global South and the winemakers that have less chance to produce or to present. This is going to be on the side of everybody who's a small batch, environmental friendly, and would be actually promising steps in better farming in this world.
How do you define small batch?
Small batch is defined in many ways. One way is to think about less than 40,000 liters a year, but 40,000 liters a year still would make somebody as a large producer as well.
How many gallons is that?
1,000 gallons, give or take. I'm a numbers person.
That's 1,000 gallons? It's 12,000 gallons?
40,000 is almost 11 to 12,000 gallons, right?
Okay.
Right.
Great.
Thank you so much.
All right, amazing.
Anything else, sir?
Can I get to the demographic facts and why this neighborhood, etc.? We did a meticulous demographic analysis. This is probably something that I did for a lot of city agencies and council members before in pro bono causes. I would look at a lot of neighborhood demographics and the statistics and socioeconomic values to understand who is the community. After doing, and I submitted the whole, like many pages of the demographic analysis, it starts with one fact. Department of City Planning has designated this part of Ocean Hill, Wicksville, as a food desert area since 15 years ago, 2009 or so. Food desert means the population of the neighborhood do not have access to good quality grocery stores. That includes grocery stores, supermarkets, beverages, etc. And it's pretty evident from, bless you, it's pretty evident from the opposition that we see today as well. Only bulletproof stores that are selling nips. That is part of the food desert that we live in. But believe me, even a regular supermarket is really hard to shop at. So what I say is that we have to commute as a middle-class family, 2 professors, not really rich, not too poor. We have to commute an hour or so back and forth to be able to get grocery stores that we need in this neighborhood.
Does that argument cut against your argument to put another liquor store in that location?
I mean, the store that I'm proposing, when we talk about food deserts, there's one fact. Supermarkets need to carry the burden of what it means to solve the problem. Usually 6,000 square foot is the basics of a supermarket that would carry fresh food. The store that I'm proposing is 350 square foot of selling. 350 square foot is definitely within the margin of mom and pop stores in New York City. And you know that there's less and less of these types of places because the new developments would create larger footprints, commercial footprints, etc. The type of a store that I'm proposing to open up with Farida is nothing that a supermarket or a fresh food can absolutely operate in. The only thing that you can do with the store is that not to leave it empty, not to leave it empty in a place that Mr. Lins and Mr. Romanos would call them crime infested. This is our neighborhood. That makes me ultimately sad and angry to know that we do not deserve to have nice stores and a nice storefront, etc. because some other people who live in some other places think our neighborhoods are bad, which is not
The
true.
only thing that can go in that space, a liquor store? Good.
I mean, there's a coffee shop opening up at the corner of the building because they're.
Let me interrupt you. So your pictures are accurate. The pictures that you set forth, that's what it looks like.
Yes, very recent as well.
Very nice. And you're not concerned about, there's 3 bulletproof stores in your vicinity.
Right.
You're not bulletproof.
And I'm not concerned. I know my neighbors. I have a relationship with my neighbors, and I think I'm confident that this neighborhood is not what people would characterize as crime infested.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for question.
Anything further?
Oh, we did the demographic analysis. Demographic analysis shows this neighborhood has grown 11% in the past 4 years of ACS census data. That's significant. That's much more than what Brooklyn is in average. But then also in the past decade, the neighborhood has grown 50%, which is again uncharacteristic of, like in regular neighborhoods in Brooklyn, which shows a lot of change. More than that, the median income has increased by 43%. The rate of school dropouts has decreased by 12%. The number of people with PhD and master degrees, etc., have grown significantly to 43% as well. All of these numbers show there is a new neighborhood. There is an expanded neighborhood that is probably twice as population and twice as income as it was maybe 5-6 years ago. Department of Building data shows this area, zip code 1123, has seen most significant development trend, 31,000 in the past 4 years, new building permits. And I'm not putting absolute numbers like Mr. Lin in his defense. These absolute numbers do not mean anything. We have to look at the numbers in context of where we are talking about. So the community that I'm talking about has seen 31,000 new buildings compared to the adjacent neighborhoods that have only seen 11,000 to 15,000 new building permits. So again, this is a very clear evidence that there are so many new residential units added to this neighborhood, this particular section of the neighborhood.
All right, would you be willing to commit to not selling the major brand items that are sold in the other stores?
I am promising here and on any written material that I'm not going to sell any single bottle that these friends would carry.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Doable, I guess. That now changes my analysis. What are you gonna sell then?
He said fine wines,
What-
artisanal
You're not gonna
liquor.
sell basically any name brands that they have?
Yeah,
Just said that.
that's what he just said. Why are you disappointed?
No. Okay.
He's gonna try to
I'll
discover
make-
these small batch producers and made in Brooklyn, made in New York.
Let-
There's a
let-
lot
let-
of producers
let-
as well.
Let me actually, Commissioner Moya, I know your history and I know your expertise in the matter. Let me tell you one thing from what you asked. The store is heavily focused on wine.
Okay.
These stores do not carry wine. Also, if you want to get to Manny's wine, I will get specifically to what Manny's would offer. But the wine that these stores offer there's absolutely nothing that we are interested in that is going to be Yellowtail, Black Horse, Dark Horse.
That's wine, but the alcohol, vodkas and scotch.
In liquors, I'm hoping that we only get to artisanal liquor that is made in Brooklyn that is pretty significant production. Brooklyn County is the largest producer of liquor in the state. So it should be pretty easy to make connections, to talk to the makers, to have some sort of a working condition that, they understand there is a small store here that is their friend.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Our position is obviously 9 stores, half a mile. It's just wait.
Yeah,
It's not with
No,
the
I have to say something.
they're trying to do something else and all these existing stores are bulletproof, so I
No,
do think.
that's not right.
Let them purchase the store.
The my brother has one more store. It's called Many Wine. It's just same brand with me. Have the 2 weeks. Yes, it's a wine store.
Got it.
It's 100% Shalom wine. It's all kind of wine they have it. It's an open store. That's why I say we have the 2 open store.
That's why
Yeah,
it's
but
not
you-
Yes, it's the same brand with
What were
me.
you saying about
The Millennial Wines and Liquor is also an open store and they're located on the same.
Yeah, just opened it last
I
year.
understand. We understand. We already
Yeah.
made note of the fact that there is a density issue here. Okay, we've already noted that. We get that.
I mean,
Okay.
And then there's also, I'm not with them, he's my brother, and then, yeah. And then, we know that the neighborhood is changing, and then oftentimes we're also, listening to the customers. So a lot of customers right now, they're interested in orange wine, natural wines, which we all carry. So it's nothing new that, you know, they want to propose that we don't have.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what is your store and what kind of an orange wine you have?
No crosstalk, please.
I'm
No,
sorry.
You're honestly.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, we've been at the neighborhood like 10 years. We know the customer, we know the neighborhoods. Anything they asking, we add stuff.
Hand one at a
Yeah,
time.
we
All right.
stuff. Okay,
Thank you.
we got it. We got it.
There's pet nats, there's.
Sure.
All right. So, are you ready to vote?
If my colleagues are ready to vote, I am ready.
Okay. Commissioner De Leon.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Seldom has an applicant come here without counsel and been as prepared and as eloquent as you, sir. And that includes many of the councils that do appear here. So I give you a lot of props for the amount of work you did and the research you did. I do believe that you're going to offer something good, something different. I'm very familiar with Bed-Stuy. I was in those neighborhoods back in the 80s, okay? And it was a different place. It has changed dramatically from then. In terms of the numbers, what I see here is, I do see that Ralph, from 2023 to 2024, the figures that we were given would show a decrease of about, 120,000. But then Z&E would show an increase of about 300,000 or 250,000, I should say. Manny's, an increase there of 200,000. Millennial, an increase of about 300,000, using the math that I use. And again, that's only my math. Nobody else is bound by that. That's how I make my analysis. So with all that said, with the uniqueness of this applicant's business model that he's proposing, despite the concern I have about the density, I am going to approve this application.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that this, maybe sometimes the chair should vote first, right? Because then we don't have to go back and say, do I agree with those steps? I'm sure you're going to get some conditions.
Commissioner Maya.
Okay, I'll make a longer explanation, but I approve, and my approval will be with no stipulations. Quantitative, I say that word because there's liquor stores in your area, and we could look at the numbers, quantitative again, up or down. But the only trouble I have with looking at numbers and looking at how far away every liquor store is, first of all, we're not here to protect all the liquor stores. But the second reason is it leaves nothing to the qualitative nature of who is opening up a new package store. And I'm very impressed. Your photos, your hard work on the demographic analysis. You have a beautiful place. And I just think that your management approach itself is a factor in improving you. I don't like putting any conditions because I don't know what you're going to find about some unique inventory. So I approve, and I'll approve unconditionally.
Chair.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm going to find public convenience and advantage only because you are offering a different business model from what exists there, to be very honest. There is a store 2 blocks away, literally around the corner. Everybody's dropping numbers. Other than that, if not for your business plan, there would be no additional store because there are just way too many in this area already. And so I'm going to vote to approve with 25% New York State products.
Yes.
And the remainder 75% that is not what they sell. However you take that. You guys, if you really feel strongly, provide your SKUs to them so they know what you sell, so that they don't sell it. I'm gonna let you guys work that out.
So by the people present or just the closest stores that are listed?
The closest stores that are listed.
Yeah. And Commissioner De Leon?
If there's a problem, you can certainly come back here for us to work that out, but it's on you guys to provide the information if you don't want them to sell something. And, but I'm gonna hold you to the 25% New York State funds. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fan.
You were okay with that.
I concur with those conditions.
Thank you. Next is 18 and 19, Mr. MELO LLC.
It's time to buy in everywhere if you look at alcohol. But didn't you know, did you hear if you sell alcohol, it lowers their property value?
Good afternoon, everyone. Phil Dorn. This is 18 and 19, Mr. MELO LLC. Phil Dorn and Max Bookman, attorneys for the applicants, Pozeski and Bookman. Behind me are Nick Vaginas and Nate Olsch, who are principals of the licensee. We are here before you because under the authority's delegation of power, applications must come before you when there is a prior cancellation at the location and plus an overlap in ownership, which makes sense because a cancellation often indicates some sort of grave wrongdoing from the licensee. That is not the case here. Claire Chan, who is one of the passive owners of the licensee of the entity, previously owned a business at this location. It was licensed under 61 Withers LLC. She shut her doors for her business in August of 2023. November 1st of that same year, so about a month and a half later, she surrendered her license. However, the authority brought charges against her in February of 2024 for being non-bona fide, for surrendering her license a month and a half after she closed. At that time, she was under separate counsel, and that counsel advised her to merely take a cancellation for the record. She did not understand that it would have an impact on her pending application, for which she is a passive partner in. She has no operational authority with this applicant. So just two important points I'd like to make. One is that I kind of mentioned that the cancellation was not due to any grave wrongdoing. This location was not the focal point of any police activity.
I just want to clarify. So she is a minor investor in your business, but she has no authority over the operation?
Yes, she's not involved in the operation. She's a 29% indirect owner.
But if she says something, you're not going to honor it? I mean, I find that very hard to believe.
Honor is, I mean, they have discussions as partners all the time, but she's not involved with the day-to-day operations.
Okay.
So the points I was making is one, that the cancellation she took was merely for the record. It was not due to any wrongdoing other than just surrendering the license a month and a half after she closed her business. There was no police focal point. There was no safety concerns, anything like that, which you often see with cancellations. It was just merely because she closed and she didn't she didn't want to pay the civil penalty when she had closed her business.
Can I ask you about the financing here?
The financing, yes, sure.
What I have is an investment of $225,000 with $195,000 from, I take it to be a number of minority investors, all under 10% each.
That's right.
How many?
There are about 10.
About 10. Okay. And these are they family? Are they related or anything?
Family and friends help raise the capital.
Okay.
The other couple quick points I would just like to make is that, one, had Claire known the impact of accepting a cancellation for the record instead of just paying the penalty, she would have paid the penalty. I mean, the only reason she took the cancellation on the record was because she closed her business, and she did not understand that accepting a cancellation, even if it was just for the record, could impact a new pending application for which she was just an investor in. The last thing I'll say is that they've been open under a temp for over a year now with zero operational hiccups. They've been a nice addition to the community, no complaints, no 311 calls, anything like that. And so for that reason, for merely a cancellation on the record, we do not see why there would be good cause to deny this application.
Members have any questions?
Yes, cool. My question is the internet down?
Have an issue too?
What?
Do you have an issue?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you not have the folder in your, on your
I do, and I
desktop?
can't open that up either. I have all my notes, but I can't open up the folder.
If there's something I can help answer, I'm happy to try to help.
I have it. You can
IT.
use mine.
Okay, wait, I'm
What
gonna
do you
just try
need to
one more
see?
time. I'm just trying to look
mine
at
is-
this, I'm trying to bring up the stuff and I can't get anything.
Here, mine's working.
Okay, thank you.
The old laptop wins.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
The stuff is passed.
Okay.
I'm looking on.
Yeah, but they have community board approval. It's Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m., no live music, no security guard.
Positive
You're still
500.
living by that, right? Recorded music, DJ,
Mm-hmm.
no third-party promoters,
That's right.
private events. Where are we with that?
We average that like once a month,
Once a month.
Once a month?
Yeah.
if that.
Okay. Are you good? Where are you? Are
I'm
you
okay, I'm okay.
You okay? All right, go ahead, Donald.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, I vote to approve with the conditions that were specified by the chair.
Commissioner Maya
I vote to approve with the chair's conditions.
and Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve. Again, let me repeat. Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m., no live music, no security guard, recorded music only. DJ, no third-party promoters, private events, 12 a year.
All right, and
Very good.
everyone's okay with that?
Yeah. And private events is defined as if you close the establishment and allow an event to happen, taking over the entire space. It's not that you cannot have private parties within the space
Right, full
while the
buyout.
business is operating.
Right, understood. Thank you all.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 3, Gurney's Inn Resort and Spa Limited.
Say 30 or 3?
3.
3 or 3. Oh, 3, yeah.
Martin Mailer, initially, I'd like to say Happy New Year to everybody, and thank you to the chair to tell us that Mark Ferring is back. I've had the pleasure of working with him. I've opposed him on certain things. We've agreed, we've disagreed, but you have somebody that has experience and knowledge, and he's.
I know, I'm very excited. He's
No,
a great
he-
asset and,
when you told me, I got excited.
mentor and advisor to me, you know, really that I trust him hugely and thank you for saying that.
No, I meant it. In this, this is a CNC, this is Gurney's Inn. It has been around for 25 years. It has an impeccable history. There was an aberration that occurred on one night. The security staff has been replaced completely, and I would ask that you accept the penalty that's been suggested.
So this sounds chaotic, about 100 people running?
No, it amounted to a private, they rented out some of the space, and the person who had organized it for the others, he got out of hand, he was being escorted out. Let's just say the security got a little exuberant in how they removed the person. I'm not going to, say that it was a non-event, but it's an aberration. It's just something that Gurney's doesn't do, and I would ask that. And the penalty suggested was that of counsel's office, and I would agree that it's an appropriate penalty given the history and everything else of this licensee.
Members ready to vote? I am. All right, Commissioner De Leon.
I'll accept 2,500.
Commissioner Maya
25.
and Chair.
I'm gonna accept 2,500 given their long history since 1999.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's been approved.
All right, we're going to go on a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. Run out.
Figures with me.
Back on the record after a brief recess. Again, the item is 32, 33, and 34, Mo Gourmet Deli Corp.
Yes. Martin Mailer of Mail and Buscemi. This one's interesting in the sense that I understand what I think you're going to do to this licensee, but given what you just heard from a previous application, there was a hearing. And during the course of the hearing, many of the charges were not sustained. And I submit what was sustained was not of a grievous nature. It wasn't, I mean, the client didn't have the Liquor Authority under 21 sign. It had the New York City under 21 sign. There was a manager that was in the premises, and the charge was that the premises didn't conform to the application, which said there'd be no manager. But as the authority knows, as the members knows, they've changed that. You don't have to disclose managers or not having managers. The heavier charges, sale to minors, they were dismissed. And I submit that even though the ALJ sustained the charge relating to a gambling device, with all due respect, it wasn't proven. The investigator said, I've never played the game. I don't know how it operates. The second time he was in there, it was unplugged in a back room. But she's saying the charges.
I don't know why you're arguing. So
no, I was saying, well,
do they
because
have other businesses or something?
no, well, that's the point. The license was surrendered. It was surrendered about a
No,
year
it's
ago.
in safekeeping. It's not surrendered yet.
No, it's I believe.
Expired now.
It's expired, so we're about to cancel it.
Well, that's the point. See, if you cancel this licensee, this license, the principal has the black mark against it that a license was canceled.
So you went to hearing, certain charges were sustained. What do you want to do? You
I
want
mean,
to
if you're up to me, I would ask that a letter of warning be given on this one. Well, but again, you're gonna say it should be canceled for the record, but then once, as you just heard.
No, I want cancel and bond.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, cancel bond, or just the bond. I mean, that's the pound of flesh that you can get the person anyway, or the only thing that will matter, except if this individual wants to ever come back and apply again, he runs through the stigma of having
Yeah, but you
cancellation.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 charges that were sustained.
Yeah, but look at what the ALJ did. 2 or 3 of them deal with the under 21 sign, which was the New York City sign was there.
I get it, but from my read, it's at least $8,000. So you want 8,000? Oh, I don't know where you're.
No, I don't see. The reason I'm standing here today is I don't know where the licensee is, or the former licensee. He left the country, and I haven't heard from him since. So I don't know where he is. So if I tell him
So why are you
$8,000,
arguing?
I'm.
You don't have a client who's paying you, and you're coming.
No. I was paid to do this, but I'm just saying. In a sense, I said this was interesting. The authority's position I knew was going to be cancel and bond.
So it's free if you do just cancel and bond, or we can put $8,000, and then if he doesn't pay it,
Then it's
becomes
cancellation.
cancel and bond.
No,
So it's the same outcome.
I understand that. Well, you're going to do what you're going to do. I'm just saying that this is a
It's
unique.
not going to be a letter of warning.
I understand, but understand when the hearing was held, he was still a licensee. I waited for a long time to get the report of the ALJ. I then immediately sent in a controversy. This happened about 7 or 8 months ago, and here we are today. It's on for the first time. Now,
All right, well, Mark would have agreed with some form, either 5,000, 8,000, or
no, I get it.
cancel and bond.
And the alternative would be cancel. I hear what you're saying. Look,
So which one do you choose?
It's not what I choose. You're making a decision. This is not a CNC, and whatever you do is final.
Choose, because your client is like nowhere to be found. So what do you think is more reasonable? Should we just put it at cancel and bond and not play this game, or you want me to put $8,000 and then you decide, you give him a chance maybe to pay it to?
And
clean
the
his
alternative
record?
being cancel bond?
You take cancel and
No,
bond.
I'm saying you put in like 8,000 or whatever number you're gonna put in.
Yeah.
And then in the alternative, he doesn't pay within, the period of time.
Becomes a cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Let me at least try to reach out to him, but
All right, so I'm at 8,000. Where are you guys at?
Did he say he's gonna, what do you mean you're gonna reach out to him?
I'm gonna
tell
try
him
to
that
try
it's
to find him.
$8,000.
Okay.
But I mean, understand, like the sales, the signs, the statute reads $100. I mean, that's the violation for the signs. These other violations, the manager was there, even though the application said no manager. You yourself, the members, have taken that away. You can have a manager, you don't have to have a manager, you don't have to report it to the liquor authority. These are the charges that are left. So I mean, $8,000 for the remaining charges.
I don't get that. What I have
This is suspended cigarettes.
Cigarettes.
Gambling machine twice.
Gambling machine, well, again,
Here's
And
a
sell
pattern.
to minor that is dismissed, however.
two of them were dismissed.
But here's the pattern. You know, what this appears to me is, I'm gonna cut corners, I'm gonna make money on the side, doing illegal cigarettes, running gambling, which
But
I
he-
did a little research on, excuse me, one time. Some of these machines can pull in like 300, 350 a day. So he does the cost benefit analysis and says, you know, I'm just gonna keep doing this and pay a fine every now and then.
Again, if it were proven that it was a gambling device, I wouldn't be talking to you in this way. But the inspector, the investigator for the liquor authority, walked into the premises, saw a machine, did not play it. In all the years that I've either been with the authority or you know, have imposed them.
Sustained those charges.
I understand what the ALJ did, but there was no proof that it was a gambling device.
Well, I'm not, you know, not.
Again,
I'm not- I don't have testimony in front of me or anything like that.
Well-
The ALJ found that the charges were sustained, and these kind of charges are about generating money through, you know, illegal means.
But they didn't-
I'm gonna get on
All right.
cigarettes. I'm gonna allow
I hear what you're
gambling.
saying. Right.
You know, it's just, at the end of the day, a lot of it is just cost benefit. I'm gonna pay the fine, and I'll be fine, because in the long run, I'm coming out ahead.
Technically, any fine over $1,000, if they don't pay, will end up being cancellation and bond.
Okay.
Or revocation and bond claim, if that helps.
I was gonna, you said 8?
You can go down, I'm not.
No, I'm not going down. I would go up, but if you said 8, I'm gonna agree with the chair and recommend a fine of 8,000.
Commissioner Maya
Eight.
and Chair.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
8,000.
And we're adopting the ALJs.
Yes,
with
adopting all
charges.
the findings,
Absolutely.
sustaining charges 2 and 3 in the first proceeding, charges 1, 4, and 5 in the second proceeding, and charges 2 and 5 in the third proceeding. Dismissing charge 1 in first, charge 2 and 3 in the second, charge 1, 3, and 4 in the third one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 9, CPS Wine and Spirits, Inc.
Good afternoon. Francis Buscemi of Mailer and Buscemi for the applicant, CPS Wine and Spirits. With me today is Gambu Sherpa, the principal of the applicant. The applicant wants to have a retail liquor store at 1691 Broadway in Manhattan. The proposed location is a 900 square foot store with 500 square feet of retail space. The applicant's store is on Broadway, around 53rd Street. It's the only store on Broadway of the closest surrounding stores. Mr. Sherpa has applied for two other locations in the past, which were both denied on public convenience and advantage. One was Midtown Madison Wines, and the other was Bryant Park Wine and Liquors, Inc. As I said, both disapproved on public convenience and advantage. I'd like to point out that during COVID, we have a Carnegie Spirits and Wines, which was located at 849 7th Avenue, 800 feet from the applicant, which closed and did not reopen. We've attached an exhibit A, which is a petition with over 200 signatures of people in the area in support of the store. The demographics show that the population has increased substantially since 2000. Within from a quarter-mile radius to a 1-mile radius. The income of the area is about $210,000. The median income and the median age population is 38 years of age. There's also annual growth within a quarter-mile radius of the applicant with regard to, I believe that's annual growth within a quarter-mile radius of the applicant increased by 15% from 2000, and within 0.75 mile radius increased by 22%. The area is a densely populated area. I gave you a list of some of the surrounding apartment units within a 2-block radius. You've got over 5,800 apartment units. In addition to the population, the regular population, there is a large daytime population that's employed in that area, which substantially increases the population during the day. Within a quarter-mile radius, you've got the number of employees within the quarter-mile radius is over 76,000. Within a half-mile radius, you have almost 600,000 employees during the daytime. Over 77% of the households do not have vehicles. Therefore, stores in close proximity to residents is important. When we look at the sales of the liquor stores of the area, for the most part, it does show increases. 921 Westerly Liquor, which is the closest store, has about $1.2 million in sales and shows increases from year to year. Shown 45 is the second closest store. It has increases in sales each year, with 2023 sales at almost $2.2 million. Columbus Circle, the third closest store, shows increasing sales each year with 2023 sales at $3.8 million. 57th and Broadway Wine and Spirit shows increasing sales, except for a small drop in, there's a typo here, it says 2023. So one of those years it was a small drop, and in 2023 it had sales of over $2.5 million. There were a couple of opposition letters. The opposition incorrectly states that there are 14 stores within 0.3 miles of the applicant. According to the Liquor Authority own assessment, there are 5 stores within that distance, within the 0.3 miles. There are 5 stores within 0.3 miles. According to my calculations, there are 4, but there certainly aren't 14. The opposition also listed 3 applications in the past that were disapproved in close proximity. And I took a look at the addresses on those populations, and I mapped them out. Two of those stores, the 858 8th Avenue store and the 888 8th Avenue store, they were both on 8th Avenue, between the closest store, which is on 8th Avenue, and the second closest store, which is on 8th Avenue. So you have the closest store, the second closest store on 8th Avenue, and then you have 2 of those stores right in between them two. That's where those 2 were disapproved.
Yeah, we had responses from 8 stores. Those 8 stores are literally from 0.2 to 0.4 in walking distance apart. I mean, the place is really has a lot of liquor stores saturated. And I have another question for you. What I see here is that the applicant is unemployed and that he was a clerk in a liquor store. Is that correct?
He worked as a clerk in a liquor store for a while.
The investment here is, the rent is $23,500 a month. The investment is $219,000. We've accounted for $69,000 from accounts, and then there's no indication of where the rest of the money is coming from.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you, Commissioner.
Again, that's okay. The applicant is unemployed. He was a clerk in a liquor store, but he's not working now. The rent for this store is $23,500 a month. The investment is $219,000. The application accounts for $60,000 in bank accounts, but it doesn't give us any indication of where the rest of that money is coming from.
Well, I mean, when we filed it, that's what it was. I don't know that there's been any further rents paid.
No. I'm talking about like, where's this investment money coming from?
From his bank accounts.
No, he's only accounted for $69,000 in the bank accounts.
I think we showed 3 or 4 bank accounts.
What I have here
As I
is,
recall.
69,000.
I'm sorry, I went to the wrong. Let me see what I have here.
Yeah, 69,000.
I think we showed a number of.
Oh, from, I stand corrected. You're
Yeah,
absolutely right.
right, we showed 3 or 4 bank accounts
You're absolutely
that he
right.
saved over the years, yes.
There's 150 from
Yeah,
another,
okay.
from another account.
But again, getting back to this, if we're past that, getting back to the other stores, and again, I just mapped it out earlier today. If I could just, so you can see where they were in proximity to him. He's the only closest store, he's the only store on Broadway. There's like nothing along Broadway that we see until you get to 32nd.
What is he going to do that's
32nd
different
Street.
from all the other stores?
It's
that
going
are?
to be a small, I mean, the retail sales area is 500 square feet. He's going to be a small convenience store, selling, product, brand name product for the most part. But again, if you look at this, you'll see with these disapprovals, the 2 up here was split in between here on 8th Avenue. The 3rd disapproval that was done, and I don't know how large these stores were.
All right, go back.
And the 3rd store.
It's okay, you can go back to the mic. Go back to the mic.
837 7th Avenue is down there on 7th Avenue. Closer to the 3rd closest store. And we have nothing on Broadway at all.
All right.
He's tried to find a location that he feels would be acceptable to the liquor authority prior to attempts he's made. Were not his fault, there were PC&A disapprovals.
I get it, okay, and I'm only one vote, but I don't see or hear anything different here, and I see 8 stores, literally, in terms of walking distance, 0.2 miles apart. I mean, the area is saturated. If you look on a map, it looks like a pinball, thing in terms of liquor stores. So I'm just not hearing anything new here. I think that we have enough liquor stores in that area. And,
Nothing on Broadway. Nothing on Broadway.
Broadway and 8th Avenue in that location is literally almost a half a block because Broadway crosses at Columbus Circle. So you're not talking about a big walking distance.
Well, you have the
That's why
full
the map
block
is-
here.
That's why we have, 0.2 in terms of spacing.
All right.
But again, are the members ready to vote? Are you, Commissioner?
Ready to vote.
Okay, then respectfully, I'm going to have to deny the application for the reasons stated.
Commissioner Maya?
But I'm looking in most particularly at the 2-block radius analysis provided by council on January 2nd. 5,800 units nearby, and there are a lot of other package stores, but I guess you're going to have to compete with them, so I'm going to say yes.
Going to approve? Chair?
All right, this is the 3rd time this applicant has applied with this authority for a liquor store, so I don't think he's gonna quit until we give one to him. He's been doing this for the past 8 years, so I really commend you for your consistency and insistence that you want a liquor store. I'm gonna find public convenience an advantage because of the location conveniently on Broadway here, where there's a lot of tourists walking around, and in a cold winter day like this, 2 blocks is far for people who don't know New York so well. So I actually, very surprisingly, see all the numbers growing up. There are 4 stores that I see as flat and 4 that I see as growing up, just plain judgment of the numbers.
Are you in opposition, sir?
Yes, I am. I just.
Oh,
I wasn't sure if I was the only one. That's why I didn't come up yet. So.
is anyone,
Oh,
I'm from Sean 45. So.
is anyone else in opposition to CPS Wine and Spirits Inc.?
This means Sean 45.
Do you want to speak on it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I figured this would be, my name is Eric Sun from Sean 45 Wine and Spirits. I figured this would just get denied automatically because 4 years ago, like he said, 888 8th Avenue between 51st and 52nd denied. 3 months later, 858 8th Avenue, 52nd Street and 51st Street denied. 2 years ago, another one where he was saying about Carnegie on 7th Avenue was denied also because during COVID, they shut down because the lack of business and tourists, corporation was closed, hotel, tourism, restaurants, theaters, and a lot of people suffered. Our gross has gone up, but it's actually just catching up now because you don't see like 2019 and 2018, but our gross has gone down halfway basically. In the 4-block radius from.
You're going back to 2018, 2019?
Well, you don't see it because what we handed in was the last 4 years. That's what I was just saying.
I know, but looking at your numbers for 2023.
Yes.
You said $2,183,738.
Yes.
For 2024, you gave us figures for up to May 31st of $550,233. Take that 550 divided by 5, take that number divided by 14, you're at 1.5 for 2024.
Yeah.
So I don't see that your numbers are going up. I see that your numbers are significantly going down.
That's what I'm trying to say too. Like he was explaining how it went up in 21 to 22, but it's actually going back down. So within the 4-block radius from 8th Avenue to 7th Avenue, Broadway is just basically half a block, like you said too. 52nd to 54th Street, that 4-block radius has been denied for the past, I don't know, like 4 years here. And 10 years ago, this same, it's not the same applicant, I think, but same location was denied over 10 years ago too. I don't have the number for that one, but, I fought that store about, like I said, 10 years ago. And, everybody else, we've been fighting about anything that's coming near us. And we've been winning about that because our business hasn't gone up, Now corporation is starting to come in about like what, 40%, 50% occupancy now, but everyone's still working from home right now too. My corporate sales still not there, holiday parties not there. And, we're still trying to provide like with our workers and, pay them. Every liquor price is going up, rent is going up, congestion prices in now. So, it's trying to make money is easy but hard, but trying to have money in your pocket is even harder right now with all the expenses. So,
All right.
and especially with allocation, everything going up, it's really hard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya, you still keeping?
I will remain a yes to approve.
I assume.
I just want to point out, we are talking about disapprovals that took place 4 years ago, 2 of them, as the gentleman just said. So, I mean, it's a completely different ballgame.
And Chair, I know you were in the middle of.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm still at denial.
And Commissioner Maya still had approve.
All right, I am going to find public convenience advantage. I appreciate your input. I do know this area really well, and I do think that there is public convenience and advantage for the proposed location. Certainly, this applicant had shown a lot of drive in trying to get a store here, and so I'm going to support him.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Next is 16, Jolie Wine Inc. I believe there's actually opposition here for this one. If
16.
they can come up. Yep.
You're welcome.
Francis Buscemi, Mailer and Buscemi for the applicant, Jolie Wine Inc. There's opposition here, so I'll.
Is that the applicants behind you?
Oh, I'm
Who's the
sorry. Yeah.
applicant?
Yes, with me are the 2 principals, of the applicant Zoran Shu, and this is Bing Chu.
Thank you.
And the gift to open the store is coming from whom?
Zoran's
Your
mother
Mother-in-law?
in China.
Or mother or mother-in-law? Your mother.
Mother in China, yes. The mother resides in China.
Got it.
I'll yield the mic to opposition at this point, or?
So just for the record, this is inside of the Tangram.
The Tangram Mall, right.
Which is a, significantly developed standalone shopping experience, to
Yeah.
say the least. Okay.
Thank you. Happy New Year and good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, and Board. My name is Howard Levine, and I represent Objectants Blue Sky Liquor, Prince Street Wine and Liquor, and Taipei Fine Wine. This submission is respectfully made in opposition to this third attempt, as I believe it is, for Jolie to obtain a package store license in the mall. This area is absolutely oversaturated. In fact, Prince Street is less than 300 feet away. Yes, it is located within a mall, but I submitted a picture which demonstrates that the entrance to the mall and the entrance to the Prince Street store are so close that it's unbelievable. I mean, I'm sure that it will come as a tremendous surprise that I'm not the most athletic guy here, but I could throw a rock from Prince Street store and hit the mall door. Now, I anticipate the argument's going to be that, well, the applicant, the address is 37th Avenue, while Prince Street is on Prince Street. But the mall really is on the corner of Prince Street and 37th, and there's just simply two entrances to that same mall. Public convenience and advantage will not be promoted by licensing this new business because all of the businesses in the area offer wide range of both New York and domestic product, specialty product, and they all offer wine tasting and educational material to the public so that the public can be educated on the different varietals and pairing wines and spirits with different foods seasonally. As I submitted in my written report, I was at the premises in December. There was no posting as required on the front door of the proposed premises. There was no posting on the exterior window of the proposed premises either. That aside, it's undeniable there are 7 package stores within 1/3 of a mile. Yes, this is a very densely populated area in Flushing, Queens. We all know that. But 7 stores existing within 3/10 of a mile, where the nearest store is only 289 feet away, it's oversaturation. There's also been a new license at 4040 College Point Boulevard that was issued just a year ago, December 28th, 2023. That's about 1,000 feet away. There had been a store at this location previously, but it had closed for years while the building was torn down and a new building was put up. What's interesting about that store and the similarity to the proposed store is that there is precedent for a store standing right outside of a mall. And I know that because I was the attorney who prepared the application at 4040 when it was under either our enterprise or our liquor, I can't remember the name. And the mall right next door had opened up with a monster Target and all sorts of shopping and hundreds of apartments above it and pools and outdoor public space and everything else. Chairman Rosen, who was the predecessor to Chairman Bradley, heard the case as well as the commissioners, and that application was denied because even though it's within the mall, to the extent that there's a store right outside the mall, it doesn't serve public convenience and advantage for it to be that close. So there's precedent. And in that situation, there was not a store right around the corner. Here there is. Here there is Blue Sky Liquor on Main Street 850 feet away.
What mall is that? Is that a different, that's not this mall you're talking about. It's some other mall somewhere else.
That's the mall next to 4040 College Point Boulevard. It's a monster mall with a monster residential tower on top of it.
Okay.
They are right next door, just like Prince Street is right next door to this mall.
And what year was this?
This was pre-COVID. I believe it was approximately 2018 or so.
I'm sorry, Chairman Rosen was not here.
It was right before Chairman Bradley. It was right at the end of Chairman Rosen's tenure.
Bradley was 2017. Or is that before? Maybe not. No, I'm wrong, but.
No.
It was right before.
Rosen was here until 2014.
Maybe he was 2015 then.
In fact, I think Chairman Rosen announced his departure at that meeting. But in any event, that store.
But that's like 10 years ago.
Yes, it's been a while, but it was right next to a mall, and there was no store right around the corner. Here, it's right next to the mall, and there is a store right around the corner, and then other stores so closely in the area. So the area is totally oversaturated, and again, every one of these stores offers a wide variety, including concentrations on Asian products, which is in high demand in the area. I want to address the applicant's size briefly. The application indicated that it will be 1,754 square feet of retail space. That retail space is the three nearest stores' retail space combined.
Yep.
It is 6 times the size of Blue Sky. It's 2.5 times the size of Prince Street, and it's 2 times the size of Taipei. All 3 of them combined is just a little bit less than what applicant seeks here. Okay, gross sales. I'm not going to insult you by indicating that everyone's sales are going down. I've been doing this too long and I respect you too much. So if we get into it very quickly, what you have here is Taipei, which is an anomaly. And Taipei is going to explain to you why it believes it's seen an increase and why it believes that that increase is going to be very short-lived. Blue Sky, however, has shown a decrease. Commissioner De Leon, if we use your mathematical model, the 9 months that they reported for 2024 gives them about $87,000 a month in sales. At a factor of 14 months, that's 1.2 million. In 2023, they reported 1.326 million, and in 2022, 1.2. So that's a decline. Prince Street, which is right next door, had 8 months of sales, and it does show an increase of roughly 3.5%. However, and I know that you've heard this ad nauseum, when taken in consideration with the fact that inflation has gone up 3%, then 4%, then 7%, and then 4% again, it accounts for that increase, which I think is insignificant. There is decreased population growth. There is decreased population growth in the area. Again, it is undeniable Flushing is a very densely populated area. But the materials that I submitted indicate that the forecast from 2020 to 2022 to 2023 shows a significant decrease from a high of 61,276 to a projected low of 52,325. Furthermore, while there was a construction boom in the area within the last decade, there no longer is. The shovels have already been put into the ground, the buildings are already up, and they are mostly open and already occupied, which served as the justification for the licensing of both Blue Sky and of a store on Farrington Street, just north of Northern Boulevard in 2022. It's also anticipated that the applicant will argue that the hotel on top of the mall, together with the mall, will serve to justify another store right in that area. But again, Prince Street Wine and Liquors, which is only 200 plus feet away, is already serving the mall, which is open. It's already serving the hotel above it and its immediate surrounding area. And those members that aren't served by Prince are served by Blue Sky, which is right around the corner, or the new store, which is 1,000 feet away, or Taipei, which is right in the area as well. I don't make any assumption about who these applicants are. Even if we assume that these applicants have experience and they're perfect, the issue here is it is the wrong location. There are already 7 stores within 0.3 of a mile. Prince Street is right outside the store. Its sales are flat. Around the corner, Blue Sky is flat. And another store was licensed just within the last year. I'd like to briefly put on the record the 3 objectants so you can hear from them as well.
For the
Thank
record, Chairman Rosen left March 25th, 2015, based on records that we had.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Thomas Wine, the owner of a Taipei Fine Wine Liquor. And our sales went up between 2003 and 2004. That largely contributed to several factors. And number one, it is our Flushing liquor store are very, very unique, not like any other stores. And basically, I just look at my record in 2003 and 2004. In 2 months, the sales jumped substantially. And one, like in March, we jumped normally sells $180,000 average range, but that month is $575,000 for 1 month. People gonna ask me why. Even the banker questioned me, my accountant questioned me, what happened? He increased almost $400,000 a month. I explained it to them in this way. Previously in China, we sell majority of our sales in Chinese liquor. And there's a brand name called Maotai. It almost it's national liquor. In the previous year, the Maotai is a very scarcity in supply. And the price was almost non-existent, the price, no supply. But all of a sudden, in Chinese economy went so bad, and all of a sudden they want to exporting and tremendously those sales and pushing to the distributor, and all of a sudden we get the supply. And before that, and we're getting the supply from the bottle of Maotai, 1 liter, $1,900. And all of a sudden, the supply reduced the Maotai to $600, almost beyond belief. So all my customers are rushing in and say, wow, what a surprises. They started buying 10 cases, 20 cases, 50 cases. And all my customer is coming from not from local community, from like a Flushing. All those are wealthy, love, passionate golfer. And all my golfer friends are from Long Island. They are very capable of buying hundreds, tens of thousands of those luxury expenses of bottles that contribute tremendously to the sale. And then also another incident, another $350,000. Now I look at it, and then I look and say, what happened? Again, is it contributed to those sudden spike to the sale. And
where are the prices of multi now? I mean,
they currently
close the door borders now all of a sudden?
Yeah, the currently the prices of multi has been continuously dropping and dropping.
About to go up.
Yeah, no, actually they went down substantially. And because of the scarcity, people say, oh, wow, because historically, they always goes up. They also thinking it's like buying a product that goes up in the value. That's why they buy so much. But they keeping pushing that. Now the the price goes down $550. So those customer who previously bought large quantity and start to scaling down, but they still continuously buy them because that's almost on the table. You have to display those multi. That's not only multi, that's one incident. That I can show you something on the record. And the 3 items contribute to the spike of the majority bulk of my peak up of those sales, which is very difficult for you to understand. My overall sales went up. And another a item, it is called decoy. It's a decoy and a Bona Vista. And I ordered 100 case at a time to give it to those customer who has a wedding and also the, what do you call the community events. But the inflation, it is so difficult to do business because I do not determine on the price of the liquor. I have a price, a markup, like a Bona Vista, I mark up at $33, but the customer coming through the door, they'll tell me, do you want to sell for $28 or for $27, basically? And basically we sell for 30 cents a bottle, $1 a bottle, 3.5%. If I can show you something, it was completely like off the chart. I was not prepared anything. Just last week, I delivered I ordered what do you call what is it? The very expensive. What's that? Oh, the 25 years old. What is that? Macallan. A customer ordered a 25-year-old Macallan and 30-year Macallan from me, from my golf friends. I delivered to them $19,000. A week later, they ordered it again, $19,000. But before that, I sell them the $19,000, $700. I texted to the Macallan, the sales rep. I say, how much is my cost? And he texted me the cost. I can show you the invoices. I look at it, Macallan 30, I sell it for zero. Sometimes it makes me no sense to sell a liquor and zero profit. And Macallan 25, 3.5%. 3.5 out of $40,000. That average about 2%. 2%.
You've been very clear, sir. I get
Yeah,
it.
thank you. And then also, I am being the business in Flushing. I've been awarded 2 times as the best business serve the community. I even, they even give me the grant.
Sounds like in Flushing, alcohol is sort of the new Bitcoin here, so
Yeah,
it's sort of
but everybody,
their point more than
everybody thinking that's what it is. But
Who's Levine? Who is
that's him.
That's it.
No, who's Lee? No,
There's
no,
another
not
store
the
with a
store.
spelling close to my name.
Yeah, are they here?
They're not here.
Okay.
So,
okay. Because that one just. well,
may I
wanna
ask you
the
one more
question.
point, please?
That's the Farrington store that I just mentioned was licensed within.
All right, 2
2022.
minutes, guys, come on.
One more thing, even that store, from my friends, they are on the market for sale. They just been in the business for how long? A year.
2022.
A
Big year,
Union Street?
2023.
Yeah, Union Store, not too far distance. They are on the market for sale.
Okay.
If,
Thank
you know,
Sir, thank you. You've been
thank you very
clear.
much. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Queen from the Prince Street Wine Liquor. During the COVID, we got hurt. But in the recent the month or the years, the business pick up. We struggling, work hard, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, no off day for me. But right now, however, the next door try to open another one. We feel so sorry to hear this news. Thank you very much for this decision.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, John. My name is Sky. I'm calling for the Blue Sky League. Yeah, my sales number this year we got going down. So why? Because in the Flushing, every block, one liquor store, one liquor store is one new liquor store coming is in the Flushing, in the markets is going down. So why now? In the Flushing, for the business, very, very, very hard. We can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Buscemi. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me just get organized. Give you a moment.
Can I ask you a quick question about the gift here?
I can't hear you.
Can I ask you a quick
Sure.
question about the gift? It's $736,000. What does the mother do in China?
His mother's in Japan, in China.
What does she do?
What does she do?
Oh, she's, I mean, the family has money and I think she's an accountant. She's an accountant. We documented all, actually gave them the bank account statements and everything.
Yeah, no,
Of everyone.
I get that
Yeah.
part. The money was sent not to the applicant directly, but to the Chinatown Construction Bank.
That's the bank.
And then there were 50 transfers
Correct.
to two friends.
And
Who are the
these are friends and family. Look, getting money out of China has to be done a certain way. And this was something, this application's gone on for 2 years now. I personally, and I'm sure others have as well, have filed, I can't count the number of applications I have filed where we're bringing money into New York from China. And there's limits of $50,000, so it has to be routed through. And I've done it countless times, provided the applications with the money like this, the same way, countless times. It's been understood by licensing that
You said that the money comes from the family, because she's just.
from the mother's, the mother's bank account. It was provided to the liquor authority.
She's an accountant, that's what she does?
Yes.
Okay. Does she have a business? Does she have a number of accountants working for her? We don't know.
She may work for a large corporation.
All right.
I don't,
Would make her a salaried employee. You said money came from the family. What about the family?
no, the money came from the mother, was routed through friends. I don't know I don't recall whether it was friends and family. Simply, they were conduits to send the mother's money to her son.
Okay, I think that's as good an answer as I'm.
And we've done that countless times over the years with regard to applications.
Just trying to
Yeah,
understand.
no, and this may be the first time you're seeing it,
No.
Commissioner, I don't know.
Actually, I've
Okay.
seen it many times in many other forums, believe it or not. But what I'm asking is, what I'm concerned about is the legitimacy of the money. But maybe I shouldn't be because it's not really from the United States.
This was the mother's money. They have money, people.
All right, I got you. You said it.
The first thing I want to clear up, and I think there's a misunderstanding or misperception as to where this store is located in the mall. The store is not located on Prince Street, and our application made that clear, I believe. The applicant is located on College Point Boulevard, all right, not Prince Street. And I actually had to provide to the liquor authority, because I was going back and forth with licensing, these were one of the issues, had to provide to liquor authority a letter from the landlord indicating that the address would be whatever College Point Boulevard. That was given to the liquor authority. The posting of the notice was done on College Point Boulevard. The liquor authority has photographs of that posting we supplied to them. Just to show you, if I could get it out. Here is, they think we're here, we're across the mall in the opposite direction,
All right, so can you explain the application history here? What's going on with, they've applied before and new partners?
Someone else applied prior to my application. It was a representative that had applied. I don't recall who it was.
I know, but you're conveniently not answering any of the questions because somehow, for some reason, because the funder is.
I'm answering.
You're not answering. any
Sheriff Fan,
questions.
I'm answering your question.
I know, but your client is also standing right there, so
Well,
you can ask him, right?
I know what happened with it. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Okay.
There was a prior application that was filed. It was for the second floor of the mall. All right. I got involved in the application. It was pending. I saw they then got a location right next to the supermarket on the right side of the corridor. The supermarket's on the left side, on the first floor of the mall. I reviewed the application that was previously submitted. It failed to mention the mother's funding to the son. It just listed the son's bank account. When I sat down with my client, I went through the application with him. I explained to him that there are certain inconsistencies here, that it should not, in the way I see it, been done like that. The mother should have been disclosed as a donor to the son. And then the initial application didn't provide for that. It just had the money in the son's name.
Okay.
So I said, you know what? This application, first of all, you're moving your location completely from the second floor to the first floor. Second, it wasn't, the financials weren't filled out correctly. I suggest that we withdraw and start that over, and that's what I did.
Okay, and that's the only prior application that was submitted to us, the agency?
That I know
Or
of,
was
yes.
there one more before that?
I thought that there had been
Because he said that there were
I-
two before. Were there two before or just one?
No, just that one.
No, just
I
one.
thought there was one that was withdrawn and then a second one that was reconsidered. I couldn't.
Oh, on this one,
This is the one.
this is the reconsideration.
This is the third, this is the
Well,
third attempt.
Fair.
You know,
Okay.
all right, fine.
All right.
You know, everything's in
This is
perception.
the same attempt.
The first one wasn't denied, it was withdrawn.
Yes, I
The
understand.
second one, after they reviewed the financing and someone in counsel's office understood better the process than I think someone new in licensing, they
Yeah.
reversed the disapproval and sent it back to licensing.
Yeah, no, I think I actually did that, but that's okay.
All right. Whoever did it.
Okay.
And just to point out again, the fact that we're on College Point Boulevard, the area or the block diagram that we supply to the Liquor Authority clearly shows.
These addresses are fake, right? I mean, this distance is fake because really it's right outside the mall. And it's semantics, what you decide is the distance, right? I mean, it's probably.
Let's put that two down and one so marginally up not to be.
I think we're ready.
All right.
I'm ready.
Commissioner Meyer, you ready to vote?
Sure.
All right.
We're done already?
Are going to be ready to vote.
I think we've had a lot of conversation.
And Commissioner De Leon, if you're
What
ready.
about public convenience? Do you want to hear about the mall or?
They've read the materials.
I'm good.
Commissioner De
As
Leon?
far as the information I have.
Okay, I'm ready to vote. Anything you want to say, sir, that we haven't heard?
I was just going to give you my argument on public convenience and advantage, but if you don't feel you don't need.
That's the only thing that matters here. So why have we been speaking for 25, 30 minutes without addressing public convenience and advantage?
Because I've been asked questions, Chair Fan, and I'm answering the questions, and I'm trying to correct what was being said about the location of the store.
You set forth, your January 2nd letter kind of sums it up, the public convenience and advantage.
I'm sorry?
You had a January 2nd letter.
Yes, and it's stated in the letter.
That's where you're going with public.
Yes, yes, that's where I'm going with public convenience and advantage. And
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, having heard the arguments from both sides, and I appreciate the presentations, what I'm finding here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores that gave us numbers in very, very close proximity to each other. 2 show an increase for 2024, but 2 show a decrease. The third one shows a very, very marginal increase considering the saturation and the close proximity, and also my concerns about the funding, which I don't believe that I've gotten a straight answer on. I'm going to have to respectfully deny the application.
Commissioner Maya.
Let me just, it's difficult. The, I don't know.
Table breaking.
Earthquake. That was me thinking. Yeah. Okay. Well, here's how I'm thinking about this. I do have some question about the funding. And there was a flow chart. I saw that. I saw the.
Yes, we gave a detailed explanation, Commissioner.
You're within this, if I'm saying it correctly, the Tangram Mall. Am I saying that correctly?
I call it Tangram Mall, Tangram, I don't know what the proper pronunciation.
And there's a supermarket in proximity. It is a mall, which to me makes a difference. It's within the mall. The sales of the other stores look pretty healthy to me. The one store that had the big year is being sold, I'm now told. I think there's a competitive advantage or a competitive consideration being in the mall. And for that reason, I say yes.
Chair.
I mean, I understand there's a story behind why the numbers are going up, but the numbers are going up significantly. And so it's hard for me to not find that there's demand in the area and a lot of activity in the world of alcohol in Flushing. I think I agree with the commissioner to the right, to your left, that there is probably public convenience and advantage for the store to be inside the mall. I kind of understand why the previous chair, whom I respect hugely, made a determination that a store close by is the same convenience and doesn't add to public convenience and advantage. But I do think that, especially again in this cold winter, that for people not to go outside, there's some significant advantage to the shoppers. I'm less concerned about the flow of the money here, which I understand as well. So with that, I'm going to vote to approve.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Next is number 5, 158 Ludlow Rest LLC.
Oy.
Oi. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palolo, and I have with me David Gelban. So no phone compromise before you.
How'd you get up here so early? No, I'm just kidding.
I know someone.
Next year.
Overcapacity, use of manager. Are you going to file for the use of the manager?
I don't believe I still have to, based on your directives.
Yeah, why is that a charge then?
It's not a charge. I don't think they charge manager. It was mentioned. I think they charged overcrowding and cabaret.
I don't know why I got manager. Where did I get that from? I don't know why I got that.
If I can address, I mean, I can't, obviously I'm under certain constraints on what I can and cannot say in an open compromise, but overcrowding was one room, had too many people in it. The occupancy of this premise is 296 persons. So if persons move from one room to the next room, yes, they may linger there for a few moments, but it's hardly overcrowded. My occupancy is almost 300 in this place.
Yeah, but you can't have 90 people upstairs because it may collapse, right? I don't know what the makeup of this place.
I
but
think
the
it's-
whole purpose of having the maximum capacity for upstairs is 64 scares me for you to argue that doubling the weight of that is not worth considering for
I
overcrowding.
don't believe the numbers on the PA go to structure. I think they go to layout.
I don't understand then why there's a maximum occupancy for the max.
There
for
shouldn't
the
be, in my opinion.
level.
It's a very old CEWA. It's 20-year-old CEWA. It would not be done today.
20-year-old what?
COO, certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
But PA is more recent.
You know, but it's like, you know,
People do walk from one room to the next.
yeah, but you have a clicker for a reason.
We do, and we do have people there, we do have people there with a
You're
clicker.
the ones counting it. Why do you count it if the weight or the number of people is not a concern? So,
I am constrained by what I can and cannot say for an offering compromise, so I'm just pointing out the entire premises were not cited for overcrowding.
You know, this is always okay until it's not.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
keep saying it over and over and over. When this goes bad, it goes bad. I've seen people die. I take that very, very seriously. And you have a clicker, you know, to say people move back and forth, it's your responsibility to control where they move and how many move into what location.
You'll get no argument from me, sir. However, we were not cited for overcrowding the premises.
it doesn't matter.
It does matter. It has to matter.
I know, but you have to live by the 64 in the mezzanine level.
Which we do.
Are you going to do that moving forward?
Oh, we
That's the
have.
question.
Oh, we have. This was, I think, 3 years ago, this violation. We certainly have. We've been visited numerous
And
times.
don't come here and tell me that it doesn't matter, right?
No, I'm telling you that, and I know we're all tired, but I'm telling you that because I know what Commissioner De Leon, I am. I'm telling, because I know what Commissioner De Leon is going to say. And I want him to understand, this is not a hazardous issue. This is an overcrowding of the mezzanine.
I know, which could, I mean, again, it's not an issue until it's an issue. And
What,
we don't
what's been
want
done
it.
to prevent it from happening again?
We actually, what happened that night in particular was that people were moving back and forth, but they did congregate longer than they should have because the security guard had left his
I'm
post.
sorry to interrupt you, but
You know,
how does this not happen again?
because our security guard, when he leaves his post for a break, is replaced by the next security guard.
Okay, but
The facts are that you were holding a clicker and you counted 90 people upstairs.
No, they
You
did.
didn't count
The
that.
police
That's
did.
what it says in here.
No, it says the police counted them.
No.
No.
It says
says
security
security
guard
guard,
was holding a clicker, which reflected there were 90 patrons upstairs.
The only answer that, well, we think that it happened, there's no question. And we have taken the,
Asking you, how are you
I'm
measuring
saying-
it
Is there a
differently?
magical gate that closes? Is
No,
the
of course not.
Room closed?
I have a fire department over me.
What is, how do we,
We believe that the reason that this happened was that the security guard who was there at the time left his post.
okay,
When he returned, his clicker said that number,
okay.
right? It should have happened. Now, when the security guard leaves his post, we have another security guard who takes the spot.
But, okay, that's not,
We do not let anyone else over that number.
I'm trying to help the situation.
No, I understand.
Can you ask
If
him
somebody,
how are you making sure
Yeah.
no more than 64 people are going
That's
into the
it.
mezzanine level?
We have a clicker to go into the establishment, we have two guys with a clicker, and then when you go up to the mezzanine, we have another guy there that also with a
Okay,
clicker.
so is the clicker now being said to, like he is trying to suggest?
64.
64, right? No more than 64 go
Yeah.
upstairs,
But
right?
sometimes, people coming down, going up, so sometimes it's a little confusing, but.
so
we
what
always-
happens
we
when the
always
magic
maintain
numbers
it to
hit, sir?
64.
I guess I.
What happens when
I'm
64 is
amazed I
reached?
can't get this answer.
I understand.
When we hit number 64, what happens?
He stopped the line, nobody's going up.
Okay, how?
Until-
How?
until-
What
Security,
happens?
security guard.
There's a little velvet rope put across or
Yeah,
what?
it's
What
a
happens?
staircase, it's just the one way to go up.
It's a staircase with a velvet rope
A couple
across it.
years ago, it's, it's surprising to us when you're telling us 64 is being enforced, but you can't explain what is the physical protocol that is being followed by your staff
I
to
think,
make sure not more than 64 people are going
I think
upstairs.
I'm not being clear. There is a security guard stationed at the front of the mezzanine. When 64 is hit, they do not allow anyone else up there. When
I
someone comes,
understand, but we've just asked you about 10 times and now you're coming up with that answer.
no,
That's
no,
not-
it's the answer I gave you to begin with. It's the answer I gave you. And when
You said
someone,
that it didn't matter.
when
That's what you
someone,
started
I'm
with.
sorry? No, I want to understand it's not a fire hazard. That's what I'm trying to make clear. It was not even a busy night. Our public assembly permit is 296 people.
Not in the mezzanine.
Does your clicker have a negative number? Two people walk down?
Yeah.
Yeah, red and green. People come down, leaving, and people going up.
For the record, just if deciding what you guys want to decide to do with it, the memo in the NOP does mention hiring a manager, which he brought up the advisory where it states they can't
Right,
hire a
that's where I-
manager
that's
now.
where I
That's why
got
you
the-
wrote
the
it.
That's who got that, but this application,
It's also in the
But
notes.
the failure to conform to application is not that?
no, that's the dancing.
I don't think that's the case. I think that
My notes aren't talking about.
I think the charge is about the manager, which I'm inclined to get rid of it if that's what it is.
The individual ID'd himself as a manager, and the application said he would use a manager.
The thing is, he would not use a manager.
use a manager.
But the thing is, there is an advisory where
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's what I'm saying, that I want to get rid of that charge.
I think also it's notable that this application was applied for over 20 years ago.
It says right here.
Missing it.
Say manager.
No, I'm saying dancing.
Oh, it doesn't say
Doesn't
anything.
talk
I don't
about
see
the
dancing.
It's nothing about
You
dancing.
understood it to be about dancing.
No, where's the dancing coming from?
He just said it.
He said
He
about
said it.
dancing? No, he didn't say anything about
What's
dancing.
chart? I don't have, can I get the chart?
He mentioned dancing, but dancing's not in this
No,
record.
he didn't say anything
he
about
did walk
dancing.
up and said it had to do with a cabaret,
He said-
operating as a
and he
cabaret.
just now said it
I
was
heard him say
dancing.
dancing
Yes.
too.
Yeah.
But if you go to the
But in
notice
any
proceeding,
event, It's not.
All right, let's call the next item. Mr. Palillo will figure out what the charges are, because if, I'm gonna try to tell you, I'm trying to help you.
I understand what you're
If the second
doing.
charge is about the manager, then I want to get rid of it, but can you just sit down and look at it
I will.
and tell me what you think?
it should have been called before.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Next item is 2519 Greenpoint LLC.
25.
25.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Bing from Greenberg Traurig, representing 19 Greenpoint LLC. With me is Homer Murray and Katie Blake, principals of the applicant. We're here for two reasons. In July of 2020, Principal Homer Murray at his other location, 21 Greenpoint, denied entry to an SLA inspector. The license was temporarily suspended. He immediately paid the fine. The license was restored. That license has been renewed twice since then. He also has applied for another license in Rockefeller Center, which appeared before the board for that in fall of 22.
Did you guys go to community board?
We did. That's coming next.
Okay.
They did. So you want to get to that, or do you want me to finish this?
No, you can finish.
Sure.
Sorry.
Anyway, so he's already received another license and has had no other negative incidents in his entire 12-year licensing career. So we hope that that is not a bar to moving forward with this. The second thing sorry.
The person with the summary suspension, the COVID-related summary suspension is Homer. That's
Yes.
you. And all the other partners are not part of that, right?
Correct.
It's just him.
Yeah, he's the only principal of the spot. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Sure. So again, so has received another license, has been renewed twice at that location. Is the only incident in his entire licensing history in New York. The second thing with regard to the community board, the community board had opposed this license because they allegedly invited us to a community board meeting. We never received notice, neither Homer nor I did. We as soon as Zone 3 let us know about this, we reached out to the community board. They did invite us to a meeting. We appeared. The licensing committee unanimously approved the application. The full board unanimously approved the application. So any past negative view of the community
Do
board?
you have anything in writing?
Sure, it was submitted in my materials as well as from Zone 3, but I have the,
Let me just see.
yeah,
They agreed to a 2 a.m. closing, right?
yeah, that was the only stipulation.
Okay, 2 Great. All right, are we ready? We ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay,
What's the music situation? I'm sorry.
Just
Recorded.
Yeah,
Recorded only?
yeah. I do teach a spin class there. Wait, no.
So no, it's too late in the day for joking.
Spin is fine, just no balls.
Very good.
No bouncing balls.
All right.
No paddles, no paddles whatsoever.
Yeah,
Raucous clouds watching you spin.
I know. All right. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
That's okay. Okay, the ALJ at the 500-foot hearing approved.
Correct.
The community board has approved. The parties agreed to a stipulation of 2 a.m. closing. Got an investment, a significant investment accounted for. Same method of operation for presently operated and experienced. With all those factors, I vote to approve.
Thank you.
I vote to approve.
And Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve with the following conditions. If the members would agree with me, recorded music only 2 AM across the board. And if you operate well in the next year, you can apply 1 year from now for longer hours.
Commissioners?
I concur.
Yeah.
I agree.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Do we want to go next? Do
Okay.
you want to go back?
Okay.
Sure.
So we're all correct. I'm sorry, do you want to?
Back to number 5, 158 Ludlow Rest.
We are
LLC.
correct now?
We're all correct. There's 3 charges.
No.
There's 3 charges.
There are 2 charges.
What do you have that says 3 charges?
At some point, something got
I
dropped.
see
This
two.
was in 2022. So this is a, Hold on. This is a different case. This is the old case. This is the one that's already been, see, this is what it says on the agenda. So that's the one that's already been settled.
This is like insane. Is it the licensee?
You have the wrong case. He has the one that's already, he has the one that's in the adverse history.
I don't know how that is, but.
Oh, okay. Got it.
My apologies. I don't know how that is.
No, this is complicated.
Someone's getting fired tomorrow.
All right, so go look at it again.
No, I don't have to. It's a $2,000 for civil penalty.
Yeah, I know, but I still want to know if the second charge is manager and how you read it. Is
I'm
it?
gonna have to take a look.
Straight
Yeah,
up.
go take a look, go take a look.
The data advisor is
What?
2022. Here, you can see my computer, I guess, somehow. Why it's connected at all.
Has to do with not utilizing the manager.
Yes, obviously, clearly, overcrowding in managers. I apologize for having the wrong case.
Oh my God, I thought I was
Nope.
going crazy.
I apologize.
All right,
Am I right?
all right, well,
Can I see it?
yeah. So I'm going to strike the second charge here
Oh, okay.
and take the 2,000 for the maximum occupancy and require that the licensee actually continue to enforce the 64 people for the mezzanine.
Commissioner De Leon
I concur, 2,000.
and
I concur 2,000.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
No, you're fine, thank you.
Thank you.
all right, next is 13 East Tremont Liquor Inc.
Here we go.
13.
This one had a stuff.
So this one,
This one had stuff that did not belong in it.
it did? Oh, probably, yeah. So they've asked for an interpreter today but your brother is here that can speak?
My husband.
Your husband or friend?
Yes, friend.
Friend.
Family friend, yes.
But she needs it was not a Spanish interpreter and we just learned today, but they also said that he's here that can talk for them.
All right, once she's made a request for interpreter, I don't think we can hear this, so let's hold this over 1:30. I'm really sorry. You're protesting? Are you protesting? Okay, so we don't have the interpreter available to hear her matter because she's requested one, and we are obligated to provide her one once she's requesting it. We could hear your protest since you've waited here all day. And so you're welcome to come back again and speak next time, or you can speak now and
Need the
you can choose not to
interpreter
come
to
back.
interpret
But,
the
you know, obviously you likely want to be in the room when,
I understand, but I will try to speak.
We would also need the interpreter for the opposition to kind of.
yeah, I can't. It's just not how it works. Like, we're sort of legally obligated because the interpreter also will interpret what she's saying to you and make sure that you understand what she's saying so that everybody's understanding.
Okay.
I didn't know anyone was here in opposition. I'm sorry.
Yeah, next time we just need to really understand who's in the room because she's waited all day. So, you want to speak now? Go ahead.
There's nobody to interpret what she's saying.
Good afternoon, honors, ladies and gentlemen. Happy New Year. So I represent B&M Wines and Liquors.
Hold on 1 second, ma'am.
Yes.
Just 1 second. That's what I'm saying, yeah. You know, that the applicant doesn't know what he's saying.
So
I know.
let the applicant first
No,
or?
no, no. I don't know
All
that
right,
it's
so we're not
appropriate
gonna
to
hear
hear
it.
from you.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we can't
so-
hear
Have
it.
nobody to translate to her.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I hate to do this, but we're gonna have to kick this over at 1:30. Just make a note that we will call it early if, obviously, if there's an
She can't
interpreter coming,
understand
it'll
you.
be early. So,
That's why.
all right, I'm sorry.
So January 30th. January 30th. Come back because she needs someone to interpret. I apologize. Again, did you sign in? Make sure to sign the sheet when you come in next.
Okay. January 30th, right?
30th.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right.
And thank you.
All right, can we make sure the interpreter is coming?
It's going to be virtual, I guarantee you, because of what she needs.
What language?
I looked it up. It's like a variant. Ethiopian, pretty much
Oh,
like
Ethiopian.
a variant of Ethiopian.
That's great. I look forward to it.
Yep. Next is 77A, Sinapple Enterprise, Inc.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Can I say?
So,
My name is Muhammad Ali Siddiq, and he's Muhammad Hussain, my partner. We are the owner of Sinapple Enterprise Inc. And we received a penalty letter just 1 month ago, and it was $7,500.
Well, you actually made that offer and we accepted that offer. So
Yeah,
that's different.
the thing is actually, sir, I respect your decisions and everything is okay actually,
Well,
but
it was a mutual, you made
yeah,
that offer and
I
accepted it.
yeah, I accepted, but I talked to the secretary office because my store was robbed. They gave me only 30 days time period to pay the $7,500. So I said that I need some time. Can I extend sometimes like 2 or 3 installment I can pay this? So they said that I have to talk with the board members, I mean like judges. So that's why I said, okay, can you reschedule?
Well, you said it was too large.
Yeah.
That's why you're here.
That's
So the reason why Secretary's office told you to do that is because the alternate penalty kicked in because you said you could pay the $7,500. And we said if you can't pay the
It's
$7,500.
too large to pay in 1 month, actually, the 30 months period. So actually, and on the other hand, sir,
yeah, but now more months have gone by. The offer that you made to us was accepted in October. 3 months has gone by.
Yeah.
Or 2 months has gone by.
Yeah, and I just want to
So
say
have you
something,
paid
if you
any of
allow
it?
me to say something.
Have you paid any of it?
No, miss, because they said that I have to talk with the board
Have
members.
you saved any of it? Gathered any of it during this
May I
time?
ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Would you be able to pay it in 30, I don't know if this is appropriate, it's me asking. Are you able to pay it in full in 30 days?
So, business is so slow, actually. If you give me 6 month time period, so it's gonna be good for me, sir, actually.
Sir.
And I want to, if you allow me, sir, I want to say something. Your
Okay, go
Honor.
ahead. Then I'll say.
Okay, so the thing is actually the obligations, we're the new business, it's a new business, just 2 years. So when the police came and saw that the thing has happened, like.
You've actually only been in existence for 1.5 years at best. No, actually less than that. You've been in existence for 16 months and you were caught with gambling and a lot of irregularities that you clearly started out doing it.
Actually, miss, if you allow me, I want to say something actually about this.
Well,
Go ahead.
Okay, so the.
What I'd like to hear, sir,
Sir.
we made a deal. You asked for a fine of $7,500 to some serious charges. You're a grocery store selling liquor. Pursuant to a search warrant, they found a large quantity of cannabis, edibles, and untaxed cigarettes in your store. That was pursuant to a search warrant. That means that the police had to go and get before a judge to get authority to search your store.
In this.
May I finish?
Sorry, sir.
Okay? Then in July, a principal was stabbed and is still half paralyzed. In October, the store was robbed. And
Yes.
and, when you're doing things that you're not supposed to do, something that one of my lives I've seen a lot of, when people are dealing in illegal drugs, even though cannabis is legal now, it's not legal to sell it, without being licensed. That creates an environment where crimes occur and an incentive for people to get robbed. None of this that you gave us here goes to, you're not being able to pay $7,500. And quite frankly, $7,500 was very generous as far as I am concerned, just me, regarding the allegations here. So if you want to tell us why we should reconsider the $7,500, I'm willing to listen to that. But, I think you got a pretty good deal that we agreed to.
I got you, sir. I respect your decisions, but I just want to say something. That's we were not supposed to sell the liquor. We don't have any permission. We have the license only for the beer to sell, grocery store beer license. But the liquor, actually, the November 1st, 2023, it was our 1-year anniversary. And if you remember, the October 31st, it was the Halloween, finishing in the 12th. So we are doing the Halloween party and we are doing the anniversary program together. And we are completely depends on our next door neighbor. Our mainly customer is our neighbors. And after pandemic, sir, actually me and my uncle, we are working very hard in the store. We didn't call an electrician. We didn't call a plumbers or painters. We did by ourselves. Okay. So after the pandemic, when we lose our job, we start this business just to survive. And that store previously 3 years, it was closed. And the previous owner didn't pay to the landlord, but landlord know us that we are next door neighbors. So that's why they gave us their store. We work hard a lot to survive to just start this business. So on that time, our mostly the neighbors is Spanish. So we just ordered some Bucana, Agurdiente, and something like Hennessy type something. Just we ordered 6 or 7 bottles to enjoy with them, and we invited them so that we can enjoy in the store, just to know them. It's a marketing plan kind of something. And that's why we just buy something for that purpose. If you want, I have the pictures in the phone. I can show you.
Sailed, sir. If you are disagreeing with what's in the record from the police, you needed to take this to hearing and you can fight the charges. You can't submit a CNC and then not show up. We accept your CNC, which I agree with the commissioner that it's low.
No,
the charges are. So I am sticking with what the determination is.
I got you.
I can also go to cancel and bond.
That would be a recon granted and then a counter offer of cancel and bond.
No, I'm just here not to debate, not to argue. I just requesting to just give me an installment like 3 months at least, so that I can pay.
You've already had the 3 months. The thing is that if you were actually trying to meet your obligation with this authority, you would have already paid at least 5,000 of it. I'm not hearing that you have any of that. You had 3 gambling machines, large quantity of cannabis, untaxed cigarettes, liquor on premise, and you've been in business for a year when this happened.
Somehow you came to the attention of the police, and that's how they got a search warrant. And I don't doubt you were doing pretty well, selling untaxed cigarettes and, cannabis unlicensed and liquor when you're not supposed to.
It was, I got
So,
you, sir.
I'm sticking with it.
And if they cannot pay, it will be
How long
cancellation.
does he have to pay? Just so I know.
What?
How long would he have to pay it from now?
Recon is denied.
No, I can, if you
The
give me
clock is
just,
pretty much ended, I believe.
Now you're saying you can pay?
no, if you give me just, I have some money, just I arranged that is 2,000 something. So if you,
I'm sorry. I'm voting to deny reconsideration.
I just need to ask a question. How long does he have to pay from the second
Clock's
floor? Is
already
it already expired?
Expired.
So all I would say to you is you should pay this instantaneously and then pay whoever you get the money from back on installments, but I can't help you, and I'm trying to get you time, but you gotta pay it like today.
So if recon is
Time
denied,
expired?
the time expired. It's not, if he was saying.
If recon is
I'm paying
granted,
it.
council, I'm saying that on purpose.
Yeah.
If reconsideration is granted, he could get a little bit more time.
Well, if reconsideration. But yes, you would get the.
And the,
Well, it depends on what it is. So recon, if recon it, this is a tricky situation. Because I don't know if we've ever handled this. If recon is granted and you reduce the penalty to 5,000, I know if we do like a notice of a new notice, I guess we would do a new notice.
I don't think it should be reduced, though.
Huh? But if you grant it and then
You
want to
can
do,
grant the recon and give them a little bit more time, but the same amount of time that they would have gotten.
so we could
which
probably
the
grant
COP has already run.
reconsideration, send a new notice of disposition with the same CNC. That's probably.
But there would
the
also be a
best.
cancel and bond automatic?
No,
No, afterwards.
we could probably, we could probably do that.
I'm not really saying he's gonna pay it.
Okay, I'm trying to say to you, and I don't know, I have two people that might, if you're gonna pay this in 30 days, how many?
I don't know, go on.
If you just simply have to pay it in 30 days, no ifs, ands, or buts, nothing, you're out. Are you capable of doing that or not?
Anyhow, I have to do it, sir. because-
It will be done?
Yeah.
Then I'm ready
He's
to.
gonna do it. He has money to
Yeah,
buy
yeah.
all this cannabis,
Yeah,
buy
yeah,
the
yeah,
gambling
yeah,
machines.
yeah.
Like
No,
that
no.
money, that
Right,
costs
right.
more than 7,500.
Okay, yeah, so I don't
They
know.
also submitted a CNC, so it's, the ship has sailed like beyond.
Okay,
I've
okay,
never
okay.
seen this before.
Okay, I'm,
I don't, again, my vote is to deny, and I'm really concerned about whether or not you're a good operator, based on the record I have in front of me. So my vote is to deny reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya,
I would only grant it if he would pay it in full in 30 days, no ifs, ands, or buts.
to make it easier, you would, well, yeah, okay. I'm sure it doesn't. All right, Chair.
Yeah, I'll grant the reconsideration, sticking with the same penalty, but giving them another 30 days to pay it.
Say just a new notice of disposition, which gives them 28 days.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner Maya?
Yes, it is.
So that's basically what it is. So we're granting reconsideration and it starts the whole process over again. You'll get a new notice of disposition and you already
Thank
know
you.
what happens.
Thanks a lot.
And one more thing I'll say, which I never say, you can't come back. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is
All right.
17, Mi Tierra Restaurant and Bar, Inc.
Frank Blow, attorney for the applicant, and I have with me
17.
17.
So there were 2 police incidents since he's been on the temp. Are you aware of that?
Yes, there was one incident where a chef and an assistant chef argued in the kitchen. That came to blows, and I don't respond to that, except I worked in my father's restaurants when I was a kid, and I have seen that happen all the time in the kitchens. The other incident actually happened across the street at the park. One of the perpetrators sought refuge in the place and ran into it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And, security followed him in and escorted him out. When they took him out, the police arrested him in front of these premises. But it did not occur inside the premises.
Okay, there are community board steps.
Which we've adhered to.
Still working at the real estate company?
Yes.
You've had a temp for a year, and your application said that you would quit the real estate company. And it's been over a year. How come you haven't quit yet?
So I own real estate. I don't work for a company. I own my own personal real estate.
It's passive income.
I have that you're manager of a real estate company. So is that accurate?
Say that again, sir?
That you are the manager of a real estate
No,
company?
it's my own company that I own.
Then you do own the
I have rental properties.
Passive income.
Yeah, let me,
Okay.
Yeah, me, my wife managed it.
Okay.
You know, we've been doing that for 30 years, and then we opened this, the restaurant a year now.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is your application said that you would quit that and that it's been a year. Have you quit?
Well, no, I have to sell all my property to quit, all my rental
So
property.
why did you say that you would quit?
I,
Wait a minute, time out. Before the restaurant, he was actively working in the business. He's not now, he's just collecting income from it. So rental property, he doesn't have to do much. No, he has a real estate team who manages it for him.
He has a real estate team?
Yes.
yeah, my wife does, and I have workers that does the fixing, whatever has to be fixed or whatever, when there's a complaint, they'll go and they'll take care of it. I'm at the restaurant 7 days a week. Whatever got to be done there, I'm there. I go shopping, I go to the market, do the liquor order,
Don't fight with the kids, chef.
No, I don't.
Don't argue with the chef.
I'm not a fighter.
Okay. All right. Are you okay? Yeah, sir? You sure?
Yes.
Questions?
None.
No questions?
No.
All right. With the community board stipulations, I will vote to approve Monday to Wednesday, 12 a.m., Thursday to Friday, 1 a.m., Saturday, Sunday, 3:30. And that's actually closing. It's not just end of service, it's closing
I
at
do end of
3:30.
service at 2 o'clock. 1:30, I call last call. I never stay open till 3:30 because if you
Okay,
can't-
but Saturday, Sunday, you have until 3:30.
Yeah, they have
So
it done.
I
but
appreciate your.
I don't stay open.
Okay, do you want 2 a.m.?
No.
No, just leave it as is.
Okay.
Listen, you never know, things will change.
All right.
Stop talking.
Recorded music, DJ music, no dancing, no outdoor service, no promoters. You plan to do private events?
No, we don't do private events. If they have a birthday party, they have a party of 5, 8, whatever, that's what we do.
But we're not doing buyouts.
No private events?
Doesn't
All
look
right,
like it.
no private events, no third-party promoters. I vote to approve.
Thank you and Happy New Year.
Wait, they haven't voted yet.
Commissioner Daly.
I thought
Yeah, you don't know.
that's a rookie move.
I vote to approve with the conditions stated on the record by the chair.
Commissioner Meyer.
I vote as affirmative as stated by Chair Fan.
Now have a Happy New Year.
Commissioner
Thank you.
De Leon
Happy
should
New
have given
Year.
you a heart attack and said, did not. Oh, wait.
All right, here we go.
Next is 35, INSPA Inc.
35.
Am I missing people?
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Aurelia Tavares with the owner here, Justin Aguila of INSPA. We're offering $3,500 to settle this fine.
2,500, right?
2,500, sorry.
You want to pay 3,500?
No, 2,500 will take.
Number 35. That's what it's
20, sorry, Justin, I was reading.
All right, so this is second time in 2 years that you've had a somewhat violent incident inside of a location that's called Namaste. So I want to know about your security plan and what you plan to do in the future to stop this type of behavior from your patrons.
Well, we're gonna change, which we already did, we're gonna change security.
is it?
So we had
What's my
already
turn?
changed the security. We updated our,
Sorry, guys.
You updated security?
yeah, we updated security. We added one inside and one outside now. Before it was just outside, so we added one inside and outside now, just to prevent any more, fights or anything.
Okay.
And he's selling the business. He's in the process of selling the business. We hope to be able to submit a new application for a new applicant. So he's kind of keeping it contained because he wants to, focus on real estate.
All right. I'm gonna vote to accept 2,500.
Commissioner De Leon
I'll accept 2,500.
and Commissioner Maya.
500.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
These guys have been sitting here for a while and I don't want to make, I actually need to check you guys.
Take your time.
All right, we're going on a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. I'm so sorry. That is. I am so sorry. Holy crap. No, that's awful to have to sit through all that. I'm so sorry. The moment I knew the regular latecomers were starting to come up and I still see you guys, I'm like,
People say that to me all the time, like that.
like I missed you guys. I'm sorry about that. You're next.
Uncle, sister's wife, man, you must have something.
I don't have that decision. That's not up to me. I know. I am sorry, guys.
I was leaving my potential client. To leave a message.
Is that their answer?
We're back on the record after a brief recess, and these men have been incredibly patient with me because I skipped them by accident. 21 and 22, Legacy Hospitality Group, LLC. And
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
Oh my gosh. Are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm okay. It looks like a football team out here.
they're gonna beat me up because of what happened. They're gonna take.
All right.
Legacy Hospitality Group.
Don't mess with us.
So I only have one question. This is a location that's been operating successfully under a temp. There are no comments from community board, right?
No.
So why are there two DBAs? Like, how does the steakhouse and the playhouse work together?
So it's all one building. The address on the building ranges from 206-210. So it's both locations are in the same exact building, just different entrances. Everything is under the same lease and under the same license. We just have two bars.
So, and I see two license numbers. Is this two licenses? I don't understand why there are two license numbers.
Want to explain because we want to operate. One is a.
Is the Playhouse like a playhouse, like it's supposed to be?
No,
like-
it's one of Harlem's most iconic jazz clubs, Minton's Playhouse.
So it's, I know, but it's a performance space.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Live music. Live music.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, live jazz.
Yes.
How many seats is it?
We have roughly about 52 seats.
52 seats.
Nice spot.
Yeah, it's
Thank
an
you.
ad bar.
It's really cool.
It's an ad bar.
That's one of the two.
That's
Okay.
why it's the two.
I mean, this is the reverse of the other thing. Like, it makes me wonder why this is not two businesses.
I mean, we have seen where they have two DBAs and
In one licensee because it's the same lease.
I mean, sure, this was this business has been in operation for many years. We're just the new operators of the business over the past year and a half.
And that the Playhouse and the Steakhouse
We're
are
always
operating
operated-
in concert with each
exactly.
other, and it's one kitchen providing food for both.
So we have two kitchens, one upstairs and one downstairs. Yeah.
You wouldn't want to change that name. It's iconic.
We actually can't change the name. So it's actually a national landmark. Yeah.
And they recently made Cecil a national landmark.
Yeah, so both the Cecil Steakhouse and the Minton's Playhouse are national landmarks.
What are your hours?
Well, we would love to operate until 3 a.m. just because with the jazz club, it's famous for their jam session, which has been going on since 1938. So we'd love to continue that.
Isn't that too early?
Yeah.
Well, 4 o'clock if we could. I mean, if we could get 8 a.m., we would take it.
Yeah. Talking after out here now.
It depends. Sometimes we'll have early parties or we'll do
Yeah.
school trips, tours, all that stuff.
No, the jam session starts around midnight or so. Yeah.
Then the
It is
earlier
a
shows,
residential
6,
block.
7.
That's when all the artists finish their performances elsewhere and then they come by us after.
So
that's what
what's
it's.
the music situation inside of the restaurant?
It would be live DJ. Yeah, live DJ and some band. We also have a stage on that side as well, so we would have live band on that section as well.
You have separate managers for these?
So we have 4 owners.
Yes.
So we own and manage the place.
You guys have a division of labor here, or you do everything together?
We do everything together.
We do have a division of labor. Reasons.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone, my partner here is, we all have a role that we play.
Talking.
I am the financial, I handle the finances. He handles all the events and all the artists. He's an executive
It
chef.
says here that there's one person who's full-time. Who's that?
Atiba.
That's you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Looks the part for it.
Thank you.
There's no limitation on hours for the previous licensee, looks like.
okay.
It's iconic, man.
All right, are you okay with it?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
I am absolutely okay with this application. I vote to approve. I hope you guys are around for a long, long time.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Really appreciate it.
Commissioner Maya.
I approve as well.
Thank you.
So I'm going to approve, with the following conditions: DJ karaoke, recorded live music, patron dancing, but no third-party promoters. Is that okay?
Well, technically, like the musicians and stuff we book, they do their own promotions and whatnot, so we don't want to get caught up with any of that. But they do.
All
their
right,
own
so I'm
promotions
gonna
to book out.
allow,
Yes.
but you're not going to like give someone else a license to run. a
No,
party.
no,
That's
definitely
what-
not.
that's what
Everything is under our full
third-party
control.
promoter means.
Yes.
It's not the musician promoting, it's like you're giving it to a promoter.
Okay, we misunderstood.
Sells
Definitely not.
tickets.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Okay,
We keep
so
everything
no
in-house.
third-party promoters,
No.
okay,
No
right?
third party.
All our ticket sales are through
What
our
about
website.
private parties?
We do a lot of corporate events, especially for the
events.
Minton side,
How many
especially
a
during,
month would be reasonable? 2 a month?
Excuse me?
2 a month?
no, we do more. I mean, just because of the notoriety of the place, we do have a lot of instances where we have a lot of corporate events people are looking to.
No, actually, some, this is how we do it. Some we include the regular patrons and we do a private
Yeah,
section.
so it won't really apply to you if you're just closing the Minton side because you have to close the whole licensed premises for
No,
it to
no.
qualify as.
It
a
would
private
just be the
party.
one side.
So I'm gonna say no private parties. You don't care about that because you're not ever gonna rent the whole entire thing out.
Okay, no, separately.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Just the Minton side. We do close for an entire
How
dinner
about we
party.
just say once a month, just in case?
Okay. Sounds.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so 12 private events a year, Donald, and 4 a.m. across the board.
I think you have a question. You look like you have a question, sir.
No, it's okay.
Right?
It's okay. It was more about the private event Well, one thing that I wanted to make sure is that I wasn't sure if, Chair, you were looking at it as just closing the Minton side as a private event or the whole entire establishment
No,
on
so
both sides?
when I say, when we say private events, it by definition means you're closing the entire licensed premises from service to the public.
Understood.
And so if you're just closing one side and the steakhouse is open to the public, that's not considered a
No
private
problem.
event. But regardless, you have 12 opportunities to close the whole entire thing,
That's perfect.
you know, for some giant corporation doing steakhouse and Minton activities.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So, and I know that my partners would give you more than 4 a.m. if we could, but we can't. So, so 4 a.m. it is. And
I
that just
appreciate
really applied to service of alcohol. It does not mean that you have to close the premises, just so you know.
Even better.
That
Thank you.
music can continue past 4 a.m. You just have to end service of alcohol.
Understood. Understood.
Commissioner DeLeon, you're okay with that?
I'm fine with all those conditions. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yes.
Sorry
Thank
for the
you.
long wait.
No problem. Thank you.
It usually pays off if you're like one of the last people. Because we get tired and we stop trying. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know you. Thanks. Nice to see you. Oh, don't say that. I do what I can. Thank you. Yes, 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 yes.
Hey,
yes.
run the
Thank you.
record, man.
Yeah.
By the restaurant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Next is 14 and 15, NY Rose Garden Inc.
14 and 15.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Aurelia for the representative for the application. The only issue here was a negative report by the ALJ because the
Where's your
form,
client?
she's not, his daughter died and the owner, his daughter is, the other daughter is the rep. She just died like a week ago.
All right, I'm sorry you waited all this time, but because of the negative report, I think.
No,
that
we submitted to you the positive report from it was just because the community board voted to disapprove. They went back because the representative she had before did not do a proper job. We went back, we went before the board and they sent a positive recommendation. It's the only reason the license was brought up before the members of the authority.
500 foot here.
Yes, correct.
Said no experience in the industry, did not fully answer the personal questionnaire. CB9 originally opposed because did not provide necessary paperwork. Now, I did get your letter from the community board dated December 12th, 2024, that they do now approve. So I imagine their concerns have been alleviated, obviously.
And we've overcome the issues of no experience. They've been operating under a temp for some time now without any issues or controversies, and it's a family-run business.
All right.
Did the daughter pass away who was going to be the manager on this?
No,
Oh.
it's the other one. They had 2 deaths in the last
How do y'all
2
want
months.
to do this?
Yeah.
You still gonna hold it over?
The big manager will be his daughter. That's
not the one it's the other one, yeah.
If you feel we need to hold it over, then
Is there a reason why she's not going on the license?
You don't require it anymore. She's just
No.
a supervisor. Like you know what I mean? If you require it, you can put it, we'll add it in misuse.
how long has there been a temporary?
Since June of 22, actually.
Okay, well then. then
They've
I
been in
would be
existence for a long
I
time.
would be ready.
Okay, then just go ahead. All right.
Ready? Yeah. Commissioner DeLeon,
I vote to approve.
To approve.
and Chair.
All right, I vote to approve.
Thank you, members. I think I'm the next one as well.
Yep. 31 La Finquita, Carnes area, Corp.
Oh, La Finquita.
Thank
That's, good afternoon, Aurelia for the rep. I was the rep on this license. I've reached out to him, at this point, he's not responsive. He doesn't answer my calls. And that what happened there was kind of serious, so I leave it up to the members of the authority. I would not like to see a cancellation of his license, but I mean, I
know
my hands
the
are tied.
semi-automatic weapon is concerning sale to minor. I mean, we can counter at 15,000 and then see where you.
No,
land.
just cancel and bond.
Is
He
this,
doesn't
is
have
this number
15,000.
31.
31, yeah, 31.
Did you say?
He's not there anymore, that the business was sold, his lease was canceled, and
Oh, you
he's,
prefer cancel and bond?
because he doesn't have the 15,000, he's going to cancel and bond anyway.
Cancel and bond.
And then I'm the next one as well.
Counter with cancel and bond. Commissioner Maya has to
Just give me a
vote.
second. Is this number 31?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I was reading something incorrectly. Yeah, if it's cancel and bond, I will go with cancel and bond.
You want to wait for the letter, or are you gonna accept it now?
I'm gonna accept it now, because it's unreachable, I just want to resolve it, so it's not on my desk. It's done.
Cancel and bond.
She's fed up too.
Yeah, no, I've reached out to him 100 times, like, come on, it's 2 months already, it's ridiculous.
Okay. I have the next few. 50. Everyone ready to move on?
Yes.
All right. 58 Antigua Cafe Inc.
I got it.
We're requesting a letter of warning on this one.
Number 58?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
This happened outside of the premises. They've never had an issue there before. And there's also a new co-owner there. So now it's being heavily monitored and watched. And this was a while ago as well.
I know you said the security guard has since received the training, but is the security guard now licensed?
I sent you a copy of the license.
Oh, you did?
We have a copy. He's
Fighting in front of.
All right, I know, I understand where you're coming from, but I think just because of president here, we certainly, I'm gonna counter at 500.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon.
500.
500.
Do you want to accept it now?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Next is number 6, Room 100 Court.
Yes, we submitted an offer on that. Aurelia Tavares for Room 100 Corp.
All right.
Number 6?
Number 6.
Yeah, where are you with that? Yeah, that's fine. All right, go ahead, Donald.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, you're just reading my notes. Okay, $3,500, I'll accept.
And Commissioner Maya.
I'm looking at my notes. Just 1 second, please. I'll accept 3,500.
Okay.
3,500.
Thank you, members. I
Thank
think I'm
you.
finished, right?
You should be good, right?
Right? Yeah, thank you, members.
Thank you.
Next is 39 and 40, 161 Part 2 LLC.
39 and 40.
39 and 40.
Oh my God.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of 161 Part 2. I have with me Cole Bernard, one of the principals. This matter was on the calendar at the last meeting, and the board requested that one of the operating principals be present to discuss the potential issue of this being a members-only club. After speaking, and you can hear from him directly, it is certainly not. Any private events they were doing was purely in nature of the time of year that this is, and lots of corporate events and whatnot. They do use a guest list and a reservation system, which was something that was discussed with the community board and they felt strongly about and helps them maintain control of the space. They don't have wait lines outside, that kind of thing. So the reservation system and the guest list help in terms of managing traffic inside and outside of the space. Cole's here to answer any questions that you do have, but it is 100% open to the public.
Did you agree to the community board stipulations?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I met with various neighborhood organizations to make sure we were incorporating any of the issues that had occurred there because the space has been licensed in one way, shape, or form for many, many years.
I see Sugarman's name all over the place all the time. How many licenses is he only a 10% holder of?
If you recall, last meeting he was here because originally the line of questioning was about him and his involvement. And I think we squashed that and said he doesn't need to come back again. But, you know, he's a career New York restaurant guy, been around forever.
Yeah, okay.
I think we decided that he didn't need to come back for this application. I don't know that it meant that he doesn't ever have to come back here.
Oh, no, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just saying in terms of the recall here, the questions that were framed in the full board detailed agenda all related to him. So I felt it was important for him to be here last time.
I'm ready.
All right, great. I'm gonna vote to approve with the community board steps Monday to Wednesday, 2 a.m., Thursdays, Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m., Sundays, 2 a.m. Background live DJ, jukebox, music allowed, dance patron dancing allowed, which implies employee dancing not allowed. No third-party promoters, doors and windows will remain closed at all times. That you are also required to be open to the public, unless you are planning a private party. Talk to me about how many private parties you plan to have.
I mean,
a
most
year.
of our private events, maybe throughout the year, one a month, and most of it during holiday season. Maybe 1 or 2 a month.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you 24 for the year.
Yeah, that's fine. And most of our private events are typically in the early evening of the night, and then we open to the public regardless anyway.
Okay, fair enough. 24 private events a year.
Commissioner De Leon,
I approve with the conditions stated by the chair.
Commissioner
I
Maya.
approve for the chair.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for the long way.
Next is 27, Atlantis LBNY LLC.
27.
It's Joseph Levy again, here on behalf of the licensee. I have the principal here with me. It's an offer and compromise before you. To the extent you'd like some context, I'm happy to provide some.
You haven't renewed your license. This is expired.
Yes.
So why are you paying money?
Well,
You have other licenses?
he purchased this business or started this business right before COVID and felt in that little sweet spot where there was no relief for him and kind of willed his way through it. It has not been easy, and he's sort of checked out at the end here. He found a buyer for the business, and he's got a transaction that is pending the resolution of this matter.
Okay, I see.
And if we cancel, then that puts them in a funny position. If we
Okay.
make a deal, to the extent it's possible, I understand the charges here are significant, and what I would offer to that end is that if this gentleman is guilty of something, it's a poor job of supervision as opposed to maliciously curating these events. He booked a private event when he was just sort of burnt out, to be honest with you, and he didn't necessarily know what they were doing. He was called down night of when obviously this was all going on. To the extent the board would do anything on the civil penalty side, he would appreciate it. He's trying to recoup what he can to do this business. And again, he's got a deal done that is just pending this, so he's not going to be a licensee further here.
I will accept the $10,000 offer.
Commissioner Maya
10,000 accept.
and Chair.
I would have gone down, but it's 10,000.
All right,
All
thank
right.
you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 61, Crazy Billy's Deer Park
But I'm not experienced.
LIQ Inc.
No, you can change it.
Do you want, wait, whoa.
You can change it.
I just wish
We're good.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
Change it.
It's okay if you want to change it.
Yeah, of course it is, yeah. We need some
I'm still
finality.
gonna owe a lot of money here, you know? I mean,
So you made the offer, you know,
Oh,
you made, and it was, the council is right. This is
Okay.
no joke. This is serious stuff.
Yeah.
You know, you made an offer.
Yeah.
I accept it, you know? This is a recurring pattern now. People make an offer, they come in and say, yeah, you know, but it's not.
Yeah,
really-
no, this is his first
You are
one.
so nice.
Yeah.
This was his first one. Been through the ringer.
Commissioner Maya, do you
What do
want
you
to
wanna
change your
do?
vote?
Where?
He's at 10,000.
If you want to negotiate it,
Selling
on,
the
it's just
place,
the chair.
selling the
It's
place.
done, it's done, it's signed.
7,500.
Jesus Christ.
How much?
He said
Can it be more
7,500.
obvious?
I would go to 7,500. 7,500, sir.
Thank you.
I know, Sean. I know. You had the guts to ask again.
Hold on.
What number are you?
61, Crazy Billy's Deer Park LIQ Inc.
For the licensee, Louis Chisari, good evening at this point. This is a no contest. The only thing we can say in mitigation is the woman, Crystal, was actually a member of the owner's church, and they were trying to help out. I would ask for a letter of reprimand.
No.
60.
We're on the same number.
I mean, they've never had a disciplinary problem and
You know,
that,
you can't be selling rum punch made by who knows who, and who knows
trust
what-
me,
who knows what's going in.
trust me, I understand that.
I'm at 5,000.
Commissioner Maya
5,000.
and Chair.
5,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. No one else is here.
Oh, wow.
So-
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So number one has been adjourned to the January 30th meeting.
Yeah.
I remember.
Commissioner Maya's gonna ask about this. Number one has been adjourned to the January 30th meeting. Number two has been adjourned to February 20th because council's office needs more time to investigate.
20?
220. Four has been adjourned to the February 20th full board meeting.
Okay, 20?
It's a lot of adjournments. 23 and 24, this was adjourned to January 30th full board meeting. The attorney had a death in the family. I sent you.
Okay. 1:30.
1:30. All right. 26 is an offer of cancellation and bond.
Accept.
Commissioner De Leon.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
28 is an offer of 2,000.
This is in safekeeping.
I'll take 2,000.
They are surrendering.
Oh, they are surrendering. Okay, so then 2,000. Yeah.
2,000.
Okay. So 29, prosecutor wants this returned to counsel's office because the licensee is going to submit a not guilty plea. Is
Okay, back to counsel's office, please.
that okay with
Yep.
commissioners?
Yes.
Yes.
30 is an offer of 6,000.
I'm gonna accept 6,000.
6,000.
Commissioner De Leon.
6,000.
41, this was an adjournment request to January 30th because the applicant is sick and cannot make it.
What is this, 130?
130, this is 41 to 130, if that's okay.
Oh, 41 is 130?
Okay.
Did you do 35?
Yes, we did that.
I didn't even notes on that, okay.
Namaste, we did that. That was the one where he's selling the restaurant. 2,500, we accepted.
Okay, okay.
Are you okay with the adjournment,
Yeah,
Commissioner De
okay, I
Leon?
got you.
Yeah, yeah, 41, yeah.
Yeah.
He has
43,
security guard inside and outside.
Okay, yeah.
43 through 46 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Cancel and bond.
47 is an offer of $7,000. Provide proof that any gambling machines have been removed from licensed premises, provide proof of food service, and provide receipts for liquor, wine, and beer purchases. I don't know why that is all included.
All right, I will accept 7,000 and all the conditions. I think some of it is in the packet that came in, so
I think so too.
it's fine to me.
Commissioners,
7,000 with the conditions specified.
Commissioner Meyer.
7,000 with conditions.
48 is an offer of 3,500.
I'm gonna accept 3,500.
3,500 for me.
3,500.
49, this was went to hearing, the ALJ sustained the charge.
Yeah, with nothing there.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Cancel and bond.
50 is a no contest default at pleading.
Gambling consumption, gambling consumption, gambling consumption.
Beers, gamble.
Machines are still there. And it's a default. So. Where are you at? Where you guys want to be at?
Cancel them. I would go
Yeah,
cancel.
they didn't do any, they didn't submit anything here at all
Yeah, I
whatsoever,
know.
at any
All right.
time.
Go ahead.
Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, I can't, I'm a cancel and bond.
Commissioner Maya,
Bond.
and Chair.
Cancel and bond.
51 is an offer of 1,500.
This is council went with 1,500. Yeah. I'll go 1,500.
Commissioner De Leon?
6 packs of beers, but the amount not specified?
The delegation is 2,000 to 4,500.
Right. And what was the 1,500 offer again?
So it says because it was funny.
Exactly, why, I'll go with 2,000.
Chair?
2,000.
2,000, and Commissioner Maya accepted, right?
Yeah.
52 and 53 are the same licensee.
52, the ALJ sustained charges, well, I guess you could have went, yep. I don't know if you want me to read through all of it.
Yeah.
6 persons availing using his license, LJ.
So I'm going to suggest we cancel 153 for the availing charge. And for 51, it's cancel for the record.
I concur.
And you want to adopt the ALJ's decision for 52, which was to sustain
Sure,
charges?
it doesn't matter, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, I concur.
And Commissioner Maya?
I concur, yes, indeed.
56 is a no contest default at pleading.
Received notice of pleading, telephone number on file, not in service, email, no response, availing, I'm at cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
57 is an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000. They need to, I think that we need to put a condition for them to change the DBA.
Oh, so you want to add that as a condition? So counteroffer the 3,000 and the application?
Yes. Yes. I concur, yeah.
Okay, and app. 59, adjourn to, or they requested to adjourn to February 20th since they retained a new attorney and need time to review the case.
What's a TL?
An old license, tavern liquor. It's really old.
Is it okay to adjourn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you right now. I'll
1977,
look
this
at it right
place has
now.
been in business.
I know.
Commissioner Maya, over to 220?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what they can change on this. I mean, it's pretty much the same, but fine.
What are we talking about, 59?
Yeah.
62 is a no contest.
Well, excuse me, what was the one you just called?
59.
Wait.
59, yeah.
Over to 220.
Yeah, 220.
Okay. 62 is a no contest.
Health Department referred, selling wine slushies. Has a grocery store license, but it's set up more like a restaurant. Employee approached the table like a waiter.
And also wine to go by the bottle.
And slushy machines with wine.
Yeah. All right. With one sale to minor on the record.
Yeah, I was at 20. I don't know if that, how you feel
I
about
was
it.
at council.
Oh,
Where are you
cancel.
at?
At 20.
Or cancel.
So 2 cancels and bonds and the 20,000 from Commissioner Maya?
No, he was not at 20.
Oh,
Well, you both are, right?
they're at cancel and bond now.
We're at
They're
cancel.
canceling bond?
Yeah.
Canceling bond.
All right. Um, 64 is an offer of 7,500.
We don't know how much weed we're talking about here, do we?
A lot. I'm gonna counter at 12.5.
12.5.
Vapes and cannabis.
12.5.
66 adjourned to February 20th. 67 was adjourned to February 20th. 68 adjourned to February 20th. 69 February 20th. Promise once LEAP is fixed or once the system's fixed, you guys won't see those anymore.
Once the system's
Yeah, that's the reason why we can't take those off. 70 is an offer of 10,000.
70.
7-Eleven. This is the third sale for 10,000. I mean, I'll take it, but the fourth will be a cancel. They better have a scanner. I'm gonna say 10,000 and a requirement of a scanner and have them explain to us why they don't already have one if they don't already have one. Because this is the second sale this year.
Yeah, I concur.
I concur.
71 is an offer of 3,500.
Oh, this one I think it's high. I don't know. I'm gonna lower this to 2,000 if you guys agree with me.
San Gennaro Festival.
Yeah.
This was.
They've been around for a long
would've gone-
time.
I would have gone all the way to a warning. So you're both at 2,000.
Okay.
So I'll say that at a warning.
1,000.
Not 1,000.
Commissioner De Leon.
All right, 1,000.
You know, you
What?
can vote high.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know.
72 adjourned to January 30th.
Okay.
You just don't want them to see that name, so you're. I'm just kidding.
No.
74 is an offer of 4,500.
4,500.
4,500.
72 was 130, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then 74, you said how much?
45.
I'll take 45.
75 is an offer of 4,000.
No, this one's gotta be at least 10.
10.
Yeah, 6.6.
I'm at 10,000.
And hemp products, 10,000.
10,000.
76. This went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charges.
This was not renewed, so. And it's an availing, so
CB.
yeah, cancel and bond.
Or just cancel, no bond.
Yeah, cancel for the record.
Cancel and
Cancel.
bond.
Cancel only.
Oh, cancel, because there's.
No bond.
Already taken the bond. And 77 is an offer of letter of warning.
What's this?
Um,
Stand-up bar and parking lot, no food sold, neighborhood event, Westcott Thursdays. They probably do this every Thursday. That's the thing. City of Syracuse has.
I don't know. I think this needs to be along the same lines as the other one.
500.
What was it? We did 1,000, but 500 is fine.
Commissioner De Leon.
No, we did 1,000, I'll do 1,000.
1,000 then.
Okay, I said 500.
You want to keep it
I'll
500?
say 5.
You say that?
Said it.
All right. All right, I have nothing else, Chair. Do you have anything?
No, I've got nothing. Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
We are